Good morning and mega happy Monday morning, Mega. How's everyone?
Doing
Pretty
great.
good, thank you.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
All right, we're expecting a whole lot more people, so I know that they are finding their way into our room. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I know people are falling out of the morning huddle.
Good morning.
Good morning, Emrit, all smiles. Good morning, Renee. Good morning, Sherry. Good morning, Anna. There's Birdie. There's Leor. All right, cool. Now we're starting to get everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Lisa, are you going to be ready this morning for the boards? Good, excellent. All right, today is a very special day. We're going to nerd out over contracts. One of my very favorite topics in real estate, something that we pride ourselves in greatly here at Realty Texas, is our knowledge and understanding of the agreements that we assist our parties. First, it comes in knowing the contract. Thank you to everyone who's put in the time and energy to memorize your contract paragraphs. That means a lot to me and Lisa. And it is just so impressive that you have that kind of knowledge and skill set, and you're sitting on a foundation like that that gives you just so much more confidence when you are explaining the contract. Now, today, we're going to go through every single word together of the 1 to 4 family contract. On Wednesday, we're going to go through together the third party financing and the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal and some of the other addenda that are on top of this agreement. So we're not going to get into addenda today. There's no way that we have that kind of time. It takes me 8 hours to take a class all the way through the 1 to 4 family from stem to stern, and we have 7 hours together. So some of this is going to be at fast track. We're going to spend almost 3/4 of the day on the first 7 paragraphs. The meat and potatoes of the real estate contract is in the first 7 paragraphs. And then we're going to breeze through in 1 hour about 8 paragraphs, which is going to feel like there's just no way in the world we're going to finish, and it will all come together in the end. This is interactive. And so I'm going to ask you right now, video's on, and be prepared to ask questions because this is your time. This is your time to have some one-on-one to learn the contract so that when you're explaining it to your consumer, that not only are you confident, but you're excited to explain, you're excited for them to ask you questions because you have the answer. A new agent is usually intimidated by going through the contract. And sometimes they're just praying to the contract gods that they're not going to ask them any questions because they're going to feel exposed. They're going to feel like they're going to have the fact that they're faking it or that they're an imposter syndrome going on in that moment, and they just don't want to be put in that situation. Never again. I think even some of you already said before in going through the buyer rep agreement and the listing presentation that you're unstoppable, that you're excited about questions and you want them to ask questions because this is your profession. You should know it better than anything else and not only be prepared for it, but be excited about it. And this is what I wish for you. And this is what today is all about. Okay, so we're going to jump right in, and before we do, we have our leaderboard. There will not be a review of Mega in this contracts class. We simply don't have time. We've never done it before. You'll have a review of the first 10 modules on Wednesday. All right, Lisa Ormsby, who is ready for our points. Let me bring up our point tracker here so that I can uh, go over where we were coming out of our seventh class. Out of our seventh class, which was Friday's class, Veronica was in fifth place with 12,025 points. Congratulations, Veronica. Good work. Renee was in fourth place with exactly 15,000 points. Awesome sauce, Renee. Good job. Third place was Jeanette, 15,025, 25-point difference between third and fourth. And in second place was Amrit, 16,400, and who has a decisive lead coming out of Friday and the first 3 weeks of Mega is Birdie with 18,125 points. Now, I know a lot of you are getting your points in. We very well could have an upset. I don't know. I've not yet had an opportunity to talk to Lisa about the points, but I guess we're going to find out all together right now if there has been an upset. Lisa, who is in fifth place?
Okay. In fifth place with 1,400, I'm sorry,
No,
14,450 points, 14,450 is Brittany.
we have a new mega student showing up on the top five. All right, Brittany, way to show up.
Be careful, those quiet ones you got to watch out for. And
Good
then
job, Brittany.
in fourth place with, well, I know this is going to change because she just said in Mega Minis that she had a closing last week and she has a rep. But for now, 15,875 points. In fourth place is Renee Pretty.
Good job, Renee. Yeah, 15,875 points, fourth place. And Renee did an open house this weekend, and she hasn't done an open house for a while. So congratulations, Renee, getting out there and doing all
Does
the
my
things.
closing count for points too? Because I didn't know that.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah,
But I just need to go pull them. I just heard you say that and I didn't have time to add. By the way, this is only up until about 9 o'clock last night. So if you put stuff in there this morning, just know it will be added, but not today. I mean, not this morning. Okay. Third place, 18,100 points is Jeanette Navarra.
Jeanette staying in third place. Good job, Jeanette.
In second place, with 20,500 points, is Birdie. Birdie has been
Oh
deep.
no. And her response was, "Shut up." The surprise. Her mind is blown. All right, it is anyone's game. We don't
It
know
is
what's going to happen.
right. Yep. All right. So now for
Well,
the
we
first
already know who
are
first place then. There's no question.
20,675 points is Omri.
All right, Amrit, the $25 gift certificate goes to you this week. Congratulations, 20,675 for taking the number one spot in Mega. Awesome. Birdie, top two is phenomenal. You're doing an amazing job. I know that you two are going to battle it out all the way to the end with 20,500 points. Jeanette, Renee, and Brittany, way to show up on our top five. This last week, we are entering week four of Mega. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where your UVPs are going to start coming together. Tomorrow's Mega Mini is a very, very important one. So please don't miss Tuesday's Mega Mini. Obviously, it is your last Mega Mini of the Mega session. And Thursday will be your UVP presentation. We'll be talking more about that tomorrow, Tuesday, during your Mega Mini, and Wednesday during our module 11. Okay, good job, everyone. Thank you, Lisa. And hello, other Realty Texas associates, Michelle LaFortune, and many of you who have come to hang out, Aki Weathers and Elisa St. John. Thank you for joining us here on Mega 18. We're having a super fun time with this group. Um, and you are just as much allowed to ask questions and participate in today's class. So please yourselves don't feel like imposter syndrome. You are mega graduates. You have the right to be here and you are part of the family. So thank you for being here. And Michelle LaFortune is never going to be shy about asking questions, are you, Michelle?
I already have some. Just kidding, just kidding.
Woo! I love it. All right, so this is a brand new class for us here at Realty Texas. 1 month ago, we had a brand new Trek class approved for bulletproof contracts for 7 hours, specifically designed around our new 1 to 4 family with as many changes as we've had in it. So let's jump right in. Why do I call our weekly contracts training class bulletproof contracts? And why did I name our mega module bulletproof contracts? Why do you think that? Why do you think I came up with that specific word, bulletproof? Sherry?
Impenetrable. I don't know how to say the word correctly. Impenetrable, protecting our client, whether it's buyer or seller.
Okay. If you think about a contract and you think a hole in the contract, what comes to mind? Other than consonants and vowels leaking out. Sharon?
You said holes in the contract?
Yeah. So
Um,
we have our class called bulletproof contracts. So
right.
bulletproof, if it wasn't bulletproof and you shot it, it would put a hole in it. So what would a hole in the contract be?
Something that is not clarified
Something that is not clarified.
or a blank that is empty.
A blank that was empty. Okay. I like where we're going with this. Okay. What in your mind is ambiguous? What does that word mean?
Without definition.
Without definition. What type of contract are we supposed to create for our clients? What type of an agreement are we supposed to create? And this is important.
Enforceable.
Who said that? Sherry? Okay.
Something
Lisa,
that'll stand up in court.
add a gift card for Sherry. Sherry, you said enforceable, right? Okay. An enforceable agreement is the one that we're supposed to create. This means that we can take that agreement confidently into a courtroom and enforce the promises that were made and broken from the non-defaulting party. If your form that was turned into a contract has defects, ambiguous language, it becomes unenforceable. And an unenforceable contract is not only is it probably an agency failure for fiduciary, but nuts and bolts of it, you probably have risk as a real estate agent, not protecting the client and the entire weight of what would have been enforceable is on the brokerage's E&O insurance, which is a very big deal for you as an agent. We have a duty. We have a duty to create an enforceable an agreement, which means when you put together and you draft a form for a client, you put together a draft, what should you do? You fill it out, you PDF it, and you're about to send it to the parties via e-sign. What should you do after you PDF it?
Proofread it again.
Thank you, Jay. You should proofread the entire document one more time. Why?
Just I do it like 3 or 4 times to make sure I haven't
Missed anything?
yeah, exactly.
Raise your hand if you've ever experienced the disappearing zero syndrome from all of our different forms fillers. Okay, we all have the disappearing zero. You see, a bit field can be 0 or 1, and a database actually having a null value, a database would prefer a null value because a null value takes up no space. But when you add a 0 is a bit, and a bit is a character, and it's going to take about 4K of space in the database. So per record. So why would the database want to store 4K of data for a 0 when it could have no data as a null? That is what the databases favor. That's what front end systems favor. And so it's always going to try to err on the side of having a better record, and it's going to remove your 0 and instead insert null. So back in the day on zip forms, people would teach you to put a dash 0 dash or type in the word zero to make sure that it doesn't, or hit the space bar and put in a 0, doing all of those little things. But I'm going to tell you this: when you're in a courtroom, if you have a section that was checked off, like paragraph 4 leases, for instance, there are 3 checkboxes. If all 3 checkboxes are not checked, it means that paragraph 4 has not been invoked. But if one of those checkboxes was turned on, then the paragraph is invoked. And if that paragraph has a blank after it was invoked, a blank means something different than a 0 or NA. What do you think the courts have ruled that a blank in a contract really means? And this is going to surprise you. And some of you have taken Mega before, you know the answer. Sherry.
It is unnegotiated and still able to be negotiated.
That's right. They look at it as a value that has not yet been negotiated because the parties have not had a meeting of the mind over this topic yet. And when you take it to court, now it's up for negotiation. And the seller might think paragraph 7H. What is 7H, guys? Just off the cuff. 7H. Emirate.
Property condition.
Okay, that's
No.
paragraph 7. What is the subsection H?
The warranty.
Residential service contract. Exactly right, Jeanette. So 7H comes into play. If 7H comes into play, let me ask you this. Do you think if the entire contract was put together with 0 in 7H, or if it was put together without a 0 and it was signed and put to the contract, what do you think the seller's mind was of 7H with a null there?
Non-existent.
What is the seller's mind in terms of the residential service contract specifically? What is in the seller's mind?
That they don't owe for a home warranty.
That they're not going to reimburse the buyer for the cost of a home warranty. But what do you think the buyers are going to try to finagle from their high-priced attorney in a courtroom when something else went wrong? Oh, it means it hasn't been negotiated? Well, I want a home warranty. And so we want to leave 0 room for ambiguity. We want to leave 0 room for an argument and to make sure that paragraph 7H and every other paragraph is fully enforceable. Enforceable, meaning that the seller agreed to not reimburse the buyer. So that 0 is going to stop an argument. It's going to stop 45 minutes of them ridiculing you in the courtroom. But more importantly, it is going to make sure that your entire agreement is sound to protect the client. And that's your ultimate duty, is to protect the client. Risk reduction is what our job ultimately is. And my job as a broker is primarily risk reduction for the firm and for our clients, making sure that our agents are competent to protect our clients, and when they're not, that they're getting help from someone who is competent to make sure that our consumer is protected. So I just want to throw out there the importance that you all understand the difference between a 0 and a null. Null does not mean 0. Null or blank, and in other words for null, is that it has not yet been negotiated. And so, as Jay said, you have a duty when you're going through, before you're going to send the form out for signature, that you're going to review it, because we know about the disappearing 0 syndrome. I have my development team iterating through every paragraph in our OHMS forms filler to make sure that doesn't happen. And every time Chrome does an update, Chrome changes it. And although our database is inserting a 0, Chrome removes it as it's PDFing the document. And then we have to get a new Chrome extension. And so even we battle this. I used to find that this always happened in zip forms for me as an agent. I mean, I put together thousands. I've sold over 1,000 homes as a top producing real estate agent. My highest year was 86 transactions closed. I faced it too, disappearing 0 syndrome. And when we built our own forms filler, I smiled when I saw the 0 disappear, because I smiled that, you know what, we're dealing with the same thing that all the other forms fillers are dealing with. So it wasn't a failure in their software, that this is a thing. And so we have multiple routines trying to protect that from happening. But you, as a real estate agent, have a duty to go through and review every single paragraph, knowing that what you saw on the screen may not be what ended up being PDF'd. And if your assumption is that I reviewed it on the screen, so whatever I PDF is going to be the same thing, that is lowering the bar because you're adding to risk. You're not reducing the risk. You're increasing the risk. So thank you, Jay, for mentioning that you must review the PDF before you send it out for signature. All right, so I need all of you to pull out your phones. We don't say that a lot in Mega, do we? In fact, we say the quite opposite. Please scan this QR code or go to kahoot.it, kahoot.it, and enter this 9-digit number 6396686. This is for a gift card. The first, second, and third positions are going to get a winner. If you add your name here, it'll make it easier for us to know who you are when you're playing this game. We have 26 people on the call, so I'm going to wait for about 24 because I know Lisa and I are not playing the game. Currently, we have 14. 16, 17. All right, we'll give us about 15 more seconds. 19. All right.
I'm having technical difficulties.
Well, if you go to
Oh, there it is. There it is.
kahoot.it or scan this QR code, it should just come up.
I was having difficulty getting the number in.
Okay, 20. All right, so does anybody else need more time? I'm not seeing any more hands. All right, we are going to start. Double points. What paragraph number is titled property condition?
I'm going to be in class for a very long time.
I'm stuck.
It's literally frozen. It's not giving me any way to answer it.
Yeah, me neither.
Same here. Oh,
Same. Oh, there it is. Screen load.
What paragraph number is titled property condition?
Oh man, I lost the whole show. Wait, what's the number for?
Okay, in first place, Birdie with 1,886 points. Good job, Birdie. All right. What paragraph number is titled settlement and other expenses?
well. Don't see it. Oh, there it is.
This is a big paragraph for us. The entire class got it right. There's been more contract training on paragraph 12 than about any other paragraph. So I was hoping to see the majority of the class got it right. You all got it right. So good job, Mega. What is the title of paragraph 14? Hopefully, you guys are doing this from memory, that you're not reading anything, that you're closing your eyes, and you are not going to be looking at a piece of paper on your desk, which I'm seeing a lot of eyeballs looking. Yes, I'm looking at you, Emrit.
Yeah, mine's closed out. So me and Harshita are playing. It's already checked off. It's done.
All right. So, looks like 14 of you got this right. Excellent. Casualty loss. All right. What is the title of paragraph 23? Birdie is maintaining her number one. Caroline is in second place, and Brittany in third place. 200-point difference. Raul is in fourth place. Sharon, fifth place. All right. So good job, class. 13 of you got this right. Consult an attorney before signing. It is our last and final paragraph. What is the paragraph number, or what number is entitled earnest money and termination option? Earnest money and termination option. Birdie continuing in the first position, Caroline also continuing in second position, and Brittany in third place. Renee Pretty also now on the leaderboard on fourth place, and Raul in our top 5 spot. Good job. All right, so 15 of you got this right. Good job, Mega. What paragraph number is entitled Federal Tax Requirements? Federal Tax Requirements. Now, who wants to state what the updated paragraph is? Renee.
Governmental requirements.
Governmental requirements, which I did actually edit this and click save, so I have no idea why it's wrong. Makes no sense to me because I changed it, but okay. All right, so where are we now? We are Birdie in first place, Caroline in second, Renee in third place. Good job. Harshita in fourth place, and Mohammed takes number 5, fifth spot. Good job. What paragraph number is entitled prorations? All right, lucky number 13. What is the title of paragraph 10? Paragraph 10. Caroline has taken the first place. Harshita is in second place. Birdie now in third place. Brittany fourth place. And Renee Pretty in fifth place. What is paragraph 10? If you answered possession, you would be correct. Birdie has retaken number 1 spot. What is the title of paragraph 15? Birdie in first place, Caroline in second place, Renee Pretty in third, Harshita in fourth place, and Mohammed in fifth place. What is the title of paragraph 15? Hopefully you never have to deal with this as a real estate agent, but likely you will. Paragraph 15 is default. What paragraph number is entitled sales price? This is an easy one. Sales price.
Jack, mine is saying time's up. Get ready for a comeback, and it's not letting me answer.
Yeah, it didn't even give us the opportunity to.
Mine logged out and asked me for the pin again.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what happened. What is the title of paragraph 1?
I can't see the third box. I don't know if anybody else is having that problem.
Okay, paragraph 1 is parties. Birdie in first place, Caroline in second place, Renee Pretty in third, Harshita in fourth, and in fifth place, Mohammed. I cannot, I don't know what's going on with Kahoot, but it is what it is, as they say. All right, what is the title of paragraph 18? Renee, okay. Renee was in first place, but then Caroline grabbed it with the first, with 10,608 points. Renee Pretty in second place, Harshita in third place, Mohammed fourth place, Birdie in fifth place. All right, going on to our last couple of questions. What paragraph number is entitled Special Provisions? We're about halfway through. If you said paragraph 11, you would be correct. Caroline first place, Renee second place, Harshita third place, Mohammed and Bertie in fifth place. All right. What paragraph number is entitled Leases?
Wrong one. Fuck that one up.
If you said paragraph 4, you would be correct. Caroline maintaining first place, Harshita in second place. Question number 15. What is the title of paragraph 19? If you said representations, you would be correct. A couple of you got that one incorrect. 11 of you got it right. Good job. Question number 16. What is the title of paragraph 9? All right, if you said closing, you would be correct. And all but 2 of you got that one correct. Caroline in first place, Renee Pretty in second, Mohammed in third, Brittany fourth, and Harshita is now in fifth place. Question number 17. What is the title of paragraph 17? What is paragraph 17? Hopefully, also, you don't ever have to deal with this one either. It is attorney's fees. 13 of you got that right. Good job. Question number 18. What is the title of paragraph 2? All right, 16 of you got that correct. Caroline in first place, Renee Pretty in second place, third place, Mohammed, fourth, Brittany, and fifth place, Raul. Good job showing up on our top 5, Raul. Question number 19. What paragraph number is entitled Title Policy and Survey? If you said paragraph 6, you would be correct. 16 of you got that right. Almost the entire class. Good job. Question number 20. Double points. What is the title of paragraph 22? Raul has just found himself in our position 1. Caroline in position, oh, it just changed. You had it for a moment. Caroline, position 1. Renee Pretty in position 2. Mohammed, position 3. Brittany, and then Raul in position 5. If you said agreement of parties, you would be correct. All right, we have 2 more questions. Question number 21, also for double points. What is the title of paragraph 21? If you said notices, you would be correct. All of you but 1 got that correct. Good job, Realty Texas. All right, Caroline in position 1, Renee in position 2, Mohammed, Rahul, and Brittany. Good job. All right, this is our second to last question. Also for double points. What is the title of paragraph 16? If you said mediation, you would be correct. Caroline in position 1, Renee in position 2, and Raul in position 3. All right, our last question to determine who is in our first, second, and third spots. What is the title of paragraph 8? If you said brokers and sales agent disclosure, you would be correct. All right, let's see what happened here. In third place was Raul. Congratulations, Raul. In second place, Renee Pretty. Good job, Renee. And in first place is Caroline. Congratulations, Caroline. All right, so the three of you have all been awarded gift certificates.
Certificates or gift cards?
Gift cards. All right. Never hurts to have a little fun, right? So, knowing taking ownership of the contract and memorizing your 23 paragraphs is something that is going to help you take ownership of the contract, but also make you feel more confident. So for those of you who have memorized it, thank you. We need to memorize it forwards and backwards, not necessarily for points, but if someone says paragraph 8, you should know exactly what that means. And so if you're still struggling with that, you've got just a little bit more work to do in order for you to really have this down. So my hope was that you were able to get through that entire Kahoot and know every single paragraph and not have to think about it too hard and it come to you. That is the whole purpose of what this exercise was. Okay, mutual consent. On this list, which of these is mutual consent? A, B, C, D, or E?
It's a B.
A meeting of the minds. So mutual consent is the mental handshake. It is a meeting of the minds. This is a big one in real estate. Let me give you an example of where a contract closed and funded and was unwound, which means they rewound the contract due to sufficient evidence that there was actually no meeting of the minds in the first place. This is a very interesting thing if you think about a buyer and a seller negotiating an agreement, getting all the way through the option period, through the loan contingencies, all the way to closing, and then close on the transaction and get out of closing and realize that the two of them never had a meeting of the minds in the first place and the whole thing be unwound. This happened back in 2010. It was a brokerage here in Hutto, Texas. An entire subdivision had foreclosed. This was in the downturn, the financial crisis, where a lot of mortgage companies were foreclosing, but so were a lot of builders. And so here, a developer had developed land, put in gutters, curbs, and streets, and they were about to lottery these to builders. And several of the builders, in fact, all three in this situation, went out of business and ended up foreclosing on their lots. So there were entire streets of lots that were available as REOs. In this particular situation, there was a sign on a lot that said, coming soon. And a consumer was driving through the neighborhood and they saw the sign. They walked the lot. They were very interested in this particular lot and drove to the real estate office in Hutto and sat down with a real estate agent. That real estate agent pulled up all the data in the MLS, found the lot, printed out the tax records. The tax records had a good picture in the tax records of all of the lots. The real estate agent circled the lot. The consumer actually initialed the lot. They put together an offer, submitted an offer to the listing agent. The offer was accepted. The transaction closed. And the buyer was leveling the lot and had his people out about a month later and got a call from the listing agent who was that something was going on, and the listing agent went out there and told the people to get off the lot. what's going on. They called the seller. The seller went out, and there was this big fight between the buyer and the owner of the lot re regarding them being on property that they did not own. A lot of confusion happened. When it was unwound, it was found that there was a sign in the yard that had been there for 8 months. It had fallen over and weeds had grown over it, and the property had been on the market for more than 200 days. Next to this lot was a property that was coming soon, and a sign was put in the yard, but it hadn't yet been put on the MLS. So when the consumer drove to the real estate office, the coming soon was not in the MLS yet, but the lot that had been on the market for 200 days, which was the lot next to it, was in the MLS, and it was the only property that was in the MLS at that time. And so the agent found the lot and made the assumption that that was the transaction, and they actually closed. And so, did the seller and the buyer ever had a meeting of the minds here?
Yes, that is correct.
Jeanette, what do you mean? Yes, that's correct. No, no, that's very incorrect. The buyer and the seller never had a meeting of the minds, right? Because you had a buyer who wanted to buy lot B and a seller who was selling lot C, and they went under contract with the idea that they both to understand that they were talking about the same piece of land, and in fact they were not. And so this was the area of law that rewound the transaction because they never had a mutual consent. And so mutual consent is a very big deal that all parties understand the terms of the agreement. I've also seen transactions unwound where a party didn't understand the terms of the agreement. I'm going to tell you, if you're working with someone who's visually impaired, you should have a third party act as a translator so that they can make sure that the person who has any type of difficulties, whether it's hearing impaired, visually impaired, or otherwise, be there present to make sure that they understand. And another issue that I see happening more often than not, the real estate agent sends the offer to the consumer signs it, and the real estate agent never went through the transaction together. This happened recently to a Realty Texas agent who was a fairly new agent to the firm. This agent had the consumer ask her to offer closing costs with the seller in the offer. The agent put together the offer, sent it over to the buyer without closing costs in paragraph 12 at all. And the offer turned into a contract. It was fully signed by all parties. And the buyer found out in the option period from the lender that it was the closing costs were never negotiated. It was completely left blank. And we have a compliance engine here where all of the offers make it over to our desk where Michael Potter reviews every single line item. But if you leave something blank, there's no way for our team to know that you were supposed to have put in a number there. It's just a piece of information that we don't know. And so the buyer terminated during the option period, fired the agent, and hired a different firm because that agent did not follow their instructions. But what do you think, in my mind, the real issue was?
Poor communication.
What would have been a better, what would have been what would have been better communication, Amaret?
To go over the bullet points of the contract and tell him, tell the buyer what goes where and what it's actually supposed to convey from the seller
Absolutely.
side and from the buyer side.
So I'm not going to even say bullet points. I'm going to say walk the buyer through the contract so that they understand what it is that they're offering, they can see it for themselves, and they can make any course corrections. If we just talk about major terms to the buyer may not understand truly an option period. They may not understand their rights to be able to negotiate the option period in terms of number of days or number of dollars. The buyer might not understand residential service contract. Are you filling out the contract on behalf of the buyer and filling out an option period, picking the earnest money yourself, picking the option amount yourself, picking the number of days yourself, uh, picking the closing costs yourself without talking to the client because you think you can score them something? Uh, Going through in paragraph title policy and survey paragraph 6, going through that and picking whether or not that they're going to get a survey endorsement, choosing the survey for them, picking a random number for paragraph 7H. You're doing real estate unethically. And I know that's painful to hear because a lot of agents are filling out the contract for their client and not even having a conversation with them as to their options. They may say, "What do you want to offer?" And a number is thrown out, and now they're talking about basic terms, but they're not going and they're not talking about the entire contract so that the buyer is part of the decision making of what that offer really is going to look like. And our job is not to do it for them. Our job is to follow their instructions, and we can't follow their instructions if they haven't been fully advised on the whole thing. So you have a duty. And if you have put together an offer yourself and then you sent it to them for signature, and this goes to court, they're going to ask you who came up with the 7-day option period. Who? And the buyer's like, "Well, I don't know. It was just typed in the contract that way." And then the agent says, "Did you counsel your client on option period number of days?" No. So you in fact picked those number of days on your own without speaking to your client. And you were now going to have a limelight pointed on you, and that is you're going to be made an example of in that courtroom, and you're going to walk out in tears. So you always want to say, "I sat with my client. We went through all 23 paragraphs of the contract. I counseled them on what the rule of thumb is out in the profession, what we see, and then they picked the date and I entered it and then they signed it." That has to be the communication with you and your client, and that is how you lower the risk for your client and for the firm. Number 2, unilateral contract. Which one is this? What is a unilateral contract?
E.
So, a unilateral contract is where only one party is obligated to perform. Yes. An option period, for instance, the buyer has the unilateral right to terminate. If the seller finds out that the buyer has not turned in the earnest money and they're past the 3-day window, the seller has the unilateral right to terminate the contract. And so there are situations where you have a unilateral right, but those are called contingencies. The form itself or the agreement that is created is supposed to be an agreement that is binding on both parties. But when contingencies are added to the contract, like a third party financing contingency or a HOA contingency, a paragraph 60 objections for title policy and survey objections. When there's contingencies added to the contract, then one party may have the right to bail. All right, consideration. What is consideration?
D.
D.
Something given in exchange for a promise. And that something given doesn't have to be tangible. It can be intangible. It could be the reason that we're putting this offer together is because the goodwill, I'm putting in an offer for my granddaughter and I want her to have a safe place. It doesn't have to be tangible, more so in that a lot of you have heard at some point the earnest money is the consideration, and that is absolutely not the case. We don't have an earnest money contract in the state. So the earnest money is liquidated damages in the case of default. That's different than an earnest money contract. Option number 4.
A. A.
All right, an agreement between a buyer and seller giving the buyer the right to purchase a property at a preset price for a given period of time. Agents who don't have a basic understanding of tort law or contract law in Texas, sometimes they get a little confused on what this option thing is, and they think that somehow our contract, our 1 to 4 family, has given birth to this concept of option, and it's something that we just have in our contracts. But the thing is that people deal in options. Options are much greater than our 1 to 4 family. It's a much greater thing that's out there, which what this greater concept of options has found its way into our contract, and because it has, there are rules associated to option periods, like they can't be for free. People have to pay for an option to get one, just like people have to pay to extend an option in order to get it. You cannot extend an option for 0 days. There's a Texas Realtors article that I'm going to show you when we get to that point. And so, also, it has to be something nominal, but it also has to be something that's not a symbolic gesture. I'm going to show you another document as well. I'm going to put in the chat. I think we may have already done that in this class, but we're going to do it again, which was the centerfold of a 2015 Texas Realtors article that I've saved all these years, which talks about the option period and not extending for $0, and that it should not be what you would consider symbolic, like $1 a day for an extension or something like that. It needs to be a real number. Our job is not, our job is to make sure that our clients, we follow their instruction, but that we give them the information that they need so that they can make informed choices, like not extending option for $1, which could impact them if it were to go to court and then deem that even though the dollar was paid, it wasn't sufficient to be considered an option and they never had an option. We're supposed to lower the risk. And so when we're advising our clients, if they want to do something like this, we can share an article with them and say, this is really adding a lot of risk to you. They may say, do it anyway, then we're going to follow their instructions. But we certainly don't want to tell them, that this is a good idea or put this together on our own. Things like $0 option or a dollar extension. All right, and so obviously the last one, unenforceable, is a contract that cannot be enforced due to some type of flaw or issue in the contract, meaning that there is a technical flaw in the contract, like a blank. A blank is probably the largest flaw that you can have in a contract that creates sometimes an ambiguous, unenforceable agreement, or at least that particular provision is unenforceable. All right, so we see three very different things here. We see a picture of our 1 to 4 family in the left-hand side, in the middle, and the right-hand side. Now, these are three completely different things, and we should call them different things, but real estate agents, just like they call themselves realtors, when in fact they should be either a realtor or better, a real estate agent, they get this wrong too. And we can't get this wrong. We need to be accurate about this. So what do you feel like the distinctions really are looking at the differences that you see here? Birdie.
One's signed, one's filled out, and then one's blank.
Okay, well, yes. But what is the differences in those three? What would we call each one of these then?
Executed, executory in the middle, and then I guess blank on the third one. That would be my guess.
Okay, I would say no, no, and no.
They're not signed, but that's part of the problem.
Well, okay, some of them are not signed, but one
So
of
that
them.
means they're not executed.
Okay, these are three different agreements, and is one of them signed?
Yes.
Okay, so we can't say these are three completely different things, and so I want you guys to assign a word to each one, the appropriate thing to call each one. What is the first one?
Enforceable
Enforceable what?
contract.
Thank you. The first one is the only one that you can call a contract. What is the second one?
Form.
An offer?
Thank you. But is it signed by anyone? Does an offer need to be signed?
Yes.
It's not an offer yet.
Form.
It's more than a form. It's been filled out.
Mm.
We're going to call the first one a draft. The second one a draft, I mean. Okay? So the first one is a contract. The second one is a draft. What is the third one?
Form.
A
Blank.
form. That's right. And the third one is not a contract. A contract is a enforceable agreement created by two people signed. So I just want you guys to stop using these words. So the first one is a contract or a fully signed agreement. The second one is a draft, and the third one is a form or a template. And so let's just all have a new foundation here. I don't want you to tell your buyer that you're going to send them over a contract. You're going to send them a draft. And when you use that word draft, what do you think the buyer's thinking then?
Review it.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. And do you think that sends a better message than I'm sending you a contract?
Yes.
Yes.
It does. And so when we use the right words, then it creates the right picture in their minds, which starts you off on the right track in the beginning of the whole thing. All right, good. So there's a difference between a form and a contract. Never call a blank or an unsigned form a contract. A contract is a fully signed agreement, not a blank form. An enforceable agreement is a contract that is fully signed and legally binding agreement between two or more parties. Does a contract need an effective date to be legally binding?
Yes.
Oh, that's not it.
Does a contract need an effective date to be legally binding?
No.
No.
No,
Yes.
it absolutely does not. What makes it legally binding is their signatures, not your handwritten effective date. And so the problem is that you have an ambiguous contract, an ambiguous agreement between the parties where they don't know what the deadlines are yet. And that is going to create a huge nightmare. Whose uh, job is it to enter the effective date of a contract?
Ours.
Sherry?
The agent of the party that signs last. Once it's fully executed, no?
I'm not going to agree. I'm not going to agree to those terms. I'm going to say that you're not wrong, but I'm looking for a better answer. And actually, Rio had a good position that he said, but it was a little bit more encompassing. He said ours. Elisa,
Yes.
I can't see you, Elisa, so it's hard to. We need your video on so I can see your face because I can't see your face. But all right, and you're still muted. All right, so
Here I am. And I'm on, well, okay, I'm getting all of these messages popping up. Can you see me now?
there you are.
Okay. My phone is going off. I've got just a very busy household. But anyway, I think I'm going to get it wrong because I was going to say the last person to accept all of the changes and the other party has already signed, and then whoever signs last and everything's been agreed upon is puts in the effective date. But
Okay, so then let me ask you a different question. When I ask this question, it's going to shed light on the real answer. Whose fault is it if a contract makes its way to the title company without an effective date?
Our
Raul,
fault.
My fault.
who's
It's
mine?
our fault.
Oh,
Broker.
Raul. It's our fault. And who is the our in this situation? The buyer and the seller?
No.
Real estate agent.
The real estate agent.
Specifically, which ones?
The one created the draft.
No. No.
The one
The
delivering it to
representative.
the title company.
No. You guys
We
are
work
completely.
for the broker. Is it the broker?
No.
Is
All
it
right.
both?
Yes, it's both. You both share in that. It's the listing agent and the buyer's agent's fault when an agreement makes its way to the title company and there is no effective date. It is everyone's fault. So if it's everyone's fault, then whose responsibility is it to make sure that the contract makes its way to the title company with an effective date?
Both of us.
You both share in that responsibility. So a conversation should be had. Hey, are you going to fill in the effective date? And the two of you should have a conversation with it so that you don't get it wrong. Yep, no, I'll do it. Great. So a conversation should happen. And the other person says, I'll do it. Great. You have it in writing that they're going to do it. And then it gets to the title company and you're going to call the title company. Did you receive it? Is there an effective date? What is the date? It's the 13th. Great. Done. That's lowering the risk, not just like, oh, yay, I got an offer accepted. And now you're off to lunch and have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. We have to be more proactive than that. So it's everyone's fault. So it's everyone's win when you get it right. Elisa.
Isn't it the responsibility of the last agent whose party signed to send a completed copy to the other agent,
Yes.
as well as title and lender?
Yes.
And I always have a lot of communication with the other agent because I don't trust anybody to know or to have their training that we get.
Right.
So it is very important to make sure that it is done properly.
Yes. Yes, Elisa, 100%. That we're going to talk about offer acceptance and acknowledgement in a moment, but we're not quite there yet. We're still at whose responsibility is it to fill in the effective date. And I don't want agents throwing the other one on the bus and saying, no, it's your fault. You're supposed to do it. When actually it was both agents have a responsibility to make sure that they're looking out for their respective clients and making sure they're looking out for their best efforts of their clients and that we are scrupulous and meticulous in acts of omission or commission. And how many of you know what the word omission means? And where does this language come from that comes out of my mouth right now? It comes from chapter 531 of the Canons of Professional Ethics and Conduct under the TREC rules. You have fidelity, integrity, and competency. And in integrity, part of our integrity, how many of you want to have integrity? In order to have integrity, you have to follow, this is the definition of it. And so if you want to be compliant with the code of ethics and you want to be ethical, you got to go read that code of ethics, right? Because if you don't know what it says, you can't be ethical. Truly, because it's a list of rules. Well, if you want to have integrity, then you need to read and understand what TREC's definition of it is, and they actually have one. A license holder has a special obligation to exercise integrity in the discharge of the license holder's responsibilities, including employment of prudence and caution, so as to avoid misrepresentation in any way by acts of commission or omission. What is commission? Doing something wrong. Omission, forgetting to tell them something that you knew that was there that you didn't bother to look at. This is out the gate, the first one we're going to talk about. So we're going to go through integrity, competency, and fidelity, and we're going to talk about those more later. But I bring this up because you have a duty to your client. Under TREC rules, your duties to your clients are primary, and it starts with the canons of professional ethics and conduct, which is baked into our TREC rules. And one of them says you're not going to forget to tell your client something. And knowing how important that our contract have an effective date, both agents are responsible for it. Yes, there's a rule of thumb that says the last person to touch it's going to enter in the date, but that doesn't mean that it absolves the person on the other side when it makes it to the title company without one. We all have that responsibility. So knowing that, both agents should have a text message conversation. My client accepts. Awesome. Great. So please send me over a copy of the fully signed contract. And are you filling in the effective date? The effective date should be part of the conversation. So one of you is doing it. And in the text message, you should put the date that is the effective date. Are you going to fill in the 13th as the effective date? Today's the 27th. Are you going to fill in the 27th as the effective date? Why is it so important that I would, in the beginning of this class, before we even get into paragraph 1, tell you that in the text message, you should have the date of the effective date? Emmerich.
Because that's when the option period kicks off from
Why would I put it in text message?
to have a record if something was to go, like if you were in a disciplinary hearing, you would have record of when it was communicated to the other party.
That's right. Whenever you have a disagreement about an offer, they're always going to go back to all of the text messages and conversations that happened before to put that all together. And if someone was arguing about what the effective date was, then you can go back to a text message and say, no, this was the date. Here's the conversation, and I even had it here. Those types of text messages are the ones that go to protect you. I always have that kind of stuff. Whatever was agreed to or spoken about, I always put it in text message as a follow-up, as having it in writing to help protect me and my client later. All right, good job. Contracts are a formal agreement, and contracts are usually confusing to clients. It's part of our job to advise the client about the form, walking them through it. We need to use clear and concise language when we're explaining the contract, especially when we say we're going to send over a draft. Congratulations. Now I've got your draft back. Now it's signed by the buyer. I'm going to submit your offer to the other side. Congratulations, your offer was accepted. Now you're under contract. The effective date of the contract is going to be today, which means your option period begins today. Today is day 0. I'm going to go ahead and send you over a list of timelines so you can see when your deadlines are. These are the types of things that we should be communicating with our client and following up via email and text message so they have it. And we have a form from Texas Realtors now that is the critical dates list. We actually created one of these before, and I called it the critical dates list. And then, poof, Texas Realtors created one called critical dates list. Actually, it came from Cindy Bell. Cindy Bell was talking because she was on the forums task force, and she was talking about that list. This came from us. And said, well, Realty Texas has this thing. It's this critical date list, and it's a form that comes out of our system. We send to the other side. It's really cool. And like, oh, that's a good idea. So they are indeed. It ripped off and duplicated it and made it a form, which I have no problem with because I think it's good. Okay, we're going to, in your email, there is the 1 to 4 family. It was emailed to all of you, so you actually have a copy of it. And I would like you guys to follow along. So I'm going to go ahead and pull it out of the email so that you have it. I'm going to put it into our chat for those of you who can't find the email quick enough.
It's a blank copy of the 1 to 4. Is that correct, Jack?
It's the form, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so now you should have that in the chat so you can open it up and go along. Now, I want to go back to my slides really quick because someone remind me when we get into paragraph 5 to bring up my Texas Realtors article because I want to make sure that we go over that. All right. So what we're going to do now is now that we have this up and we're ready, we're going to take our first break. We're going to come back from the break and then we're going to jump in and we're going to go from paragraph 1 all the way through to paragraph 23. It is 10:06. Let's come back at 10:16. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry, I got kicked out, so it got lost.
No.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right, so this contracts class is going to satisfy your 3 hours of contracts. This is also 8 hours of SAE for those of you who need SAE. This class is $20. So for those of you paying the $20, we need to see CE in front of your name if you will be. And if you haven't yet paid, please get with Miguel, update it so that you're all set for Miguel to send over the information for your hours this afternoon. He always sends them over on the actual day of the class at the end of the day. All right. How many of you ever noticed that there's a big square around this page? There's a big box around it. What does that box mean? Does that box mean anything? What does it mean?
That it is promulgated, so you can't write in it. It's like,
Well, it is promulgated, but that's not what the box means. The box has a specific purpose. Or maybe I didn't understand what you meant by promulgated. So, what does the box?
Everything inside the box matters, like signatures, dates, information.
Okay, but are the initials inside or outside the box?
Inside.
Are they? Look again.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, they're outside.
Yeah.
so
Why?
it's everything side, you can't change the words because it's been promulgated by a lawyer.
Definitely not true. Parties have the right to change these words all day long.
Oh.
We're going to talk about that as well. All right. Inside the box is the entire agreement. Outside the box is not the agreement. So when you initial, you need to initial outside the box. Because when you initial outside the box, you're initialing everything that's inside the box. When you initial inside the box, you're initialing a change to a provision. So all of the initials are supposed to be, when you initial the whole page, outside the box. When you're initialing a change to the form, that would happen inside the box. So the entire agreement is contained inside. Outside the box, you could put your company logo out there. You can write little notes, draw little hearts, whatever you want, and it has no effect on the contract. So, not that I'm advocating for any of that, but I'm just uh, making a point that everything outside the box is not the agreement. So, if someone were to write a note outside the box, it would have no effect on the contract at all. An attorney might look at that to understand what the parties were thinking to try to find out if they really had a meeting of the minds. But our job is to create a bulletproof contract. And so you notice how a lot of agents, when they're changing paragraph 3, they put all of their initials outside the box when they're initialing a price change. So, based on the information I just gave you, is that a good idea or a bad idea? It would be a bad idea because whatever's outside the box is initialing the whole page. And if they made a change and all the parties signed on the outside, all you're doing is reinforcing that the original amount was the amount that we agreed upon, not the actual changed amount. So an attorney might look at a draft or a contract that has $50,000 let's just make it easy. 300,000 in paragraph 3A and C, making it a cash offer. $300,000. Someone crossed out the $300,000 and put 290 and 290 in paragraphs A and C, and everyone signed in the right border. What they've really done is said, no, we're going back to the 300. It's not 290 because they kept signing on the outside, which is the original form. So inside the form is where all of the signatures goes. But real estate agents think, but if I put my signature over there, it's going to cover the text. And somehow in doing that, I'm affecting a promulgated form, and that's unethical, which is not it. The promulgated form exists whether or not your signature is covering it or not, or your client's signature. We knew what the word was under it because they're on Trex website. So it doesn't make any effect. Now, crossing something out is an effect. Putting a signature over it is not an effect. So you need to make sure that you're making all of your changes inside the box and changing as you're going back and forth. Nice to create a nice clean version at the end where none of this exists. That's always highest and best. But in the event that you're actually going through this route, it is acceptable to counter an offer back and forth until you have agreed upon terms. Just make sure that the agreed upon terms are clear. So I always like to mention what the box means because it actually means something. Okay, you'll notice at the top there is the word notice and it has a sentence. Would someone read that sentence after the word notice at the top?
Not for use for condominium transactions.
That's right. I often see real estate agents writing an offer for a condo on this one because it was a garden home. We talked about garden homes a couple weeks ago. What is a garden home? Paint the picture for the class. So who would like to do that? Okay. No one? No one knows? No one? Rio, you gonna go for it?
Please enlighten me. I'm the most confused one right now.
Okay. All right. So there is a classification of a garden home, which are detached properties that are sitting on condo land. They're built all over the Texas metro. And you drive in, usually there's zero lot lines. It starts with the number one on one of the dwellings, and the next one has a number two. But when we think condo, we often think townhome, shared walls, or high rise. We often don't think we pull into a neighborhood, the entire neighborhood of 50 homes are all condos. And you can really look at this by the legal description because the legal description ends with percent in common. So everybody owns, if there's 100 of them, 1% of the whole, but they have quiet, peaceful enjoyment rights on the property that they have purchased, but they own in percentage or in common. And so people see those garden homes and they think this isn't a condo. This is not a condo, but it's more like real property that is fee simple. So I am going to use this form. Is the title company going to stop you?
I don't think so.
Not on your life. They don't give a flip. They don't really care. Their job is not an enforcement agency. They're to follow the agreements of the parties. Well, they may say something, possible, maybe, but I see this happening a lot, and the title companies never object. They don't object to it. Now, I have a question. What type of agreement have you created here?
Unenforceable.
Well, okay, it's unavoidable, but it's also another kind of agreement.
Void.
Yes, it's likely void, as if it was you didn't have the legal capacity to put it on this form. Now, can a void contract close?
Yes.
Absolutely all day long. So what you've done is you've created an unenforceable agreement so that if the parties start misbehaving, there's no way to enforce it against the non-defaulting party or enforce it against the defaulting party. So what you've really done is you put an agreement together and you can write an offer on a napkin. And as long as everyone's behaving and continues pushing forward and closes the transaction, and great, because they all closed from sheer goodwill. And that happens sometimes. Despite everything, the parties just want to close, and out of goodwill, because they both want to close, they meet it to the closing table. But that's not what a contract is for. A contract is to hold everyone accountable for the promises they made. So if you see a garden home, it needs to be put on a condo contract, not the one divorced family. This happens so much that Trek has even put this sentence across the top of it, not for use for condominium transactions. And that sentence by itself is the reason why this would become a void contract, because the commission has said that you can't use it for that purpose. It's for an illegal purpose now. And you did it anyway, which means that it's void. So if at the closing table, either one of the parties said, I'm done, then the whole agreement was void, which means the option and the earnest and all of it starts getting unwound as if it never happened in the first place. And that is not where you want to find yourself. All right, paragraph one, parties. I'm going to start out the gate by saying that you should be asking your clients, do you have a preference in the order in which your name appears in the contract? That was a big mouthful, but I want you to say it out loud. Do you have a preference on the order in which your name appears in the contract? I'll say it out loud.
You have a choice.
Do you
No,
have a
You have a
preference?
preference.
Do you have a preference in which the order of your names appear on the contract?
Thank you, Renee. Let's be professional. How many of you just putting the man first and putting the woman second? Shame on you if you do
Never.
that. Shame for shame for shame. Because you very well might be in a situation where it was her house and they got married. Now they're both in the contract and wonder how she feels about that. So I always ask my clients, do you have a preference on the order in which your names appear on the contract? And then they have like this little thing where they look at each other and they kind of smile and go back and forth, and then they get to pick. But guess who's not going to pick that for them? This guy right here. I'm not going to do that. So, how many of you have ever asked that question, legitimately asked? Okay, thank you for those who have asked, who have asked. All right. So, from now on, we're going to ask the question. Good. What happens if you have more parties that can fit? What do you do then?
The
Special
form to
provision?
be,
What's that?
Special provision?
Okay, that is an acceptable use of special provisions. We don't have a lot of room in special provisions these days. They're trying to
You
make that
use
thing
that
really small.
addendum with all the lines on it to be able to add to.
Yeah, I like that one too. So special provisions is okay, and the addendum is okay. On the addendum, should you only add the missing people?
no,
Or
no.
so how should you structure this if you've got six people, for instance? What are you going to do?
However their preference is, put all of it in the addendum.
I was gonna say, put it in the contract as the parties to this contract are C attached with the 6 names in order of their preference on the addendum.
Exactly right. So we're going to say see addendum one in there. And so we're going to point to that addendum for all of the information. We would not want to put or favor one person on the contract here because it's not one person. You want all of the people. So put all the parties on that one section. Exactly right. And in paragraph 21 notices, you're also going to want to point to this addendum as well because they're only going to give you space for really two, maybe three people. So technically, it's usually two. All right. Now, there's a sentence underneath paragraph 1 that is the most important sentence of the entire contract, and less than 1% of agents have ever even read it. Will someone here read the sentence that is under paragraph 1 to the class? Thank you, Jeanette.
Seller agrees to sell and convey to buyer, and buyer agrees to buy from seller the property defined below.
By the way, this is the entire agreement. This is the agreement that has been reached. The seller agrees to sell. And when the seller decides that they don't want to sell or the buyer doesn't want to buy anymore, this is the provision that ends up going to court. That you agreed to sell. You agreed to sell the property. You didn't agree to do this, this, and this. So, yes, they're agreeing to sell and buy, but they're also granting each other in the contract maybe certain contingencies, allowing one of the parties to be able to back out. And those contingencies are very important. And so without a contingency, if the parties don't grant each other any contingency, there is no change your mind. All right. So we're gonna always remember if we got more parties, we're gonna put them in an addenda. If while we're speaking with our clients, we're always going to ask them their names. Now, what happens if you have the wonderful, we speak about this all the time, the infamous LLC? How are we going to address the LLC when you have a client that has an LLC? What are you going to do? You're just going to trust that they are two bricks and one rock LLC and put that on the contract and be done with it? Or do you think that there's a set of SOPs that you need to follow here? And if you think that you should have a set of SOPs, what are they? Who would like to take this one by raising your hand? All right, Rio.
We'll take a stab and say that if they do have an LLC, that it needs to be presented. The documentation that states where it shows that they're an LLC, because you can't just say, I own this and I'm that without any documentation, any formal or legal documentation stating that.
Okay, so Rio says that we need documentation, but I want to get real specific. So exactly what document? So if you want to take a step at that, you can, Rio, but Amrit really wants to, so I'm going to let you two duke it out.
I will
Defer?
allow her, yes.
Okay, so Rio is deferring to Amrit. Amrit?
Articles of incorporation
Oh, okay. So where do we get those kinds of things?
from the state controller's office.
I think SOS. What does SOS stand for?
The
Renee?
Secretary of State.
Oh, there we go. All right, so these things are filed at the Secretary of State, and inside there they have these things. It's blank of incorporation. What are they? Think Constitution.
It names all the
Articles.
Thank you, Isabel. Articles of incorporation. And in the articles of incorporation and on the LLC document itself, which will have a Secretary of State seal, and you can go to the Secretary of State and you can pay $1 and get a certified copy to make sure that it's still a legitimate entity. But you need to get the articles of incorporation, and then you need to get the LLC documents. And the LLD documents are going to provide you who are the authorized managers of that LLC. And the authorized managers of that LLC have to be the ones who sign. If they're not a manager, they're just a member, they don't have signing privileges. So, who are the managers of the LLC? And you can have a single member manager, which means it's one person and they are the member and the manager, or you can have a multi person LLC where you will have members and managers. The managers have signatory rights. So then you have to who is the person who's a signatory right, and you need identification from that person. So for you to write a lease application or putting together an offer, you should open title with the title company, ask title to review the Secretary of State documents ahead of time, and verify that it's in good standing and that they have signatory rights and the title company can verify all of this. That would be my recommendation. So if you're getting a pre-qualification letter put together for a buyer, the name of the LLC should be on the pre-qualification letter. But if the LLC is paying cash, then you're going to want proof of funds showing the LLC bank account, not something else, and all of the documents stating that this person is actually a signer for this LLC and that they have the cash. It is very difficult for an LLC to obtain financing. A lot of investors think that they can just become investors, put 3 or 4 of them together, and then put an LLC. Their LLC is 1 week old, and they're putting in an offer, having no idea that that's never going to get financing. That they're going to have to get financing in their own names because they're not going to allow an LLC who has no credit and no income and no assets to buy a property. It would be just like asking a lender to say, hello, we have no credit, no money, no job, and no history, but we'd like $500,000, please. They're going to say, okay, well, we'd be happy to give you $500,000. Go get some credit and go get some income so that we can look at that because that's what is necessary for us to get a loan. I see agents getting the LLC wrong all the time. They have a buyer who wants to buy in an LLC but doesn't have the capacity to buy as an LLC. So if you're working with a buyer who's paying cash and has LLC documents, take those documents to your preferred closing while you're getting them pre-qualified so that they can review those documents so that you'll be prepared to be able to submit an offer. So if you do have a legitimate LLC that does have sufficient years behind it, that has income, that has tax returns filed and all of that, then they can actually use it and actually can get a loan. That's awesome. But the title company is going to need to be able to advise you whether or not they're legitimate. And if they are getting a loan, then obviously the lender needed to have known all of this information and they will provide the LLC a pre-qualification letter and that will be on the pre-qualification letter. So if you have a pre-qualification letter in an individual's name and they want to buy as an LLC, we're not going to put the LLC in paragraph 1. You're going to need to tell them. We need to go back to the lender and tell the lender that you're buying as an LLC. And we need the pre-qualification letter updated with the LLC. And let the lender be the bad guy to tell them that they can't get qualified that way. Let them do their job on that because that's not really ours. But if they're coming at you with an LLC that has cash, we still can't just like, woo, okay, I got a pre-qualification letter. We have to look at their pre-qualification. We can't just look at the proof of funds and say, okay, they got the cash. The LLC has to have, the proof of funds has to have the LLC name on it. We still have to look at the Secretary of State documents. We have to see their articles of incorporation. We have to see who the managers are. And then we need to have an identification, a driver license or a passport or a legal ID with those people's names on it and have all that together for paragraph 1. All right, so we've talked about LLCs, we've talked about the order in which the names appear. We've also spoken about what happens if you have too many names and this very important paragraph, which is the crux of the whole contract. Does anybody else have any questions regarding paragraph 1 before we move on?
I do real quick.
Rio and then Sherry.
Everything that you just described to us is a nugget of gold. Where can we source this information if for some reason I run into this issue later down the road, if that's okay to ask?
Our Realty Texas policy, version 2026, which I'm going to send you a snapshot of it. It has not been published because we have a policy out there that we're waiting to publish. But we have actually put rules into our new Realty Texas policy manual about how to handle a buyer who's an LLC.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, Sherry, and then Sharon.
For multiple parties under number 1 to put them on the blank form, what is the exact verbiage you want in there?
See addendum dated 01/01/2028 or whatever the date is.
Okay.
But you're going to reference the addendum, and the addendum should be dated, and you should reference the date on the addendum.
Excellent.
In the event of a trust, we just need the trust documents.
If it's a trust, then you need the trust documents, but you're going to also probably need a trustee's a letter showing who the trustee is and that it has been fully formed by an attorney. No, Rio, I will not post the policy manual because it is not yet part of the company's policy, but I am going to give you paragraph 6.1.
Thank you.
All right, that's a sort of a messy version of it. Okay. All right. Now, what happens if it is a situation where you have a deceased individual who owned the property and it has not yet gone through probate? I'm going to send this to you guys when we get it done because that's not copying because it's too many characters. All right. So what happens if it's intestate? An intestate means that it's not gone through probate yet. So someone has died and you're dealing with certificates how do you handle the name? The title shows the deceased person. How do you handle intestate? Affidavits of heirship, all of that. How do you handle paragraph 1? Anyone want to venture a guess? Do we put the deceased person on the contract? No. Can a deceased person sell a house?
No.
No, they can't.
And can we fill it out in oh, I lost my quote.
All right, so the only answer is if it is being sold intestate, then the heirs, every single one of the heirs has to be in paragraph 1, all of the heirs. And how do you find out the heirs? You're going to have to take it to title. They're going to fill out a questionnaire. That questionnaire is going to list, and some third party, a minister, a priest, a family friend, someone who knows that family is going to have to attest to it. They're going to have a list of every single heir, basically every single person and child born to both parties that own the property, if there were two, and anytime over the course of their lifetime when they were married and divorced, they'll need to have all of this documentation to the title company. And then each person will have to sign. And if someone's deceased, then they're going to need to get a death certificate for each person who is deceased and put all of that together in order for the title company to issue a title policy, a title commitment on that transaction. So if you're dealing with a property that has not gone through the probate process, it is possible to sell it. A real estate agent cannot fill out the affidavits of heirship. No, you can't. That's a legal thing. Title companies can. And oftentimes the closers will fill out the affidavits for you. But we once had a real estate agent who was filling out the affidavits. That's the unlawful practice of law. You can't fill out the affidavits. You also can't fill out the questionnaire. Title companies have to help you with this. So then all of the heirs are going to be on the contract, but so all of the heirs should be on the listing agreement. So first it's going to start with the listing agreement. You're going to have all of the heirs on a listing agreement. And I recommend in the listing agreement that in special provisions of the listing agreement, you have them agree to their proceeds. There's 6 of them, then 20%, 15%, whatever that works out. There's 5 of them, 20%. If there's 4 of them, 25% of the proceeds each. And they agree to that in the special provisions. Why do you think that I would have in special provisions of my contract the percentage that they agree to receive in the listing agreement? And all of them sign it, Sherry.
So that when you're at the closing table, there is not a disruption of, no, I thought I got 50% and it blows the whole deal apart at the end.
There's always the one person. I paid the property taxes the last 10 years and you guys are cheating me out of that and I should get it better. I should, be submitting this to a bill and get that paid off first. Okay, no, we're not going to play that game. The title company is going to be in an impossible scenario and we're all. So as I'm talking to my clients in the listing, I always let them know, look, we need to agree to this up front. You guys are not probated this. And so I need all of you to agree to what percentage heir you are to the decedent. And then whatever percent heirship they are, we put that on the form. And that will ensure that they have an enforceable agreement. So if they decide not to sell at the closing table, they breach their listing agreement and they owe you a commission. It's not going to stop the transaction from falling apart. It's just going to mean that they owe you a commission because they agreed ahead of time. Okay, so this is the thing. Number one, there's a lot going on here. You're going to run into LLCs. You're going to run into situations where you have an intestate, someone's died and they want to sell the property. You're also going to deal with situations where the property has actually gone through probate and now you have an executor. And the executor is going to be appointed by the court to be able to represent the entity because it's now an entity that will be closing on that property. All right. That's the last. I know somebody else had their hand up regarding questions in paragraph 1. Was there any others before we move to paragraph 2? Okay. You can always put your questions in the comments later or at break. All right. Paragraph 2, property. The land, improvements, and accessories are all collectively referred to as the property. How many of you have heard the bundle of rights? What are the bundle of rights?
Peaceful, peaceful enjoyment of the um property. Bundle of rights.
Okay. Well, what are some other uh so that's part of the bundle. What are the other bundleables?
The land, surface, the air above the land, the water rights to the land,
Possession, control,
possession, yes.
exclusion,
Right to enjoy, right to
enjoyment.
dispose, right to possess.
Okay. So, and what makes real property? What is the bundle of real property? That is what Sharon was talking about a moment ago. Air rights, surface rights, subsurface rights, and the subsurface rights are the mineral rights.
Yeah.
So we have subsurface rights, which are mineral rights. We have surface rights, which is use of the land, and then we have air rights. So this contract right here is talking about reservations, and we're going to talk about what that means because does this contract automatically convey all of the mineral rights that's owned, or does it automatically hold them back? Or if they want to convey minerals from the seller to the buyer, does another form need to be used? What do
Another
you
form
think?
has to be used.
No, Sharon.
No?
So you're telling me that when a property is sold, that the rights don't convey to the buyer without the use of another
They
form?
do. They do. You have to use the form if the person selling is keeping the rights.
Okay. So now, if the seller holds back anything, a form is going to have to be used. But when this contract is written everything that the seller owns that's real property conveys, all of it. If the seller wants to keep something, then we're going to have a form for it. If the buyer wants to accept something that's not part of this bundle of real property, which would be personal property, then there's a form for that. So just know that this form is everything that the seller owns. If the seller wants to hold something back, we need a form for it. If the buyer wants something additional that's not real property, a form is for it. But if no forms are used, everything that the seller owns that is real property conveys to the buyer. It starts with lot, block, section, track, the city, the county, and then the address. So it says known as, and this is where we put in the address of the property. If the address 123 Main Street is entered and you have the correct lot, block, section, and tract, but you made a mistake and you put 124 Main Street and 123 Main Street, is that going to materially affect the contract? No, it's not going to materially affect the contract. If the address is 123 Main Street and you entered 123 Main Street and it's lot block section, it's lot 21 and you entered lot 22, will that materially affect the contract?
Yes.
It will materially affect the contract because you have sold the wrong lot. The 911 vanity address on here can be wrong because that's not going to be what's recorded. What's going to be recorded is a legal description. And that's the thing that the seller doesn't know. How many of you have ever had a seller that said, "Oh, I got my legal description memorized. I'm lot 23, block 3, section 4 of Terra Vista"? Probably no one, right? So when they're reading this contract, that's all going to be foreign to them, but that's the most important thing. So they're going to see their address and they're going to perhaps look at it and even correct you if they notice their address is wrong. But is the seller or the buyer going to be able to verify that the legal description is correct? And the answer is likely no. So we need to double check the legal description. Should we trust what the MLS says for the legal description? Heck no. Capital H, heck no. Should we trust the seller's offer instructions in the MLS for the legal description?
Absolutely
No,
not.
absolutely not. Where are we going to go to verify the legal description?
County Appraisal District.
Uh-huh. We're going to go to the appraisal district's website and we're going to look it up and we're going to look to make sure that the seller's names are there and it all makes sense. Now,
What
some
about double checking against the survey as well?
we're going to get there.
Okay.
But at the time you're getting an offer, there's 40% chance that you're going to have the survey in your hand right now. Usually you're asking for them to give a copy of it and trying to pull it back. Yes, some agents are going to have it in the MLS. Yes, you can search prior MLSs to see if it's hanging out in one of those old MLSs and try to get your hands on it, which I highly recommend. But again, still then you're 40% of the time you're going to actually have it. And so I'm always asking the other side, can you give me your offer instructions? Because I didn't see anything in the MLS. Can I get a copy of the survey? But I'm not going to stop from getting my offer in just because I don't have those documents. I'm going to get the offer in. All right, good. So the legal description, very important. I want you to go to the CAD website and I want you to put on what is the CAD. Now, I know that there is a surveyor out there who surveyed the city of Dale, Texas, which is south of Austin on the 130. And that surveyor was notorious. That's not a good thing. He was notorious for getting surveys wrong. And he actually surveyed the entire city of Dale back in the 1990s. And he surveyed the entire city incorrectly. And the entire city to this date has the property boundary lines going right through the middle of everyone's houses. It is a nightmare, and they've been dealing with that. Do surveyors make mistakes? That's why they have air and emissions insurance. So I am not going to rely on a survey as the gospel either. I'm going to go to the CAD website. And yes, the CAD's been wrong, but they have geolocated every property address. And I'm going to look at that as the primary because the surveyor also is going to look at the CAD's website as the primary. So they will have gone to the CAD's website, verified it there, and then they're going to pull documents. And so the same place that the surveyor looked to get the legal description is the same place you should, which is the CAD. So lot, block, section, track. important, and where you get it, also important. Verify it from the tax records. Okay, now improvements. You're going to notice that there's some bold text here, and that bold actually means something. So you have the land, you have improvements, you have accessories, and you have exclusions. So we've talked about the land, which is the legal description. Now we're going to talk about improvements. This is stuff that has been turned into real property. It's part of it. So the improvements are improvements on the land that have been deemed real property that go along with the sale. This, the house that's on the land, garage, and all other fixtures and improvements attached to the above described real property, including without limitation the following permanently installed and built-in items. If a mirror is hanging on a hook, is that permanently built in? If it is glued to the wall, is it permanently built in? Yes. So maybe there's beautiful mirrors hanging in the bathroom. Should you ask if those mirrors are going to go or stay? Because how do you know?
You should ask because it could be attached to the wall with just a hook.
That's right. And if the buyer wants the mirrors, they should ask. I'm going to tell you that a lot of mirrors are hanging on a hook. And so a lot of people these days are getting decorative mirrors for their bathrooms, especially the half bath, and it's hanging on a hook and they take it with them. I have sold 3 model homes in the past. And very oddly, all 3 model homes, the mirrors disappeared and was sold without mirrors in the bathrooms because they hired a staging company to come in and stage the entire model home. And the stager brought in their mirrors. And when the stager came in to pick up all of their stuff, they walked out the door with the mirrors. So I understand that most new construction is not using this contract, but I'm just using it as a point. All right. So permanently installed and built-ins is bold here because we have to remember just because it's on this list, it might not be permanently installed. So we're going to talk a bit about what is permanently installed and what's not. All right. So permanently installed and built-in items, if any, all equipment and appliances, valances, screens, shutters, awnings, wall-to-wall carpeting, mirrors, ceiling fans, attic fans, mailboxes, television antennas, mounting brackets for television and speakers, heating and air conditioning units, security and fire detection equipment, wiring, plumbing and lighting fixtures, chandeliers, water softener systems, kitchen equipment, garage door openers, cleaning equipment, shrubbery, landscaping, outdoor cooking equipment, generators, and all other property attached to the described real property. So again, all other property attached. And then it says permanently installed and built in, and improvements that are fixtures. So anything. Let's talk about the one that we used to get all the time. What about the TV that's mounted on the wall? What's the story there? The saga story that comes along with the TV. What happens with the TV?
The TV is not permanently attached.
Okay. The TV is attached to what?
A mounting bracket.
A mounting bracket. Okay. Elisa, you were first to the gate with your hand, so I'm going to call on you. Yes, you're both right so far.
Yeah, the brackets on the wall are permanently installed, but the TV is not. But always ask. And I have sold homes with wall TVs that were only on a hook. So you really have to be careful and have a conversation and with the other agent and make sure it's clear what's happening.
The world is changing. These, out the gates 10 years ago, these TVs were heavy, and now they're getting lighter and lighter and lighter. They're not 200 pounds anymore. In fact, a lot of them can be hung by a single person. Miguel and I bought one recently, and it was so light, I was astonished on how light it was. It was probably like less than 10 pounds. I mean, it was just really, really light for how big it was. And so there are people who are now hanging these things on a hook, which means that the bracket is not real property. But if the bracket is bolted to the wall, the bracket stays, it's real property, and the TV is designed to be removed from the bracket. So when the TV leaves or is taken away from the property, part of the bracket is on the TV, and that part of the bracket that's on the TV is part of the bracket and should be removed and put back onto the bracket. That part that's attached to the TV should not make its way out the front door. And so the entire bracket would remain, and the TV is personal property. Now, a lot of sellers are going to ask you, well, what should I do? I want to take my TV. What is your recommendation to them? Then they say, what should we do? What do you think a good recommendation to the seller is?
Take the TV, leave the bracket.
Okay, Jay? I don't know that that's good
Sorry.
advice.
I would have them put a note on it that says does not convey.
Okay, Bertie?
I would have them take it
You,
down before we listed the property.
yeah. So Jay, you don't need to put a note on something that already doesn't need to convey, unless you're talking about the bracket, and that would mean that you would put that would add confusion unless you were really specific. I like where Bertie's approach is. Mr. and Mrs. Buyer. The reality is that we don't know if a buyer is going to want to put a bracket there. So if this is the place above a fireplace and it's just perfectly fit, that likely you're going to get a buyer asking for it. TVs are pretty cheap these days. I would leave it because I think that it's going to improve the sale, or I would remove it. And if you're going to remove it, remove both of them and fix the wall and put something there. But if you're going to leave it, just be prepared that they may ask for it. Then it's just now you're going to have to negotiate it. But if it's I'm taking these with me, then my recommendation is to take them down before the sale and get them out of sight. The seller is going to have a preference here. I'm not giving my TV. Okay, I recommend that you take the TV down, and having an ugly bracket there is not going to do anything for yourself. So you might as well just take them both down. I don't want to live in a house without a TV. Okay. I get it, Mr. Seller. All I'm telling you is what my recommendations are. I can't force you to take your TV down. But at the point you have a showing, it's going to become up for negotiation. And typically, in the market that we're in right now, sellers are hard pressed to say no when they get an offer like this. And so, are you really going to put the entire transaction in jeopardy over a television? The only person that can answer that question is you when they get the offer. And so, my goal here is to help you limit your risk and help you have the most smoothest transaction possible. And if this TV is really, really important for you, the only way that I can guarantee that it's not going to become a point of contention in a contract is for it to be out of sight and out of mind ahead of time. That's it. All we're doing is advising them on what we see, and then they get to make the decision. That's it. Now, what are some things that we might be walking around a property that we might want to ask a seller about that might be something that could fall into one of these categories? Alisa.
A beautiful chandelier or lighting fixture.
Okay. Super custom. Maybe they've got lighting. Maybe they've got a fixture in the dining room that is a elk horns. Obviously, the builder did not put it there. And so you're going to look at it and see this is really custom. And you're thinking, well, some people are going to hate this and some people are going to like it anyway. So, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, are you wanting that to convey in the sale? And they're like, no. Okay, thank God. Maybe we should replace that and put it in the garage. Of course, we're never gonna take that approach. But the idea here is if you see something in the house that's going to be an issue, or you think that they're going to want to take it, it's always the best practice to get it out of sight and out of mind. It could be curtains, it could be a chandelier, it could be a barn door, it could be a lot of things. You find out that your seller is, for the last 10 years, grown champion rose bushes and they go to national competitions. So then the first question is going to be, oh, I see all these rose bushes. Do you plan on taking those with you? Of course, I'm taking my rose bushes with me. Got it. We need to exclude those because if you don't, you're losing your rose bushes. So we should just be on the lookout for these things. Two more questions before we move on. Amrit and then Bertie.
Jack, let's say I'm selling my home, right? and I have all these appliances, my washer, dryer, television we talked about, and I'm still there just for a showing. I can't move 10 pieces of appliances out of the home because I don't want them to convey. So what are my choices here? What do I do now?
Yeah, so um, there is no expectation that the seller is going to convey personal property. And so if you have a property and the buyer asks for washer, dryer, and fridge, and you don't want those to go for your sale, then it's very possible that in the offer it has washer, dryer, and fridge as a non-realty addendum attachment. Now you, the seller, are going to have to determine how you are going to counter that, and are you going to counter it? So, there is no right answer here, Amrit, except for, selling the home vacant, which is a really good thing because then you have a lot more control over it. But oftentimes it's buyers are showing up without a lot of cash and they're putting down their down payment. Interest rates are higher, so buyers are paying more than they wanted to, and it's not uncommon, especially in this market, for an appliance package to be offered by all the other properties, and maybe you're the only one that's not. And so maybe wanting to keep the washer and dryer and fridge and sell your property, what do you want more? How important really is that washer dryer fridge to you? I know in a perfect world that you'd want to take those with you. And if we were back 2020 or 2021, this wouldn't even be up for conversation. It would be, in the MLS, appliances don't convey and, just counter them and they're not going to even ask for them. Uh, and if they did, a no would not preclude the sale. But you're the one who's going to be the recipient. My job is to market your property and bring you offers. And then you instruct me in how you want to counter the offer. And it's up to you to determine the level of risk that you want to take with your counter. It begins and ends with that, Amram. Bertie.
Me and Emra had very similar questions, but I just wanted to clarify the appliances are not considered, a fixture, right? Or
It
they're
depends on
more
which
personal.
ones. Washer dry. If a refrigerator is built into the kitchen with kitchen cabinets around it, it stays. If it's just a free floating refrigerator, it's personal property. Californians, the refrigerator has been deemed many years ago as a fixture. So people from California coming here are surprised to learn that they had to give up their refrigerator in California and then they come here and buy a house without one. And so not all states consider the same things real property. So the refrigerator, the washer, and dryer in Texas are all considered personal property.
Okay.
And they don't go with the sale. And if the buyer wants them, then they have to ask for them on a bill of sale. And we have a form promulgated by Texas Realtors that's called the non-realty addendum that you can attach to the contract so that when the contract closes, that the non-realty addendum that the seller promised to give the buyer is tied to the contract. So that you don't end up doing a bill of sale on the side where the seller promises to give the buyer the washer and dryer and then the contract falls apart, but you still have an agreement standing out there where the seller has agreed to give the buyer a washer and dryer for $0. It's very important to tie that non-realty addendum to the contract so that when the contract property sales, then the non-realty addendum kicks in and is part of the entire agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yep. All right. We're going to get through accessories and exclusions, and then we're going to take our break. So, real property are the improvements. These are the bold sentence that says permanently installed and built-in items. All of these things are fixtures in the home. They're built in. Your water softener is built in. Your whole house generator is typically built in. Your shingles on the roof that are solar shingles are built in. All of these things have become real property. Accessories are things that are free floating, that may not be attached at all, that have been deemed to be real property because the contract says that they're real property. Things like window air conditioning units that are just sitting in the window, a stove, which could be installed without an anti-tip device and not be attached at all. It's just sitting there. And so because the stove is not attached in any real way, they've had to attach it as an accessory. Fireplace screens. We're not talking about the fireplace screen that is in the built-in fireplace blocks that you have to slide across that's already built into it. They're talking about decorative screens that are sitting in front of a fireplace. So you might have a fireplace screen that's in a rural home and this huge fireplace that's got the family crest on it. And you look at it and say, oh, our contract will have that going with the home. Did you mean for that? Do you want to keep that? Oh, they can't have my screen. My grandmother, that was my great grandfather's screen. I'm glad we're having this conversation because that could have been a mess. Let's get this one out of sight, out of mind, or like you say, sometimes say that this doesn't go with the sale. But I don't like having something in a room that accentuates the room, that it helps the room look nicer, and it not go for the sale. That's typically not what I want to do when it's owned by the seller. If it's owned by a stager, then the seller doesn't own it; they can't convey it. But if it's something owned by the seller, it's always a good idea, if at all possible, to get it out of sight so it never becomes a point of contention. Fireplace screens, curtains and rods, blinds, window shades, draperies and rods. I can tell you that I have had clients who have lost their mind about this. We had an agent who came to us through a purchase of another company, very experienced agent, been in the business for a really long time. Her client told her that the $25,000 that she had spent on her curtains, that she did not want the curtains to convey, and the point from which she had her listing agreement to when the property actually closed was 200 some odd days. And even though it was in the listing agreement as excluded, it didn't make its way to the contract. The agent forgot, got to the closing table, and after closing, the buyer was doing their walkthrough and the curtains were gone and the buyers wanted them and the buyer wasn't having it. And now the agent came to us in tears because the cost of the curtains exceeded her commission on this $400,000 home by about a margin of 2 times. Imagine for a moment you forget to exclude it. It gets to the buyers doing the walkthrough. The buyers are refusing to close because the blinds have been taken, and the seller said, "You are not. I'm not handing over my curtains." But now the seller is required to. The seller was required to hand over the curtains that they did not want to let go over. They wanted to use them in the new home. We're able to negotiate that the seller kept the curtains for $9,000, which was the commission. And so they gave up their commission for that transaction in order for the seller to keep their curtains. This is a really big deal. Curtains are expensive. Thankfully, in this day and age, a lot of people don't have curtains. They're just using faux blinds, and those are blinds. Those are not curtains. We were actually talking about curtains. Door keys. Yes, all the door keys have to be conveyed, and the buyer is in breach of the agreement if they have not turned over all the keys. So if the buyer hands over one key, where are the rest of them? You need to convey all of the keys. And the mailbox key, the one that I told you guys last week that the post office general said you have no right to hand over, yeah, is in the contract as a conveyable. Above ground pools automatically conveys. Swimming pool equipment and maintenance accessories. Again, these are things that are not built in. So above, it talked about the swimming pool and all of the maintenance for the swimming pool that was built in. But the little leaf catcher and all that stuff that is part of the cleaning pool for the pool has to stay as part of the accessories. Artificial fireplace logs, security systems that are not fixtures, and controls for garage doors. If the seller has forgot to hand over their garage doors, they're in breach of the agreement. Garage door openers, I mean, the garage door openers is part of the agreement. So all the garage door openers are supposed to convey. I've had it happen where the seller was part of a corporate relocation program where they picked up the car and took it, and their garage remote was on the visor of the car now in a different state, and they couldn't. And so what happens? You got to run to Home Depot, buy a new universal remote, and give it to the buyer at closing because anything else is a breach of agreement. So they cost 30 to 60 bucks for a universal remote. So just know these things are required, and don't argue. Oh, well, the seller took it with him. You can't have it. It's not about the seller took it with him. It's how you're going to cure the breach because this is serious now. And us as real estate agents, if we didn't tell the seller that you have to remember to give me the garage remotes because we have to give those to the buyer, and that's not in writing somewhere between you and the seller, and you didn't advise them of this, then it's really on the agents. completely, knowing that this is something that happens over and over and over again. Entry gates, codes, other improvements and accessories, controls, including seller transferable rights to the software and applications used to access and control improvements or accessories, and hardware used solely to control improvements or accessories. If you bought a Lennar home and it came with Alexa, and Alexa came with the house and it's programmed to raise and lower the curtains, Alexa stays. She is part of the technology that was in the house. Now, I can tell you that I get a lot of questions regarding Ring doorbells. We're talking about not what the home had with it, but what the buyer was able to see and previewed at the time they previewed the home. If the buyer previewed the home and there was a Ring doorbell and there was an Alexa, then those items are part of this contract. But if the Ring doorbell was removed and the Alexa was removed before the buyer previewed the property, then it's not part of the package. You see the difference? So getting it out of sight and mind solves the problem. But you also then need to properly fill out the seller's disclosure. Not that that's going to create an issue, but it could create confusion. So I'm going to ask a very interesting question before we go on break. What happens if the seller offered the washer, the dryer, and the refrigerator in the seller's offer? They listed the washer, dryer, and fridge in the seller's disclosure, and then separately, outside the seller's disclosure, they put in the flyer vanity description that's in the MLS on every website imaginable that the washer, dryer, and fridge is to convey. And the buyer got to closing and found that the washer, dryer, and fridge was removed and no non-realty addendum was used. Is the fact that the seller offered the washer, dryer, and fridge enough for it to act as an agreement and they need to stay? Or do you think that the seller was right to take them? What are your thoughts? Birdie.
Well, I'm thinking since it wasn't in the non-realty item addendum that they were allowed to take it.
Uh-huh. So offer and acceptance. And that's what it comes down to is offer and acceptance. It was offered, but it was never accepted because how it's accepted is on a non-realty addendum. So you can offer the washer, dryer, and fridge all over the place. But if the buyer doesn't accept the offer and put it in the contract, then they never had an agreement. There was only an offer. And there's no such thing as offer without acceptance. Renee, I saw your hand up.
I was going to say that's a really moral gray area. If you've put it on MLS, you've put it on the seller's disclosure, you've even maybe put it in the listing agreement that that stuff is not excluded, and then it doesn't, then they, took it with them at the time of closing. To me, it feels like a moral gray area. I realize that without the without the non-realty items agreement, you don't really have so much of a leg to stand on. However, it's a super moral gray area.
Well, Renee, I'm going to push back and disagree with you because maybe I don't want your washer, dryer, and fridge and I want you to get it out. And I didn't ask for it because I don't want it. How do you know? How does the seller know that the buyer didn't even want it? So the seller went ahead and sold it because the buyer didn't ask for it. There shouldn't be the assumption that the buyer wants a washer and dryer fridge. Maybe they got new units and they love their washer and dryer. I have a lot of clients that love their washer and dryer. My client, well, I can't even think of her name at the moment. She bought this top loader that also had a little tiny washing machine on top of her washer. She had a front loader, but a little tiny thing where she could wash tea towels on the top. I mean, she was in love with her washer, and that was the biggest point of contention on planet Earth. The idea here is that you can offer something and say, hey, we offered it to you, but you guys said no, so we sold it to get it out of here because our job now is not to have abandoned property. When people go to the title company and sign, it says, are there any agreements outside this that are not in this agreement? If you were to leave them, you could be committing mortgage fraud because there are lenders who come to the table and say, the buyer has exceeded their credits. They can't have the non-realty addendum. And I've had it happen where you had a 100% down buyer who got a down payment assistance, had the seller pay the closing costs all the way up to 6%. And now the buyer had also a washer, dryer, and fridge. And the lender said, The buyer has to have some skin in the game. They can't benefit by having cash and buying a home. They can break even and have a $0 amount, but they can't be paid to buy a home. And there's situations where the washer and dryer and fridge can't convey, and it would be mortgage fraud in a situation where the lender says you can't have it, and then the seller just to leave it as abandoned property, and then the buyer take it. Because there's been situations where agent said, lender said you can't have it. Well, who in the world is the lender to say that the buyer can't have the washer and dryer? And the agents were offended by this. So they told the buyer and seller to go outside and work it out between them. And they decided they were going to leave the washer and dryer and fridge and just abandon it. And then the buyer would just walk in and they would be there. And HUD toured the property and put the buyer in pre-foreclosure because the lender knew that this was going on, and the lender said, "This is mortgage fraud. You can't do this." And they said, "Well, none of you are in a capacity to say that the buyer can't have this washer, dryer, fridge." So I would say that we have a moral duty to follow the contract, because we have a duty to make sure that we're not putting a buyer who the seller doesn't know if the buyer is in this situation with their lender, and the seller also doesn't know. So I would say that the listing agent has a moral duty to ask the buyer agent when the offer came in, by asking their seller first, because they have to put their clients first. They can't put anybody else first. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, we've received this offer. They did not ask for the washer, dryer, and fridge. Do you want me to bring this up to them? Because you offered it. And then they say, yeah, ask them about it. Hey, Mr. Buyer, Agent Jack here. Hey, I noticed the offer came in. We were offering the washer and dryer and fridge, and it wasn't included in the offer. Do you want to send over a non-realty? Because it is being offered. And then they say, "Oh, no, no, no. My people, they want that stuff gone. No problem. Thanks for letting me know. I just wanted to make sure." That is where the moral part of it comes in. To have the conversation with the seller, and then if they say yes, bring it to the buyer agent, because you know that it could be a point of contention. Everyone agree with that? Okay, good. Elisa.
So on the buyer side, I always have my buyers ask their lender before making the offer to ask if they can request it, just to find out ahead of time.
The non-realty addendum must be sent to the title company, and it must be sent to the lender, and the lender has to approve it. And your non-realty addendum should always be attached to the contract. Sometimes agents are not wanting to attach it to the contract, hide it from the lender and hide it from the title company, and that's mortgage fraud for sure, 100%. So you're right in that we want to get with them. Hey, Deja, can you hit the mute? Deja, did you have a comment? I didn't know if okay. Get with the lender and ask the lender. And then when the lender says it's good, amazing. But certainly don't do the other pendulum swing, which is not only did you not speak to the lender, but you didn't tie the contract, the non-realty addendum to the contract, and you didn't send it to title, and you didn't send it to the lender. That would be multiple acts of bad faith and acts of omission. All right, good. All right.
I have one more question. I am so sorry, but just as a point of like a good way to operate, good.
Lisa, hold your comment till after break. It's 11:19. Let's come back at 11:29.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Who'd have thought that they'd Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Elisa, you are up.
I just wanted to address something you mentioned about how sometimes houses are for sale for a long time and it's easy to forget some of the details. So what I like to do, and I'd like your feedback on it, is to put a list of exclusions in the MLS and on my offer suggestions, so that it also triggers a reminder for me to make sure that those items are addressed.
I want to comment only on the offer instructions. I think that is a good practice. I like having offer instructions in the MLS with the exclusion signed by the seller. I think that's a really good practice for sure, 100%. Okay, So we've spoken about land, improvements, accessories. Now let's talk about what Elisa was just speaking about a moment ago, which are exclusions. If something that is part of the real property listed above, that's listed in the improvements or the accessories, things like maybe a window air conditioning unit or the something that is a exclusion. Be careful here. Washer, dryer, fridge don't go here. Why would you not put washer, dryer, and fridge under paragraph 2D? Birdie.
Because they're not fixtures or accessories.
That's right, because they were never part of the real property in the first place. When would be the only time that you add a washer, dryer, and fridge? Sherry.
If they are built in.
That's right. If somehow they were deemed to be a fixture, which very easily could be. Okay, so what are some other exclusions that we might come across? We talked about a few. What are some you've seen in the past in your own transactions?
Hot tub.
Hot tub. So
Mobile
I would
home.
I would say that a hot tub is personal property all day long. Unless it's built into the deck, which again is unlikely, it's typically just free floating and sitting there. So by its own, I don't think a hot tub is going to convey.
How about a
Um,
grill?
okay, a grill. What kind of grill?
The ones with the wheels that you can push around the yard.
Okay, that would 100% be uh, personal property. Now, I know under improvements it says fire pits and grills, but those were the ones that were permanently installed and built in. Like if you had an outdoor kitchen that was built into the house, that would then outdoor kitchen would stay. And if the seller wanted to take that, then they'd have to exclude it. But a grill standing by itself, free floating, that would definitely be personal property. So water softener. I've had a lot of clients want to take their water softener. I don't think it's the best idea, but they do. There are things that people want to take. Oh, I'm taking my Tesla battery and my Tesla uh, charging thing because I need that for my car and I don't want to buy it. And likely, is it likely that the next car owner, the next buyer, going to be having a Tesla? Probably not likely. It's not impossible, but it could certainly become an argument when they see it and have a Tesla. Now they want it. And so, anyway, we never know what's going to happen. And what we want to try to do is, at all possible, follow the instruction of the seller and help them create success, whatever success means to them. And if there are things that they really don't want to give away, then there's a better way to address it. Because what we don't want to do is leave it for negotiation and then the seller lose it because during negotiation they let it go because they didn't want to put the entire transaction in jeopardy when likely the buyer who bought that home did not buy it because of that improvement. They liked the home and they just want it on top of loving the house. And so typically, I've never had someone buy a house because of a fan. It's usually something about the house that they love, and now they want this thing that the seller wanted to exclude. Okay, so that's it in the nutshell of proper paragraph 2. If the seller has exclusions, it's always a good idea out of sight, out of mind, as long as it was removed before the buyer saw it. If the buyer saw it and then it was removed, that's not going to fly. If there's questions about things, we should certainly ask about them. And then paragraph E, last but least, reservations. Any reservation for oil, gas, or other minerals, water, timber, or other interests is made in accordance with the attached addendum. When it says reservation, they're talking about the seller is reserving it for themselves. They don't want to convey it. They want to reserve it. They want to hold it back. And so is if there's going to be a reservation, meaning the seller is going to hold something back, you need to attach an addendum, and Trek has a promulgated addendum for this, where the seller will mark what percentage they're holding it back. Okay, good. Lots of questions, lots of feedback, lots of dialogue. My favorite. Thank you, Elisa, and everyone else who brought a lot of great stuff to the table here. on this paragraph 2. Does anybody else have any questions regarding paragraph 2 before we move on to paragraph 3? All right. Just like paragraph 2, there's a lot going on here in paragraph 3. What is cash? If you have a client that is a cash buyer, what is the very first thing you should ask for?
Proof of funds?
I like that. Is that what you were going to say, Bertie? Proof of funds. But what should you be looking for on the proof of funds?
A good date.
Sherry?
Identity to make sure it matches the name of the people on the contract.
Yeah, so I like that. So, Elisa, how could you have a scenario where the proof of funds are in someone else's name?
I'm not sure about that, but I was going to say you have to make sure it's liquid funds because I had a case where people came from California and liquid funds there seemed to mean that they once they sold their house, they would have funds.
Well,
And
again, we're talking about proof of funds here. So, yes, proof of liquid funds. So proof of funds would be a bank statement, a letter from a bank. So when we're asking for proof of funds, I want to see a proof of funds. We're specifically right now talking about that particular document. If you've asked for proof of funds, what should you be looking for on that document for it to be verifiable, good proof of funds? Jeanette?
A present date, not like 6 months or a year.
Okay, that's part of it. You want to make sure it's current. I like that. What else? So you think that sometimes grandma gives an early inheritance and grandma says, "Okay, granddaughter, I'm gonna give you my early inheritance. You've been really good. You're going to UT, you're doing all of the things. I'm gonna buy you a little college down on campus. I'm gonna buy you a little condo down by campus. And next thing you know, you've received a proof of funds in grandma's name. And then lo and behold, granddaughter is no longer going to school. She decided to drop out, and now she's a drummer for a band. And grandma's no longer happy about this. And grandma says, "Nope, I'm not giving you the money." This is the age-old story regarding the proof of funds in someone else's name. That someone else had a specific intent in mind for how this money was going to be used under what circumstances, and those circumstances changed, and they had a change of heart. And so we need to have proof of funds in the buyer's name, and that money be in an account controlled by that buyer. And like Jeanette said, it needs to be dated recent so we can show it's active, and it should be in the name as it appears in paragraph 1. So if it's an LLC, but the proof of funds is in name Jim Smith, you've got a problem. It needs to be in the name of the whatever it is in paragraph 1 or one of the parties in paragraph 1. And if it's only in one of the parties and you have two buyers, then you need a affidavit from both of them stating that that this is the money that they're both putting this money for. Cherry.
How do you suggest it be handled then if we get a cash offer and it is the grandparents or parents POF in their trust name and the adult children on the contract? How would you handle that?
I would advise my seller that there's risk here and how would they like me to handle it, and here are some ideas that I have. And then I would follow their instructions. What I'm not going to do is try to work this out in the background, not tell my client they have an offer and refuse to present the offer until they work this out, meaning the buyers, and giving me proof of funds. Well, this isn't a legitimate offer. I need a different set of proof of funds. If you can't give me proof of funds in the name of paragraph 1, then I'm not presenting your offer because I took a class and it said it should be like this. And so it's a really good, important question because we really have to uh, understand what our behavior needs to be when we're on the other side of that mess. On the other side of that mess, it's we need to communicate to our clients, here's an offer, here's what this means, and this carries risk. How would you like us to proceed? And the seller say, I'd like to counter the offer that the proof of funds be provided to the buyers and show proof of funds in the buyer's name. And that's a legitimate counter. They're objecting to the proof of funds. They want to see proof of funds in the buyer's name. And Grandma's like, no, I'm not going to give it to you now. I'm only going to give it to the title company. Ah, title company. Okay. So if you wire the funds to title company, the buyer, the grandma has lost control of that money. And if they want to submit that as additional earnest money, we're perfectly okay with that. And now that's being held in trust by the title company. And so lots of different options there. But paragraph A should be the cash portion. And as Elisa said, in whatever's going on, it should be in liquid funds, meaning that cash is available. There are a lot of buyers who have a contingency. And they don't offer the contingency up front because they don't know about the contingency. Maybe they have a house to sell, and when they sell that home, they're going to have lots and lots of cash to buy this home. Well, if they haven't yet sold the home, whether it's under contract or just listed, whatever the case may be, a contingency form is supposed to be added to the offer, making the offer contingent upon the sale of their home and that there are certain rights and remedies, because the seller should be disclosed that the buyer currently doesn't have the ability to perform until such time as the home sells. And now the seller can take that into consideration. If the seller wasn't told that there was a contingency and that was hid from them, that was a material fact that the buyer lied. This is something that I've petitioned Trek for. I've told Trek under representations, paragraph 19, it only talks about the representations of the seller, and if anything is untrue by the seller, that the seller is in default. And I think that it should also be on the buyer, that if the buyer lies, it should also be a default on the buyer, and it simply doesn't state that. And there's these situations that pop up all the time. And so I've asked Trek to the broker lawyer committee to entertain that they add buyers to the representations as well. Suffice it to say that if the buyer doesn't have proof of funds for the down payment, or if they're buying it cash, that's all the same. They're putting 20% down. You want to see proof of funds for the down payment. Now, if they're getting a lender and it's down payment, you're going to call the lender. Hey, Mr. Lender, this is Jack Staple over at Realty Texas. I just received an offer and your pre-qualification letter is attached to it. Do you have a few moments to speak? Yes. Now, what gives me the right to speak to the lender? We're going to talk about that on Wednesday's class. It's paragraph 4 of the third party financing, where it talks about I have the right to call the lender and ask about the creditworthiness of the buyer. And the buyer gave that to us in writing in the third party financing. So that means I can call the lender and ask them questions related to the creditworthiness of the buyer. So is the down payment in liquid form and for funds, and they have that ability. Do you have any concerns with this file? And we're going to talk about other questions to ask. But in terms of the cash portion, you certainly want to get the proof of funds, but also ask that same question to the lender. And it says here, cash portion of the sales price does not include proceeds from borrowing any kind of selling other real property except as disclosed in this contract. So they've added that in this version of the contract that wasn't in this 2026 contract, where they've added this sentence in paragraph A, because what Elisa has just spoken about is something that's happening way, way too often. Michelle.
So many great information. Thank you. Okay, my question is, in a situation when, the grandmother provides the fund and her name is added to the contract, when it goes to title, can title remove the grandmother's name on the title because she doesn't want to have anything to do with this new purchase?
Grandmother's not on the contract. Grandmother is just handing over the money. So the contract is going to be in the granddaughter's name. She's buying. Granddaughter is the buyer. The proof of funds came from grandma. So one of two things needs to happen. Grandma needs to send the money to title, which now it will be granddaughter's money at title for purchasing this house. Grandma can't ask for it back. Or B, grandmother is going to go put it in an account in the granddaughter's name and provide a uh, pre-approval or proof of funds in the granddaughter's name. is what I would be asking the seller as a counter to protect them. So we don't get to the closing table and have a buyer who can't perform because grandma changed her mind. But again, it's not my choice. It's what I'm going to advise the seller to do, and then they have the right to proceed how they wish. Does that answer your question? Or do you have a
Yeah,
follow-up question?
no, it's clarification because I have like, let's say like I have another one, like question B. If by any chance, the grandmother is actually on the because it happened to me. That's why I'm asking the question, and not to me personally. Okay, the buyer needs someone to co-sign on the on the loan. Okay.
Okay.
Grandma comes along, co-sign, she trusts her grandchild, blah, blah, blah. Does the grandmother can be removed from the title?
No.
She cannot.
So that's a lender question, and that's a question you have to ask the lender because if she's a co-signer, likely she's on the loan. And if she's on the
Yes,
loan,
yes.
the title company, I mean, the lender is going to require that everybody on the loan also be on title. Because what they don't want to have is granddaughter having a co-signer and then granddaughter selling the property or defaulting on the property. Grandmother may have resources that's going to help them with the default. So co-signer means that they don't have a DTI or there's some issue and there's a higher likelihood of default, which is what is the lender looking for? Is the house sufficient collateral for the loan? And is this borrower, do they have the makeup of someone who's going to default or not? And usually it's likely that they do have the makeup that they're going to default because they can't afford it on their own. So that means they're going to add grandma to the loan, which means they're going to add grandma to the title. So when this forecloses, it forecloses on both of them and they can go after the assets of grandma. Does that
Okay.
answer your question?
Yes.
Good. Sharon, I see your hand up. Thank you for patiently waiting.
Thank you. How about in the event of the proof of funds being a promissory type
No.
copy of a will that is, bequeathing the amount to the grandson from a house that is not
No.
indeed to the grandmother, but to the grandson's father.
That's not proof of funds.
Okay.
That's a that's a that's a that's
I'm
a
just saying, what would you do in the event
I would tell the
that
seller that this is not proof of funds, that this is a saga of a big story that's going on that may or may not happen because there very well could be Social Security file against or Medicaid filed against the grandma that they find as part of the estate that's got $400,000 worth of Medicaid because grandmother was in intensive care for 9 months and there's $400,000 worth of Medicaid and Medicaid has to get paid off and it did and now there's no more proceeds. Grandma was
yeah,
to
but
get
the home
$50,000, but it
didn't
doesn't
even
happen.
belong. The home didn't even belong to the
So
grandmother.
I
It
was just
belonged
giving
to her son.
I was just giving you one example of all the rest.
Right.
That
Okay.
saga is not proof of funds because they don't have the funds. They have someone saying that maybe someday they will. So that means that when they do someday, they need to put in an offer. So my recommendation to the seller was currently this buyer doesn't have the ability to perform. So I'm calling the lender if there is one. Does this buyer have the ability to perform? No, but they're getting the money. Do they have the money? No. Thank you. I'll advise my seller and my seller will make a decision. Rio.
Yes, thank you. So 2 weeks ago, I was at my closing with my previous broker that was working before. We sold a home for 695,000, and the intent was that the client was supposed to then turn around and buy a new home in Georgetown from the Temple home that she had to the Georgetown home. The point that I made that I'm the point of my question is she was intending to use the money from one house to pay for the next house for the new house, and it was done on a contingency. Now, I didn't receive any documentation from her showing that there's a balance that she has positive, and I think that might have been something that I should have known. And this is a great class because of that, because I didn't know that that was something that should be required, as you stated. Um,
As a listing agent, I don't know what side of the transaction you're on, so there's a lot of missing gaps there, Rio, but I'm
He's
just
on the
gonna
selling.
Okay, so if I have a sell by where I'm representing a seller on a property that intends to use that money on the buy, and I prepared an offer for purchase for them, and they got the offer accepted, and on that offer of acceptance was a contingency form that said that it's contingent upon the sale of my seller's property. So when the seller funds on this, it's going to use those funds as the means to purchase this contingent property. So when that sell funds, then you lift the contingency off of the buyer's offer, a buyer's contract, and now it's no longer contingent on the sale because it actually funded. And so when I'm the listing agent on the transaction that uh, so for the property that the seller who was selling their home contingent buying, someone was the listing agent for that property the seller was buying. So if I'm representing the seller on that property, and someone brings me a story that says my buyer is selling a house and would like to purchase yours, and they give me an offer with a contingency, my questions are, I would like the address of the contingent offer, and is the buyer through their option period? Has the property appraised yet? And I'm asking these questions because I want to know where they are in the purchase process. And they could say, oh, yeah, we haven't got it on the market yet. Got it. So when are you going on market? We're going on the market on 2 weeks. Great. What are you going on the market for? Well, we're going on the market for 700. Awesome. Do you have a CMA that you could share with me? Uh, because I want to, and so now what I'm trying to do is collect as much information from them as I possibly can so that I can advise my seller. Here's an offer. They don't have the ability to purchase right now. They can only purchase after they sell their home. The home has yet not yet been listed on the market, and they're going to be marketing it for 700. By the way, I did a quick little CMA and it seems to be a little bit high, so the likelihood of their going under contract sounds like there's a lot of risk here. How would you like me to respond to this? And the seller say, well, why don't you let them know that we're really appreciative of the offer, and if they get their home on the market and get it under contract, to please bring us an offer at that point. But we're not willing to take our home off the market because this sounds like a lot of risk. That
Thank
is
you. That's a huge answer, and I appreciate that.
okay. Thank you for asking the questions. All right, so here we are still talking about 3A. 3A is a big one, obviously, because there's a lot of possibilities in what is cash and what is not cash. But cash is not a promise. Cash is money in the bank. And so we're looking for proof of cash. And that's what proof of funds is proof that it's in your name, that it's liquid, that it's accessible, and that it can be used for the down payment or for the purchase. As a listing agent, you should always call the lender if there is a lender involved, so that you have had a great conversation with the lender while you're presenting the offer. So you might get an offer and, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, we just received an offer for 400. I've got to call out to the lender and I'm trying to do my due diligence so I can get all my ducks in a row so I can present this offer to you. But I already emailed it to you and it's in your inbox. And now I'm waiting to get all my questions answered. I'm not going to wait to present the offer. No, I'm not going to wait to provide the offer to the seller. I'm going to send it to them already. And I'm going to let them know what I'm doing in the background and try to schedule some time with them so that I can go through the list, and be able to go through the offer with them line by line and have all of what I think their questions are going to be so that I can properly present the offer to them. So that's paragraph A. Paragraph B is the sum of all financing, and there are three checkboxes here. There is third-party financing, there is loan assumption, and there are seller financing addendum. Why are there three? Could it be possible that all three are checked? Sharon.
Yes, there is a possibility all three could be checked.
Absolutely. So they could have $1 million property that has a $20,000 balance at 1%. And the seller's like, I want that. Yep. So I want to assume that $20,000. So now I'm looking at trying to figure out the other 9,080,000 or 800,080, 900,080. So I want to do a seller finance for $500,000 and I'm going to get third party financing for the difference. So you're assuming their underlying amount. You're going to ask for a owner financing for a chunk of it, and then you're going to go for third party financing for the rest. Does this happen? Yes, it has happened. Many, many times this happens as an offer. Is that going to get accepted? It's up to the parties to determine. But if the property's been on the market for a really long time, there's maybe a better likelihood that this is going to pan out. What happens if the seller accepts an offer and third party financing was not checked off here, but a dollar amount was added? Now, we all know that paragraph 22 is agreement of parties, and the third party financing addendum is attached to the contract and made part of the contract as part of the entire agreement in paragraph 21. So, why is it a checkoff on paragraph 21 attaching the third party financing to the agreement? And then why is it checked off here a second time? And what happens if it's not checked off here? What do you think? And who's going to use that word ambiguous? You have an ambiguous contract, and you have now made it unclear where this sum of financing is going to come from. So, also, what attorneys have come out and said, and there is case precedence on this, is that the third party financing, the contingency is not added. The form was added, but the contingency was not added. That adding the form to the contract happens on paragraph 21. It makes the third party part of it, but the contingency of the actual addendum happens by checking it off here next to the number. So I wouldn't want to be in court having to try this out one way or the other. So if they have a third party financing, this is a checkbox that you do not want to mess with. Make sure that it matches whatever really is going on and you don't forget it to be there. And then the sales price is the sum of A and B. Some form fillers fill it out. Most of them don't do the math for you. Do the math correctly and check it against your math. Now, what happens if you are a real estate agent on the seller side and you are countering back a buyer? And there's an FHA provision on the contract, and they offered 300,000, and as part of the 300,000 they offered exactly 3.5% in the cash portion, and the property is listed at 320, but the offer came in at 300. Are you only going to counter the sales price? Or how should you counter that buyer knowing that they have a 3.5% requirement? What is the best way to counter it? What do you think? Should you counter just 3C? Or should you counter 3A, 3B, and 3C? It's my opinion that you counter 3A, 3B, and 3C. Because if you don't, then they're going to have to change it and it's going to come back to you for signature. And that is going to be now a counter. And they're countering you back for 3A and 3C. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to turn that into an offer immediately upon signature. And so I am always trying to put an offer together that's not going to have to go back through the loop again for nonsense. So I might pick up the phone and call, hey, your guys are getting a counter. Do you want me to counter 3A, B3, 3C? I'm not going to do that because I already know what's going to happen. So I'm just going to counter 3A, B3, and 3C and let that come back and do the math. I see a lot of agents only countering 3C, and then they don't bother with the 3.5% in 3A, and they're giving their buyer an out because the cash that was promised is not sufficient to close the loan in 3A. And the buyer didn't agree to bring the additional cash to the closing table, so they have an out. So do the math for them. Okay, it is 12 o'clock. As I promised, we're going to spend 3/4 of today on the first 6 paragraphs, and then the pace is going to speed up quite a bit. So it's 12 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and do our lunch from 12 to 1. We are now done with paragraph 3. And when we get back from lunch, we're going to do paragraph 4 and then paragraph 5. We're going to probably spend the entire first hour coming back from lunch on paragraphs 4 and 5. I will see you all back at 1 o'clock.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It is 1:01. All right. Anybody have any questions for any of the information we covered, any of the paragraphs we covered before going to lunch? All right, who's having fun? We having fun nerding out on contracts? I know I am. And I know, Sherry, you said you had a question, so go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, this is backtracking to the scenario you talked about with the agent that on the lots, and it was the wrong lot, not a mutual decision. What could she have done more, better, or different to identify and confirm that it was the exact piece of property they thought they were buying? What could she have done as an agent?
Boots on the ground, drive out to the property and be able to point to the property. I saw that there was a different sign in the yard with a different broker's name, and that would have probably been enough to make it all make sense. Yep. Michelle, hello.
Hi, anything you can add if because electric car are becoming very popular and they have all their equipment and in the garage, is anything you can add to that? What stay with the property and what's not?
Yeah, so if you have a Tesla battery, the Tesla battery is going to have 220 that was connected to the home and it's going to be screwed to the wall. No different than um, anything else that's a fixture. So your whole house Tesla battery that maybe is not being charged from any solar panels. It could just be a Tesla battery that's being charged. Or it could be a Tesla cord that's just running off live power. It works both ways. Both of those scenarios are going to be real property unless they want to exclude it or remove it before.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really don't have much more than that. I've only had it happen twice, and actually both times it was not in the garage. It was actually on the side of the house. And actually both of them were actually in Austin, by the way. And so, I mean, it just, it is what it is. You find out new technologies pop up and they are now being equipped on homes, and then we get to work that out in real estate. Whether it's the new, uh, 10 years ago, they were putting rigs on the shingles and screwing through the shingles as a solar panel. And then we have Tesla shingles now that are actually a shingle, and multiple other companies are manufacturing them, an actual tile that is a solar panel tile rather than a solar set of solar panels. But the shingle itself has been replaced with a new type of shingle that will generate power. All kinds of cool stuff that's coming out in technology on homes. And if it is attached to the home, the old adage will always be true. If it's screwed to the property, it is a fixture. Now we just have to figure out what the seller wants to do with that improvement and whether they want to take it with them, whether they want to exclude it or add it to be a benefit in the home. The real question becomes, if they leave it, what is an appraiser gonna do with that? Are they going to give it dollar for dollar value? And likelihood they're not. Likelihood they're not. Okay, any other questions? Good questions. All right, so we're jumping into paragraph 4, leases. This is about A property that is under a residential lease, a property that is under a fixture lease, or a property that is under a natural resource lease. Should you check off for A, residential leases, if you find out that the property is tenant occupied and the tenant is month to month and the tenant will move out before the closing date? Should you check off for A? What do you think? What is the best practice here?
Yes.
Simple answer. I love it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So a little backstory. I think that a lot of people don't look at a month to month as a lease. They look at it as a month to month as a renter now, and our contract doesn't afford anything for renters. Um, the only reason that the best practice is to include a renter that's month to month is because you want to make sure that the tenant is out. And the addendum has some language regarding having the tenant out before closing, or the seller will ensure that the tenant is moved out before closing. If that's not checked and you don't use that addendum, then it's a little bit ambiguous, and there's some things there that could bring harm to the buyer, because if the buyer absorbs that tenant and then they have to get the tenant out, they may have run into issues getting the tenant out, or the tenant might do damage to the property, and the buyer might be doing FHA. What is the issue for a buyer who is submitting an offer on a property and there's a tenant in place, but the tenant has 6 months left of their lease? What issue do you see that could arise out of such an agreement? Birdie and then Jeanette.
I mean, they can't move in until the lease is up.
Okay. But what issue is there a bigger issue related to that other than just moving in? Amaret? But you're
Uh,
right. They can't move in until the tenant. That is part of the story. Amaret?
might affect the appraisal if the property gets damaged when the tenants leave moving out, and could change the financing on the home.
Well, you're on the right track, but it has nothing to do with condition of property whatsoever. Jeanette?
FHA has either 60 or 90 days to move in to
Ah,
ownership.
because there is an owner occupancy clause, FHA. If you're buying a property, FHA, or 3% down conventional, and you're not buying it as an investment property, you have to take possession of the property within 30 to 60 days, depending on what the loan documents state. And if the buyer doesn't take possession of the property, they can go into pre-foreclosure and they can lose the house to foreclosure. What FHA and VA and all of the others are trying to avoid is investors using FHA as a means to buy an investment property, never take ownership of the property, and move a tenant in under a 3.5% down payment scenario, and under a interest rate that is designed for owner occupancy. You see, what matters is if the market downturns and an investor has a home where his or her family lives, and they own 3 rental properties, and the 3 tenants move out of the property and the landlord cannot rent the properties, what do you think they're going to let go to foreclosure first? The rental property or their primary residence? They're going to do whatever they can to keep their house and let the investments go. And if the investments are upside down, then they're going to want to let those go. And so that's why FHA has a difference between an owner occupancy and an investor loan. Investor loans have a higher interest rate, and the borrower has to put 20% down. Very few loan programs for investors under 20%. I don't even recommend you look into options because they're too far and few between. And so if you have a buyer who's purchasing a property, FHAVA, and they truly want to move in and the tenant is there, then the very first question is how much longer does the tenant have on the lease? Because if it's 3 or 4 months, then either you're going to have a 3 or 4 month contract or you're going to have a situation where the buyer can't take possession of the property and and risks pre-foreclosure. And we should not be setting up a situation where this happens. And I have seen situations where the tenant or the buyer's buying and the seller wanted 90-day lease back. We saw that a lot in 2020 and 2021. And so what do you do, Jack? What do you do in that scenario? Oh, the sky is falling. You have the borrower contact the lender and ask the lender, what is your requirements here? And that's it. What's your requirements? And let the lender answer that question. And if the lender says they must take possession of 30 days, then you go to the listing agent. I'm sorry, I've got an FHA person. They would really like to purchase this property. And now you have to figure out, are you going to delay closing? And so you just have an executory contract that's cruising along for an extra 90 days so that the buyer closes on their property at a time point when they can move in within the 30 to 60-day window, whatever the lender says, or do you find another property? So if you yourself have a listing and you're helping an investor and you have a tenant that's in there, do you think the bigger buyer pool is investors or owner occupants? Do you think the bigger buyer pool is investors or owner occupants?
Owner.
Yes.
Owner occupants.
What happens when you limit your buyer pool? Is that good for the sale or is that bad for the sale?
Not good for the sale.
It is devastating for the sale. So trying to sell a home with a tenant in place, you think it's a good idea? No, it is not a good idea. Oh, well, maybe some investor will like having a tenant in place. Okay, so we're going to limit the buyer pool to just those investors who want a tenant in place. Is this a heavy investor market right now? Because I can guarantee you this. This is the part that most listing agents and sellers are missing. Mr. Investor, what did you buy this property for? Because I doubt it's what you're trying to sell it for, and the margins that you're trying to sell it for is not a rental property in any market. He's probably got $50,000, $100,000 worth of equity or more in it. And so he's probably netting either a break even or cash positive. He's probably cash flowing the property. But do you think that most properties being sold at or near fair market value is going to cash flow for any investor? It's not. So not only have you limited it to an investor pool, but you've made it an impossibility to sell because you have really showcasing this property in front of an investor pool who has no interest in it at all because they're spreadsheet oriented. And so just keeping these types of things in mind when you're working with the seller, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, my recommendation to you is not to sell sell the property with a tenant in place. I know it might sound like it would be investor friendly because an investor would want a tenant in place, but that only works if we sell the property for what you currently owe. And that makes the light bulb go off, or maybe it's paid off, whatever it is. But the idea here is that our success in working with a buyer or a seller really has to do with looking at the whole situation and making sure we're advising them correctly. So whenever you have a tenant in place, we need to know when they're going to be out and take into consideration what type of loan the buyer is getting. And if you're listing a property with a tenant in place, it very much may be worth the landlord or the owner negotiating with the tenant an early move out, give them their deposit back, maybe give out their deposit 2 times back if they really need to sell the property now, and make it worth the while for the tenant to move out, properly prepare the home for market, properly price it, get it on the market, and sell it. But in a situation like that, if the tenant is moving out because you want to sell it for top dollar, you had better price the property correctly Because if the landlord is already in a hardship situation with this property, having a tenant move out and selling it vacant, if you don't sell in the first 30, 60, 90 days, landlord's making that payment, you're going to have a very stressful transaction as a listing agent because that landlord is going to be writing you every single week. Where's the buyers? Did you do an open house? Did you sell it? I need to sell it. And you're going to feel that pressure. And so if they're not willing to price it where you need to price it, you don't want that listing. You want nothing to do with that listing because you're going to have an overpriced listing with an upset seller that's going to make your life miserable. Have any of you ever found yourself in that scenario? And you probably don't want to find yourself there again either. So, all right, good dialogue. So, residential leases. Regardless if the tenant is month to month, if there is a tenant occupying the property, you want to use the addendum. A fixture lease. Fixture lease, where this means a fixture that has an underlying lease. This means that there's an improvement on the property that has not yet been paid for. Sometimes people see fixture leases and they think, oh, well, if there's a fixture, I have to include the addendum. If there is a fixture lease, which means that the fixture has not yet been paid in full, which means they don't own it yet, it's attached to the property, now you have a problem because there's an improvement that's a fixture that is not owned and the company doesn't want it back and the company wants it to be paid in full, but likely the improvement was large enough where the seller doesn't have the funds to be able to pay it off. And we find these situations finding our way into real estate transactions all the time. About 2008, there was a property that I sold in Shadow Glen. It was a 4,011 square foot home, gorgeous house. Believe it or not, that property was short selling for 230, something like that. Right now, those properties are in the 800s. At the time, the seller was in a hardship. In fact, I'm talking to that seller has come out the other side and is a buyer right now, actually. In any event, that particular property, I worked really hard on getting Bank of America to approve it, and they had Aqua Water, rather, it's called Aqua Water, had come to their house, knocked on the door, and sold them a water softener. And it was an $8,000 water softener. Aqua Water is notorious for these huge liens against properties, and I couldn't get the short sale approved. Well, I got the short sale approved, but the numbers, I couldn't get the numbers where they needed to be to release the lien from the water company. No one had the money to pay it. It didn't work. And so the property ended up foreclosing because of the water softener. You have situations like this sometimes where no matter what you do, even the agent's commissions weren't enough at that property to deal with the water softener. It just was too out of whack. Because not only was there a lien against it, but they had the lien holder had like $6,000. They doubled their lien against it for being late because they've got these atrocious late fees. I think that there was a class action lawsuit and since then about late fees and water softener companies because I remember reading something about it. But they're still out there today, and they're still putting in these $5,000 and $10,000 water softener systems when you can get just as good a water softener from Home Depot for $1,800. So advise your clients right on this. But whether it's a water softener, whether it's solar panel shingles or a solar panel rig that's up on the ceiling, or if it is a whole house battery or a generator or any of these things that could be leased and being paid for. It was about a year ago where I had a seller who was selling their property and they had a fence installed on their acre property and they had a lease against the property for paying off the fence, and they were making monthly payments on their fence and they owed like $8,500 on their fence. And so there's a chicken or the egg scenario, the old adage, what came first? You can't sell a property with a lien until the lien is paid off, and the seller doesn't have the money until the property sells and funds. But you can't use funded money to pay off a lien because the property can't close until the lien is removed. So that means the seller can't sell the property until they come up with the money and pay off the lien and have the lien released and then be able to close. Now, that is the typical scenario. There are scenarios where the lien holder will escrow hold back money and the title company can assist with this sometimes, but sometimes absolutely not. Sometimes the lien holders will not release the lien because if they release the lien, and property ownership transfers, they've lost their ability to collect, and a lot of them want nothing to do with all of that nonsense. Some of them have in their contracts a way to automatically deal with that, but not all of them do. They're all different. So knowing that this is out there and there's so much risk here, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I see you have a water softener. Is that paid for or is it under a lease? Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I noticed that there's shingles on the roof. Are those paid for or are they on a roof? Are they on a lease? You want to ask the question because if there's on a lease, then you want to get a copy of that lease. And then you want to send that lease over to the title company to your closer when you open title. And you want to figure out what is the path to help the seller with selling this property. And I always ask the seller to contact the lien holder and ask them what their options are because they're selling their property and they want to have options. Maribeth.
Right. So you mentioned earlier about solar panels. And I know that we have addendums for certain things like lead-based paint addendum. We have the septic on-site sewer addendum. Do you think that TREC will ever or TAR will ever create an addendum for solar panels, whether they're owned or leased? Because that's a disclosure that is so important with what you're just talking about, that payoff that can just really go south real fast.
So I'm going to bring up a document that you may already know about. It's the general information and notice to clients, I think it is. They've changed that name 10 times and they just changed it again. They've added a provision or a line item in the general information and notice to consumers. Oh, that is the title. How about that? All right, so I'm going to add that PDF here. Maybe it will be friendly enough to let me do this. No, I have to change my yes. Okay. You're all able to see this? All right. So how many of you are familiar with this document? This is in our room system. I highly recommend that you use this along with every single transaction. And you will see that we have a brand new paragraph called solar panels. And the solar panels are here in this as part of our new disclosure so we can speak to our clients regarding it. And this is for sellers and buyers. So this is when we're going through this document, which is great for buyer boot camp. It's great to go over it with the seller at the listing agreement, listing presentation. And it says a solar panel system installed on the property may be subject to a lease, a loan, or power purchase agreement, PPA. If so, the agreement may need to be paid off at closing or assumed by the buyer, which may require approval from the solar company and or the lender. The buyer is encouraged to review all solar-related documents, determine the ownership and the financing terms, investigate any payoff or transfer requirements or costs, and consider having the system inspected by a qualified professional. Additional information may be found at energy.gov. And the thing that I love about this is that one thing that real estate agents have not done in the past is recommend that the buyer have the system inspected. And the system very easily could have hail damage, wind damage, or just not be performing as intended. And so I think this was a great thing that Texas Realtors added to this form. And right now, this is all we have. But it's a good first step. What do you think, Mary Beth?
Well, I do. I mean, I know that's there. I really feel like when we're disclosing, we can never over disclose. And I just really wish there was a totally separate document all about solar panels. So if it hasn't, because obviously they've done the groundwater now. And I love that. I love that they're covering all these bases for us. I just feel like solar panel could be one of those. Now, a lot of times we kind of get tired of having a whole lot of forms, but if it, helps educate the buyer or the seller and of course protects us, I think that's great. So
I think so too. I think it's that they should add. No, we already have the lease fixture, and the fixture lease is a form we already have. And it does address things, and I think they could add more paragraphs to that to address it. I don't think we need a new form. I think we already have one. I just think they could add a couple of paragraphs that would help. But it does say on the lease addendum form that a buyer has or has not received a copy of the lease agreement and all the documents related to it. Thank you, Mary Beth.
Yeah. Sad thing is that I've had several solar panels lately that they bought it from one company. In the meantime, that company went bankrupt, and or somebody else has now absorbed or bought or represents that next company. And so they may or may not guarantee that equipment that's up there on that roof. And the way my sons explained it to me, who are in energy, it's like laying a cell phone up on top of the roof and asking, is it still good 5 years later? That those cell phones, they change constantly. Well, so does the, I guess, equipment of solar panels or the efficiency of solar panels. The sun really taps into them. And so you never know if they're really worth what's sitting up there or not. So that's kind of where I come from.
I have a lot of clients asking me my recommendation on whether or not I think it's a good practice to put solar panels. And I always say that if you're doing it because you want to um, be insulated from a power outage, and that's one thing. But if you're doing it because you want to reverse meter or you want to the PPA, the power program, uh, that you're likely not going to make the money that you think you're going to make from it. And the expense of it is a really big deal. And where the expense really becomes problematic, to Mayor Best's point, is when you have hail storm. The insurance company typically is not going to pay to have the solar shingles removed when you have them installed. And they're going to depreciate the shingles further from the damage that was caused by screwing the rig onto the shingles in the first place. So if a hail damage storm happens, which most sellers in Texas every 20 years is getting their shingles replaced under their warranty at least once every 20 years in Texas, it's pretty common. If that were to happen, then the seller has to pay, or the owner has to pay to have the solar panels removed. And then again, their shingles are depreciated, which means the insurance company is going to give them less of a payout because they were damaged by screwing holes through them. And then the shingles will be replaced. The seller will have to make up the difference between what the insurance paid out and the shingles, and then decide whether or not they want to pay to have the shingles reinstalled. The solar panel put back up. And that's the thing, is that half the cost of the shingles of the solar system is actually installing it. Now, a different scenario would be the shingles have hail damage and the buyer's looking at replacing the shingle with the new shingle tile. That's a whole different scenario. They're rated for 100 years, and the technology is better and better. So it's an investment. It's just like everything else, a piece of technology that can be, will need to be maintained. Likely some of the solar shingles are going to fail and they're going to have to replace some of them over time and all of that. So it's an investment. I think someone has to really want that in order to uh, make sense for all the complexities that it adds to your home. In any event, if you find one of these things on your property or you're a buyer agent and your client is interested in a property that has some of these things, then make sure the client is well informed on what it means to be an owner with one of these items attached to your home, insurance wise and the rest, to have the fixture properly inspected and determine whether or not this property is even sellable. Ask the listing agent, what does the title company say about this? Does this have to be paid off ahead of time? Does the seller have the cash to pay this off ahead of time to release the lien so that the buyer can purchase? Or is the listing agent just sort of oblivious to the whole thing and their expectation is that somehow this is all going to work its way out during the transaction, which likely it's not, and it could fall apart. And if that happens, the buyer is going to be out their option funds. Option really is non-refundable. So before the buyer really throws down option, you should have advised them before they did that And if they want to go ahead and move forward with the property and try to work it all out and see what happens, great. That's the risk that they took. But at least we properly advise them before they put down non-refundable option funds on the transaction, which could be $500, $1,000, something like that. And then finally, we have paragraph C, natural resource lease. This could be if there's oil or gas or anything. It could even be a wildlife. It could be a wetlands on property. It could be a lot of things, but it would be a lease. So not just natural resources on property, but a lease. You could have coastal Bermuda hay that's on property, and they have a lease because people are harvesting it. Or there is cattle on the property, and they're leasing out the land for grazeland. It's the grazeland that they're leasing, and so you need to look at each lease individually and see what it says. We recently had a commercial property that had, I don't remember who the listing agent was, but there was a chunk of the property that had an easement from ERCOT or someone where lines were on the property. And this has happened about 4 times over the last year, where we had a seller who was selling property, who was making money every month from having an easement on the property that was being paid for the land. And these types of easements and these types of natural resource leases, there will be documentation associated with it. So you'll see that paragraph C, 4C, has 2 checkboxes. A seller has delivered a copy of the natural resource or they have not. And you'll see that those 2 options are not under paragraphs A or B. And that's because paragraph A and B both have a separate addenda for it. Paragraph C doesn't have a separate addenda. It's just built into the contract. So if there is a natural resource lease, the buyer is entitled to receive a copy of whatever documentation and leases that the seller has. And the contract is going to dictate here whether or not the seller has provided the documents prior to going under contract or whether they're going to do it after they go under contract. Any questions as it relates to paragraph 4? Statements, thoughts, anything anybody wants to add before we move on
I have
to
a
the big one?
statement
Okay, Mary Beth,
on your
please.
natural resources. I had a couple of different examples where my clients bought 10 acres and they're going to be planning to build on it. But in the meantime, there was a guy in the quote. It was originally like 160 acres that got divided into 16 10-acre lots. And this guy was coming along and farming certain sections of each 10 acres and doing like corn or that kind of stuff. Well, it was that exact kind of situation right there, that there was a lease, and it was to help the people who own the land have an ag exemption. And so he provided all the documents and everything. It was really great. So, don't be afraid of those. That it definitely is a win, or at least my buyers thought that it was a win, that he wanted to farm it and do it and continue to help them with their ag exemption. So
I had the exact same scenario, which is why I brought up the example of the coastal Bermuda hay. In blue, north of Elgin, south of Taylor, there's a lot of 10-acre pieces of property out there, and a lot of them have chosen to plant hay. And they have a company come out and harvest it, and they lease out that land, and they get an agricultural exemption, plus they make money from the hay sales. And so a lot of people, a lot of homeowners in Texas have some sort of beekeeper exemption or something like this so that they can reduce their property tax liability with the appraisal district. And when we find one of those situations fall into our transaction, you likely need to do a little bit of research to make sure that you're getting it right. Sharon, I see your hand up.
Hunting and deer leases would count as well, right?
Yes. 100%. It absolutely would. Okay, paragraph 5, earnest money termination option. Probably the biggest bite out of our time today is going to be invested right here. There is a lot going on in this paragraph 5A through E. There's going to be confusion. We've added new things. There's a little bit of new language in here for what is a legal holiday, but the rest of it has remained the same. But even though it's the same, I really need you guys all ears on deck because there's some things in here that's really important that we all need to cover. First, there are two different timelines that this paragraph 5 speaks about. Would someone please read 5E? Sharon.
Sorry, I had trouble unmuting. Paragraph E, time. Time is of the essence for this paragraph, and strict compliance with the time for performance is required.
Okay, bonus mega points. Someone tell me where in the contract it says this again. Where does it say?
Nowhere.
Ooh, who said that?
I did.
Rio has the answer. All right, so Lisa, we're gonna give Rio 50 mega points. Um, nowhere in the contract, including paragraph 9. Someone tell me what paragraph 9 is?
Closing.
Closing. Closing. Closing, probably the most significant date in our entire 23 paragraphs, and it doesn't
They would
even
get
have
paid.
time of the essence. So nowhere, only here, time is of the essence. Now, when we add the third-party financing and we add some addendas, and we're going to start seeing that language pop up again. But in our 1 to 4, it only exists here. And it is really for two different timelines. What are the two different timelines that we have running in paragraph 5? What is the first one?
Earnest money.
Option money.
Delivery of earnest and
Earnest money.
Okay, so we're going to use our words. We're going to speak clearly. We're not going to say earnest money because earnest money is not a deadline. We're going to say the timeline to deliver earnest adoption, right? Because that's what it is. It's the timeline to deliver the earnest money and the option funds. So you're right, though. It's the earnest money and the term and the option funds. There's a date in which to deliver those checks to the title company. What is the timeline? How many days? Rio says 3. All right, I like that answer. What is the time of day deadline to deliver the earnest money and option to deadline for mega points? Birdie put her hand up first.
5, or sorry,
Wrong.
after 5 p.m.
Wrong. What is the time frame?
End of third business day.
That's right. And what is the end of the third business day? What time is that?
Midnight.
11:59 p.m.
Thank you. Midnight is the next day. 11:59 p.m. is the end of the third day. So I hope that none of you are driving down through town with checks in your hand, flying across town for 4:55 because you need to get that check to the title company before 5 o'clock because you had an extra 6 hours. Okay, so Birdie mentioned 5 o'clock. There's a second timeline that we're dealing with other than the delivery of the earnest money and the option. What is the second timeline?
determination.
Ah, okay, so remember we're going to use our words clearly? Say it on a whole sentence. Jeanette.
The option to terminate.
Okay. The buyer's unrestricted right to terminate the contract by 5 p.m. on the last day. Okay, good. So that's it. The second one is the buyer's unrestricted right to terminate the contract. What time of day do they have to terminate by?
This one is at 5, right?
Well, it doesn't say at 5, it says by 5. So if it's 5 o'clock, has it already terminated?
Yes, no, it has to be 4:59 p.m.
That's right. So by 5 o'clock. So I am not going to bring anything to chance. We want to get it there at 4:59 because at 5 o'clock, my opinion is that it was obliterated at 5 o'clock. That's just my opinion here. Because by means before, not on or before. It says before. So to me, that's 4:59, but that's semantics and that's for the attorneys to argue, not us. How many days did they get for their option?
Negotiated.
Okay, so the buyer and seller get to negotiate a time frame. So what happens if the buyer gets to the fourth day and they did not deliver, well, let's do it this way. Let's say the earnest money was $1,000 and the option was $1,500. How much money is the buyer supposed to tender to the title company?
2,500.
1,000 plus 500 equals,
1,500.
okay, $1,500. So I'm the listing agent. The fourth day rolls around. I'm going to do my due diligence. It's on my checklist. Hey, Monica, this is Jack over here, 2 offices away from you. I'm just curious, was the earnest money an option delivered? Well, Jack, the thing about that is $1,000 was delivered 2 days ago, but that's all we received. I see. Got it. All right. Well, thank you. $1,000 was delivered. 1,500 was supposed to be delivered. Is the contract what's going to happen now? Sherry.
You're in contract without an option period, without an option to terminate.
Okay. And what about the seller? What does the seller get to say about this?
They can cancel the contract.
Ah, the title, the contract is granting the seller a contingency, a remedy in the event that the buyer fails to uphold the promise to deliver option and earnest to title. When they fail to do so, the money is first going to be applied to the earnest money, and then it's going to be applied to the option. And that's what it says here in the contract. So first they're going to apply it to the earnest money. Earnest money was $1,000 and they had $1,000. So they're not going to apply it to whatever matches. They're not going to, if $500 came and they say, oh, look, looks like the option's 500, so I'm going to apply this 500 to that. If only 500 came, they would apply the 500 to the earnest money, and that still wouldn't have been enough. And now they wouldn't have an option or a contract. But in the case where $1,000 came, $1,000 did come, it was sufficient. So no, there isn't going to be any of this nonsense where the seller has the right to terminate because the amount came. That just means that the seller now has a transaction with a buyer who has no option period. And they're probably going to be pretty upset about that. And the seller has a big decision to make. Are we going to let them cure it? Are we going to ignore this, or are we going to enforce the contract and say that there is no option period? Because there isn't, because there's no way to cure it. There's no way to cure it. Now, there's some tricks that we've done in the past because the seller said, I don't want to enter into a contract this way. I don't want this because this buyer is going to be looking for any way, which way to get out of it, and this isn't cool. I want to give them the option period they've asked for. I'm going to teach you after we're done with this a method that we have found that works in this scenario, but it's the only thing that you can do. So we're going to read the text line by line, and we're going to read exactly what it said. Delivery of earnest money and option within 3 days after the effective date, the buyer must deliver to, and this is escrow agent. Escrow agent is not a person. I know we think that the word agent is a person like us, but yes, you're a sales agent and you're a person, but when it says escrow agent is the company. And so escrow officer is the person, escrow agent is the company. So this would be a title company, not a person. You're not allowed to put a person's name here. You have to put put a firm name here because it's not a person who gets hired. Although you might like a salesperson at a title company and you might have dropped off that contract to the title company because of the relationship you have with your closer, you didn't hire the closer, you hired the firm. Very much like real estate in that the buyer may have chose Realty Texas because of the relationship that you have with them, but they didn't hire you legally, they hired the firm. It's the exact same way in title. And so they've hired the firm. Now, if you have a closer who leaves in the middle of a transaction, if the closer's name was here, then it would be unclear on who is to be holding title. I mean, who's to be holding earnest money. And it's the job of the title company to make sure that they are good stewards of the title money, the escrow funds. And so the earnest money is a very big deal. So because of that, Trek said, none of this nonsense of you entering a closer's name and a firm name, because now you have an ambiguous contract. Because if that person dies, quits, retires, moves to a different company, then it's unclear on what should happen. Then, should, if they move to a different title company, should the earnest money be moved? And how in the world would that process be? It's a big nightmare. So Trek says avoid it. That's why they put escrow agent after it, meaning only a firm name. And we're supposed to put the address. If you want to include a phone number with the address, I'm not going to be upset about that. And I don't think Trek is going to be either, but it's not proper. The contract asks for an address and it should only have an address. We have another page at the end that has the closer's name and it has their phone number and it has their address and all that information that you're trying to stick in here. And there's another place for that. And I recommend that you properly fill that out. By the way, our autofill system that we built for you, it has that in it. It will automatically fill that out for you. So you don't have to worry about that. Okay, so we're going to put the title company in the first blank. We're going to put the address in the second blank. And then we're going to write in the amount for the earnest money. There is a rule of thumb out there, but that doesn't mean that the rule of thumb is absolute. It can't be absolute because if the agents are picking the earnest money amount always, then the consumer didn't have a choice. And when consumers don't have a choice, then they're harmed and it creates liability. And so instead of us reducing risk and advising the client and letting them make decisions in the transaction, we're making decisions for them. So it goes like this. From the buyer agent, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, the listing agent likely is expecting 1% of the purchase price as earnest money. They're likely going to advise the seller that they should be expecting that 1%. And if you offer something less than that 1%, you're likely going to have the listing agent advocating against us. Is that true? Yes. We just simply tell them that, and it's their choice on what they want to offer. The second field is the option fee. How much the buyer is going to offer as an option fee. Now, there's a rule of thumb here as well, and it's typically 10% of the earnest money. If the earnest money is $3,000, the option is $300. I have always thought that that was a little bit too low for option, so I am not a huge proponent for that. But I am going to share a document here that is an August 2017 centerfold of the Texas Realtors magazine. And in the top right-hand corner, it says, is it necessary for a buyer to pay an additional fee to extend an option? Because I have this argument all the time. Brand new agents in the business, oh, the buyer, for whatever reason, wants to extend and they want to extend for a dollar. Or a situation where a seller made a mistake and the buyer's inspector came out to the property and found out that the gas had been shut off. But the contract in paragraph 7 says that the seller will immediately turn on and leave on throughout the duration of the contract all utilities. So the seller has breached the contract. So what is the remedy? Well, the remedy isn't a free option because there is no such thing as a free option, because if you extend for once the deadline amount hits and you had a $0 amount, likely if this goes to court, there will have not been an option. So you don't want to find the remedy in a $0 option. Now we have played some stuff with this as well, and I'm going to start pulling back the layers of the onion. This is something you do twice in your career. This is not something you do every time. It's not just because the buyer needed more time. They didn't have enough time to get the septic inspected, and they don't want to pay for an extension. They just need 5 more days, and they don't want to spend $500 more. This is something that we've done only when the seller breached their promise and the seller was in breach. What we've done is we've signed an amendment reducing the earnest money from $2,000 to $1,500, and then signing $500 option, 5 more days for $100 a day, and now that money is already sitting at title, isn't it? And now that money is transferred from the earnest money to the option. This is not something that you do every day. Only when the seller has breached in a situation where utilities run on and everyone's mad and the buyer doesn't want to pay. I don't even bring it up unless the client is having a fit about it, because I don't want to create anything that's going to cause an issue later. In any event, Yes, the amount of the option fee is negotiable, but it would be wise to pick a number that does not appear to be a symbolic gesture. For instance, if a dispute about the option period resulted in a lawsuit, a court might find that a payment of $1 doesn't satisfy the legal requirements. We are not decreasing the buyer's risk by allowing a free option or a dollar option. We're actually increasing it. And in doing so, we put our clients at risk, and that's not what we're supposed to be doing, right? So I have shared this document with a lot of agents and transactions. Look, this is not a good idea for anyone, and I shared that with them. But and again, it's negotiable. So you advise the buyer on the amounts, earnest money and option, how many days. Now, how many of you think it's a good idea as the buyer agent to ask for 3 to 5 days option? How many of you think it's a good idea when you represent the seller to reduce the buyer's option period down to 3 to 5 days? I think it's a horrible thing for a listing agent to do. Because what's going to happen is they're going to get to that end of that time and they're needing to extend. And now you've created so much stress and so much anxiety for the parties. And does a buyer not have the right to do the due diligence and try to get a best understanding of what it is that they're buying? They should. And we should not try to push them and force them in these unreasonable amounts of time, because how quickly can you usually get an inspector out? Well, my inspector is pretty special because when I call him, he's usually got today, tomorrow, or the next day available. But in a 3 day timeline, now if he can't get out till tomorrow or the day after, then once my client does have the results, then they give those results to the seller. I don't like negotiating a repairs addendum on the same day of the termination of the option, because now you get 3 or 4 hours before, and the buyer has really got two choices: terminate or move forward. And the seller sometimes can't respond in that amount of time, and it's really harming the buyer. So you should look at what's going on with the property to determine what your recommendation is for the buyer and what to offer for your recommendation. And then they get to choose how much time they want, but we also have a responsibility. If it has a pool, I'm going to ask for 10 days. If it has a septic system, I'm going to ask for 10 days. If it has any of these things that you need to get an additional inspection, if you walked up to the property and you can clearly see granular loss because your vision is as good as mine, and you can tell the shingles are probably toast, I'm going to ask for 10 days, because I already know that the seller, as soon as the inspector gets up there and verifies what I believe to be true, they're going to need to get their adjuster out, and they're going to have to look at it, and they're going to have to get a claim approved. And that's not going to happen in 3 days. And that's not going to happen in 5 days. And I can tell you the anxiety and the stress of an option period that's been compressed, which is to no one's benefit at all. And so, just like we're going to have a conversation about who should be picking paragraph 9 close date, I think that you should really consider 7 to 10 days on most options and have some personal anxiety in feeling when you have a buyer in a transaction, whether you represent the seller or the buyer, that has less than 7 days. Because the chances of having an amendment is very, very high. And now monies have to make it to title, and all of these things has to happen. And it's just a lot of nonsense for no reason. So when you're in a transaction with me, my goal is that there are no extensions. I am trying to meet the promises that the buyer made, not create unrealistic expectations or unrealistic promises that force us into extensions. And if you are a real estate agent and your last 3 transactions had extensions, either on option or on the close date, then I want you to go back and evaluate those. Who set those dates, the client or you? And if it was you and you're setting timelines that are not realistic, you're creating anxiety for the buyer and the seller and everyone involved. We're going to talk about a way to do it differently. Jay.
You may be getting to this, but I'm just curious, if you're on the listing side and you receive an offer that's less than 7 days, would you recommend countering with a 7 to 10 day option back to them?
No, but I'm going to tell my seller, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I don't think that the buyer is going to be able to get a full understanding of what it is they're purchasing in this amount of time. So I'm going to need you standing by to do an extension because we're probably going to get into extension. So I'm telling you before we go to contract that I want you to be prepared for that and not be surprised by it. And that expectation that you set up front is going to go a long way. Yep. But no, I'm not going to counter a buyer back asking them for more. Um, and the seller may come up with that. Well, why don't we give them a couple more days? Or Jack, why don't you call the buyer agent and ask them what this is about? And call them up. Like, all right, so I see you got 3 days here in the option period. Can you speak with me a little bit about that? Well, we're just trying to make our offer look really, really good. Okay, do you think you can get an inspection done in 3 days and get the results back? Well, probably not. Got it. Well, the seller said they're negotiable on this item. So you might want to meet with your client so that we don't end up doing an extension that's going to cause a lot of stress and anxiety on everyone. That might be a good conversation to have after you spoke with the seller and the seller told you to have that conversation. But don't you have that conversation with a buyer agent until you've had authorization from the seller to have the conversation, because you would not be acting as a fiduciary anymore. Make sense?
100%. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. So we've got the title company name and the title company address and the earnest money and the option funds. So delivery of the earnest money and option funds within 3 days after the effective date. Buyer must deliver to a title company, escrow agent, at an address with a dollar amount as earnest money and a dollar amount as the option fee. The earnest money and the option fee shall be made payable to the escrow agent, meaning the title company, and may be paid separately or combined in a single payment. Paragraph 1, buyer shall deliver additional earnest money of stated amount to escrow agent within a stated amount of days after the effective date of the contract. There are situations where you have a buyer who's going to split the earnest money or split the earnest money up into 2 payments. It could be you have someone who has money sitting in a 401k plan and it's going to take 5 to 6 days to get it out. It could be coming through the International Monetary Fund because they're a foreign buyer and it hasn't made its way through yet and they want to offer $1,000 and in 5 days they want to offer more. Now, we have other addendas already for a contingency for sale of other property. We have and also another addenda for a short sale. I'm going to tell you, if you're dealing with a short sale, you likely should put a very small amount as earnest money here and maybe in 60 days increase it. Especially if you have a short sale where it's not an approved short sale, you have no idea if the short sale is going to be approved. The buyer may not want to have that much funds being tied up for a seller who hasn't even written a letter of hardship yet. I'm teaching a foreclosure and short sale resource SFR class, short sale and foreclosure resource designation class, coming up next month. I teach it twice a year. I know we have 4 agents right now doing short sales. So if you want to take that designation, just know that that is coming next month. So there's lots of reasons that a buyer might ask to bring the payment in multiple payments. Number 2, if the last day to deliver the earnest money, the option fee, or the additional earnest money falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday, the time to deliver the earnest money, option fee, or the additional earnest money, as applicable, is extended until the end of the next day that is not a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday. And we now have, as of this new 2026 version, a definition of legal holiday, which is one that falls into section 662-003A. It's part of the Texas Government Code, and I have a one sheet regarding what those dates are. So it's not if a legal holiday falls in your option, if it's the last day. If the last day to deliver falls on one of these dates, a Saturday or a Sunday, or a legal holiday, then the date to deliver the funds is going to extend to the next day that the title company is open. That's really what they're talking about here. Because the buyer has to deliver the funds to the title company during business hours. And if they go under contract on Wednesday and they have 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it's going to extend to Sunday. If then it's going to extend to Monday. If Monday's a holiday, it's going to extend to Tuesday. So the title company is open and available to make sure that the buyer truly had 3 days to deliver those checks, and that last day was a holiday, then they really only had 2 days. And so now they've had more than calendar days, but what they're trying to make sure is that the buyer doesn't have anything bad happen if they didn't fully get the 3 days that they were supposed to have. Now, number 3 says the amount, and this is a very important paragraph, the amount the escrow agent receives under this paragraph shall be applied first to the option fee, then to the earnest money, and then to the additional earnest money. Now, someone read that out to the class. Someone read it.
Sorry, what letter? I'll read it.
5-3.
Okay. 5-3.
5A3.
Oh, thank you. The amount the escrow agent receives under the paragraph shall be applied first to the option fee, then the earnest money, and then to the additional earnest money.
Now, why do you think Trek did it in this order? It's very specific. Jeanette, you just muted yourself.
To give the buyer the option first?
Okay, because let's go back to the scenario that we had before. Let's say there's a $2,000, a $1,000 earnest money and a $1,000 option. How much money is supposed to be deposited to the title company? $2,000. When $1,000 is sent to the title company, what happens to the buyer? I told you that we were going to answer it more and if we were right about what we said. And here we are. Now we're going to talk about it so that you understand it finally.
Ambiguous.
So he's default.
Money
Okay.
goes towards the option.
Okay. The buyer has the unrestricted right to terminate the contract, but the earnest money wasn't delivered. So if they put $1,000 towards the option and $0 towards the earnest money, then we have to know what happens when you fail to deliver one of these two. So we're going to skip ahead and we're going to talk about what happens if it wasn't enough to cover the earnest money. So let's read paragraph C down here, which is 5B. 5B, letter C. All right.
Failure.
5AC. Failure to timely deliver the earnest money. If the buyer fails to deliver the earnest money within the time required, seller may terminate this contract or exercise seller's remedies under paragraph 15 or both by providing notice to buyer before buyer delivers the earnest money. So really, what did that say? In this case, the buyer has the option to terminate, but so does the seller. This is the only paragraph, this is the only place in a contract where a seller has a right to terminate the contract. Every other provision, the seller has agreed and the seller has no out, unless the buyer did not deliver the earnest money timely. If there wasn't enough to cover the option and the earnest, then from the moment that the midnight on the third day passed, the seller now has a new right or remedy. Whose job is it, if any, to advise the seller about rights and remedies in the contract?
Selling agent.
That's right. And if the seller has a new remedy that they didn't before, is the listing agent required to notify the seller?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So then, should there be an SOP on a listing agent to find out whether or not the title company has received the funds on the morning of the fourth day?
Yes.
Yes.
You do. And how many of you are picking up the phone and calling the title company on the fourth day and asking the title company, I would like to know if Ernest and if the option has arrived because I haven't received a receipted copy from you. And it doesn't make sense that I haven't received a receipted copy from you. So what's going on? Or the partially receipted contract. So thank you, Rio. Thank you, Renee.
Very rarely have I had to do that. Most of the time, I have such a good relationship with Title, they reach out right away and secure both earnest and option money within the first day or two.
And sometimes they reach out and they give Zocom to the client, and the client just doesn't finish it in time. They just don't do it. And so I obviously the title company should immediately reach out to the buyers and provide options to get the funds over. But that doesn't mean that the buyer is going to walk into Wells Fargo and they get it wrong and the wiring instructions incorrect and it goes somewhere else. We recently had an agent cause this to happen because they had a preferred title company that they like to use, and that title company had given them wiring instructions and they had submitted the offer using the title company that they like, but in the counter, it moved it from their preferred title company to someone else. And through that process, they forgot that this happened. They gave their client the wiring instructions and they sent the earnest money to the title company that wasn't the title company for the contract, causing this whole thing, guess what? No option, period. Yep. So we have to be very careful. So I always like to make sure that I call the title company, verify they received it, and then they might say, "Well, we received it," and they reach out to the other person, and then the other person like, "Who are you? What are you calling me? How do you have this contract? I don't even understand why you have it." And then hopefully unwind that long before the 3 days has gone by because the contract was also delivered to the wrong title company, and the wrong title company had reached out to the title company and also given the that buyer the wiring instructions. But it was not the right title company, and the title company didn't notice that they weren't the title company on the contract, and they receipted it anyway. I know. Lisa and I are going to create the shoebox chronicles of all the fun that we've had in the last 9 years. So mistakes are going to be made, but our job is to not make those mistakes, acts of omission or commission. We're going to get it right. So failure to deliver earnest money on time means that the seller has the right to terminate the contract before the buyer delivers it. So now we need to finish on with the rest of the story because we know what happens the morning of the fourth when the real estate agent calls to verify because they don't have a receipted contract yet. They're going to call title and say, "Hey, I didn't get a receipted contract from you guys. Today's the fourth day. The earnest money was due yesterday. Um, can you verify you have the wire?" "No, we don't have the wire." "So you haven't receipted it?" "No." "Got it." Okay. So then is my first call to the buyer agent to ask him where it is? I'm representing the seller now. Who's my first call?
Seller.
That's right. Uh-huh. My first call is to the seller because I should not alert the buyer agent until I've spoken with my seller because my seller has a right now. He has a right to fix the default that just occurred, or sorry, the breach that just occurred. I want to use my words very carefully because it's not a default, it's a breach. To cure the breach that just occurred, the seller has a remedy, and I need to make sure that I advise them, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, hey, so the contract required that the buyers deliver earnest and option to the title company by midnight on the third day. And this is the morning of the fourth. I contacted the title company and the money didn't arrive. Now, I've not spoken to them yet, but the contract says that you're afforded a new right that you didn't have before. You have the right to cancel the contract. And if you cancel the contract, the earnest money and the options still due. That's what the contract says. And um, if you want, I can call the buyer agent and ask them what's going on, let them know that this happened, and then they can get the money in. But the moment they get the money in, you no longer have the right to cancel the contract anymore because they will have cured it. So between now and when they bring the money in, you have the right to cancel the contract. But the moment the money arrives, if we have not sent termination, it's cured and you no longer have the right to do that. Do you have any questions regarding that? What do you want me to do? Well, I really want to sell it to these people, so call them and find out what's going on. Mr. Buyer Agent, oh my gosh, I had no idea. Let me find out what's going on. It'll be done, and then an hour later it's fixed. All right, spoke to the buyer agent. It's a huge oversight. They wired it to the title company. The money is sitting there. Seller says good. The thing is about this is they don't have an option period because they defaulted on their option period. That's great, right? It's going to cause a lot of anxiety in the buyers, but yes, it would be considered good for you because the buyer doesn't have the unrestricted right to terminate the contract. But I can tell you that this is going to come with a lot of anxiety. I've had this happen a few times in contracts where buyers defaulted on their option. I've had sellers go both ways. I've had sellers say, I want you to fix it to give the buyer an option period, and that comes with its own level of risk. And I've had sellers say, you know what, we're going to stand behind what the contract says, and they don't get an option period. And there is no right or wrong answer. It's whatever you want to do. And leave it at that and let them make their decision. How many like that approach?
You do.
It is just a matter of letting the seller make the decision that works best for them. Okay. So what does it say under paragraph D, failure to timely deliver the option fee? If no dollar amount is stated as the option fee or buyer fails to deliver the option fee within the time required, buyer shall not have the unrestricted right to terminate this contract under paragraph 5. Now, there's an old adage that says that if you default on the option, you no longer have an option. I'm going to tell you how we've cured this before in the past. And it's only been done twice. I spoke to John George. Many of you know who he is. And he looked at me and said, Jack, that's probably the most creative way I've ever heard of handling that issue. And I don't know what would happen, and neither do you. I'm like, I don't know either, but this is what we're recommending. What we have had in the past, and again, don't do this unless you speak to a manager and the clients agree, but we modified the effective date of the contract to add one more day. And the parties agreed to a new effective date, putting him back in the option, giving him time to deliver the option check. That is how we handled that. So mind blown, yes. But again, I'm just teaching you guys what I see, what I've seen done, fix it, all the things. Okay. So we have already read 5A3. Let's read 5A4. 5A4 says buyer authorizes escrow agent to release and deliver the option fee to the seller at any time without further notice to or consent from the buyer and release escrow agent from liability for delivering of the funds to the seller. The option fee will be credited to the sales price at closing. What's happening here is the moment that the option fee comes in, the title company can release those funds to the seller. You can't have a buyer calling, screaming, "Don't you give that money to the seller. I don't want that money released." There was a time when this language wasn't in there and the title company were in these no-win situations. And so it's clearly written in the contract, the buyer has no say in when the title company can release the option to the seller. They have no say whatsoever. All right, questions up to this point? And then we're going to get into the paragraph B side of this. Sherry.
Yes, I've always called on day 3 if I have not gotten the receipt. I've always called on day 3. So it was what I'm hearing you say is morning of day 4.
Yes.
Okay.
It's 3 days after. So if you, I mean, are you counting day 1 as 0?
No, I'm calling when, like an hour before it's due.
It's not due until midnight. So you're calling at 11 p.m.?
I'm calling the title company at
When?
4 o'clock.
It's not due until midnight.
Right. But what I'm hearing you say is to
It can
protect
come.
the seller,
Yes.
waiting till the next day is better business practice.
I do because the money can come in at 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, and then we've told the seller something that's completely not true.
Where does it come into it that late at night? I thought that
It could come into a window door. It could come into a lot of ways. All they got to do is have a check put in their hand. I know where my title company where my title officer lives, and I've driven to her house and handed her checks before at 10 o'clock at night, because my client called me when I called him at 6 o'clock, and we had this conversation, and they say, I just got a message. I just got a text message on my phone that Wells Fargo rejected the wire. What does that mean? That means you're going to write me a check and I'm on my way to your house right now. Rio, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I used to work for a gentleman by the name of Matt Patterson, and he's actually he is a Champions real estate instructor. I'm not sure if you know him.
Yeah,
Um,
I was an instructor at Champions for about 3 years.
okay,
I, I know him,
you've
yeah.
crossroads with him.
Yes.
Awesome. So he explained this page very clearly to us and articulated this ingrained it in our brains because this is very tricky for a lot of people because of the earnest money and termination options and the flow that it can have. This is a great class, and I'm very happy to be here listening to you say it at this time.
Thank you, Rio. Elisa.
Would it be wrong to be in touch with the buyer's agent since you're representing the seller and it could be a seller out to just, coordinate with, has it been delivered? When are your buyers expected to deliver it, etc.? Would that be something that would not be best practice?
Well, I'm not sure if you stepped away for a moment, but I did pound that into the ground like a dead horse. I said it would be unethical for us. It would be a fiduciary failure for us to call the buyer agent first.
Okay.
We would call the seller first, and we would pitch the situation to the seller, and we would ask the seller what he wanted us to do, and then we would follow the seller's instructions. And if that's call the buyer agent and inquire why it wasn't delivered, great. Or the seller might say, you know what, that backup offer we got for $50,000 more, this is a blessing in disguise. We get to keep the earnest. We need to keep the option, or at least try to fight for it. And I know they didn't deliver it, but they still do. So I think that we should just go ahead and deliver termination and go with that backup offer. You
Okay,
could
I
have
did
a
hear you
situation
say
like that
that.
going.
I did hear you say that, but I wasn't sure if it was okay to discuss it before the 11th hour.
It's only okay to discuss it to them. I'm not going to have a conversation with them on the third day. I'm going to call the fourth day, and I'm going to find out in the morning at 8:30 when the title company has opened and whether or not they've received the funds. And the moment I find out that the funds were not received, my very first call is going to be to the seller. I'm going to have a conversation with the seller, and then I'm going to follow their instructions.
Okay.
Okay. I saw another hand pop up.
That was me. I was just I think you pretty much answered that it doesn't do us any good, I guess, to check in an hour before title closes on the third day just to see where it is, to see if we should reach out to their agent and say, you guys are going to do this, right?
Yeah, so we represent the seller, and my checklist isn't calling the title company 3 days in a row. Is it there yet? Is it there yet? My checklist is the morning on the fourth day. I call to see if they did their due diligence, if they followed their agreement with getting it in on time, and if they didn't, I advise my seller that they didn't, and then my seller advises me on what we're going to do next. Yep. Okay, so buyer authorizes escrow agent to release the funds and for the option to the seller, and the buyer has no recourse of when that's going to happen. So we've gone over paragraph 5A fully, and we've gone over paragraph 5B item, or 5C and 5D. Now we're going to talk about termination option, which is 5B. I know we went out of order, but it just makes more sense to go out of order. Termination option for a nominal consideration. the receipt of which seller acknowledges and buyer's agreement to pay the option fee within the time required. Seller grants buyer the unrestricted right to terminate this contract by giving notice of termination to seller within a pre-negotiated amount of days after the effective date of this contract option period. Notices under this paragraph must be given by 5 p.m. local time where the property is located by the date specified. If buyer gives notice of termination within the time prescribed, the option fee will not be refunded, and escrow agent shall release any option fee remaining with the escrow agent to the seller, and any additional earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. So there's automatic checkpoints here that's kicking in that allows the title company to automatically refund the earnest money. In years past, that wasn't necessarily the case, and we had to get agreements to release the earnest money by all parties, but we have an auto release now here. I still think it's good to clean up after yourselves, but in any event, the title company can get that out of the way, which is good for the listing agent because now the listing agent can put it back active, because you can't have multiple earnest monies out on a property ever, 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 ever. You have to keep it off the market until the earnest money has been released, and then you can market it again. There is a thing called subjugation. Subjugation is when a title company has to look at someone who used to be their client and sue them. If someone brings a title company a contract and they already have earnest money out somewhere else, that's considered insurance fraud. And it is a very, very big deal. Property cannot be marketed or accept multiple earnest monies by two different buyers because the first buyer, the earnest money hasn't been released. There could be a suing for performance, which means title is locked. Do not open title with a different title company because you're in a situation where you're trying to get the earnest money released, but another buyer wants to move forward and you're going to play both sides. You don't have that would be insurance fraud, and you can talk to your title closer about that and what they call subjugation, which is suing the buyer and the brokerage for that, and it's something that they're required to do by the Texas Department of Insurance. So you put them in an impossible scenario. And paragraph E talks about time of the essence. Earnest money and the option fee needs to be delivered within 3 days after the effective date to the title company. They have until midnight to get it there. If they don't get it there in time, the money is going. So no money was tendered. The buyer has no option period, and the seller now has the right to terminate the contract and move forward with another contract. When it's cured, now the buyer still owes the funds, but they no longer have the unrestricted right to terminate the contract. And so what ends up happening, though, is the buyer cures the breach that they made for not delivering earnest money in time. And the seller no longer has the right to terminate the contract, and the buyer has no option period for this transaction, unless the parties decide to fix that, which is very unlikely. The termination option beginning is on day 0, and it is pre-negotiated up front, and it has to be an amount that is not considered what Trek has called a symbolic gesture. It has to be something that is somewhere between what they use word nominal and symbolic. So what is that? Well, our rule of thumb is, usually around the figure of 10% of the earnest money. $5,000 earnest money, $500 option. That's the rule of thumb. But again, it's not for us to determine, it's for us to let the buyer agent know what the seller is expecting and what the seller agent is advising the seller as to be nominal so that we don't have them negotiating against us. Any questions regarding paragraph 5 before we move on? Renee, did you put your hand up?
Yeah. I was gonna say, I guess I was listening to what you were saying about the rule of thumb for option money, and I guess it varies from market to market on the rule of thumb for option money, because here typically it's $10 a day.
Here you're never going to get for an extension, it's $10 a day, maybe, but a typical option is not $30 for 3 days or $50 for five. So that is not typical in the state. And that is not what we see. How many of you see options under $100 on your contracts? How many of you see options 300, 500 or more? Yeah. So interesting, Renee. Very, very interesting. Okay. So uh, I would I would have to go back and look at the contracts and reacquaint myself with what's going on in San Antonio, because that is not what's happening in Dallas, Houston, or Austin. Okay. Now, I think I owe you all a break. Who needs a break? All right. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back at 2:32 and we're going to jump into paragraph 6. I'll see you back in 10 minutes.
Jack, if I seem unfocused at any time, I'm listening intently. I'm also fighting a severe migraine at the moment, so
Oh, no.
I'm here.
It's good to have you.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that he'd Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay. You got an extra long break this time. We are jumping right back into paragraph 6 where we left off. But before we do, does anybody have any questions on paragraph 5? Amrit.
Quick question, Jack. Let's say the buyer has failed to give the earnest and option money. Obviously, the seller has an out, but does he have any remedy for that time wasted? What would a seller do? What's happened in the past?
The time frame for the buyer to bring the money to the title company really has no impact on the seller or the option period, because they're not going to get one, or the closing date. So there's no real loss here for the seller. It's just, does the seller feel like there's risk now that the buyer is going to be looking for any way to get out of this contract? Is the buyer now gonna, have a different feeling about the purchase process? Is everything going to be stressful now? Is the buyer going to feel cheated or slighted? The buyer lose confidence in their real estate agent? Do they feel like the seller's being unfair? So, depicting on the personality type of the seller, the green personality type wants to make sure that everyone's copacetic and happy in a transaction, and they're going to be very concerned about this. A red personality type, usually they're going to be a driver and they're going to be, they don't get one. It is what it is. It just depends on what the seller wants to do. We just have to provide them the information, let them make the decision and move on. But it really, if the buyer has missed the deadline by a day, it doesn't really impact the seller in any other way than the option period, which is pretty profound, right? Not having an option period, but it's not harming the seller based on the time period. I'm not sure if that was your question.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
All right, paragraph 6, title policy and survey. This is where we're gonna spend a lot of time here because this is the paragraph where most of you have some gaps. And I can tell you that paragraph 6A, 1 through 9, not only do you have gaps, but oftentimes most of you are terrified to even begin to explain this paragraph because of paragraph 6D, objections. We're going to spend a lot of time over objections, and I'm going to share my screen and we're going to go over paragraph 16. I'm going to share my slides and we're going to return to the slides when we get into paragraph 60. So let's talk about the title policy and survey. The title policy says seller shall furnish to the buyer at the seller or buyer's expense. It's negotiable. And an owner's title policy of title insurance, title policy issued by, and it should be the same as escrow agent. And so we had escrow agent above, which was the title company. This should be the same here. Now, I've asked multiple different attorneys as well as title companies what the difference between title company and escrow agent is. and they have explained it like this. Independence Title could be the escrow agent, and the title company is maybe First American, whoever the insurer is. You see, it's like going to an independent insurance company and then them shopping for different insurance on different carriers. So the carrier is the title company, and the escrow agent is going to be the what we call the title company. And that's usually not the case because the title company is not usually who is actually the insurer. So, and sometimes they are. First American is the biggest title insurance company in the United States. They issue more policies than anyone else, but in our market, a lot of people aren't using them. They're using other companies who use them and there's policy. So, in any event, I just want you to follow my lead here. The title companies say just put the same escrow agent in both places because the title company told me this. They said, if you were to put Austin title here or key title here, and you put First American here, that you're tying the hands of the title company. And if there is a special warranty deed instead of a general warranty deed, or if there's a divorce scenario, or you might have a cloud on title, the title company loses the ability to go shop that to try to find the carrier that's going to do it for, or who could do it, period, or who's going to do it for the best price. And so sometimes we don't realize that there's different carriers going on, and the title company usually doesn't bring that to us. So you're going to put the escrow agent in both places. That's what we're advised to do. So we're just going to follow that lead. In the amount of the sales price dated at or after closing. So the title policy is something that the seller has to give to the buyer in the buyer's name, dated at or after the closing date. So it says seller shall furnish to the buyer an owner's policy of title insurance issued by a title company in the amount of the sales price dated at or after closing, insuring the buyer against loss under the provisions of the title policy, subject to the promulgated exclusions, including existing building and zoning ordinances and the following exceptions. So, what it's saying here is they're insuring the buyer against what? What word did they use? Insuring the buyer against
Loss.
loss. What does loss mean? Does it mean that the house was destroyed? No. What does it mean? Sharon.
It's going to be if someone comes up previously in all the research that they missed and says it really I'm the one who owns it.
So let's simplify it. Let's just simplify it and say that title is transferred to someone else. That they lose the home. Title is transferred away from them and provided to somebody else. They've lost the house. Now, there's a lot of ways you can lose a house. And so the title company says, we're going to have some exclusions. So if you have a policy on your car and there's an exclusion for having somebody else drive your car on your policy, what does that exclusion really mean for the person named on the policy? Let's say you have a roommate and you're living in an apartment and it's when you were a kid. Let's say they find out you have a roommate in the title and your vehicle insurance says, do you have anybody that lives in your household that's not related to you? And you say, yes, my roommate. And they say, oh, what's your roommate's name? And you say, Jim Smith. They say, okay, we need to add Jim Smith to your policy. It's going to cost $200 a month. And you say, I'm not adding Jim Smith to my policy. That's ridiculous. Fine. Then you need to exclude Jim Smith from your policy, which means that if Jim Smith drives your car and gets into an accident, they're not covered. Jim Smith can't drive your car. So what are you going to do? You're going to exclude Jim Smith from the policy, yes? So this means that when you exclude something from a policy, it's an area of non-coverage. Simple as that. These well, let's start with the first eight. Let's start with the first seven, really. The first seven are areas of non-coverage. These things, if you lose your house because of these seven things, the title company's not going to cover you. Number one, restrictive covenants common to the platted subdivision in which the property is located.
HOA.
HOA. You get in a fight with the HOA, restrictive covenants common to the platted subdivision, your HOA forecloses on you, and you lose your house because title transferred because you lost it, the title company is not going to come in and pay out your losses. Remember that the title policy, what it is it's an insurance company to protect you against loss. And so they're going to come to the defense and they're going to start paying legal fees and they're going to pay out money if you end up losing your home. And you could lose your home because, as what Sharon was saying a moment before, maybe there was someone in the past who sold the home and they didn't sign to sell the home and they got sold out from under them and they didn't even know about it. A child that was uh, not in communication with the family and somewhat estranged, and they come back later and say, "This I was an heir, and you ignored me, and I'm suing because my rights were taken from me. I was an heir to this property. I didn't agree to sell it." Then it kicks in, and now the property could get unwound and they could lose that property, or they could just sue for a whole lot of money. The title company is supposed to pay out those claims and help try to keep you from losing your house, but it's certainly fight and title to help make sure that you don't lose the house. And that's what the title policy is for. But if you get in a fight with your HOA and you don't pay your HOA dues, they are not going to cover it. The standard printed exception for standby fees, taxes, and assessments, you don't pay your property taxes, they're not going to pay. If you lose your house to property taxes, they're not going to cover that. Liens created as part of the financing described in paragraph 3, you don't pay your mortgage and they foreclose, they are not going to cover. Reservations or exceptions otherwise permitted by this contract or as may be approved by buyer in writing. Do you remember that word reservations we talked about in paragraph 2? What was that word reservation about? Does anybody remember?
Exclusions.
Okay. Exclusions is different than reservations because one paragraph was for exclusions and another one was for reservations. So it's the opposite of an exclusion, Sherry.
Yep. Yep.
So what is the reservation? What is it doing?
Is it reserving their rights to like the water or land, air,
Yes.
that kind of stuff?
Like
Thank you.
protecting it.
Thank you, Caroline. Yes, the seller is reserving the mineral rights for themselves. They don't want them to convey because when the property sells from party A to party B, all of the minerals convey. And so in paragraph 2, it says reservations. If the seller is going to keep some of their minerals and not have them convey, a separate document has to be there in order for the seller to reserve it. So if the seller reserved the minerals and now there is a fight regarding that, the title company's not going to get involved in that because that's between the seller and the person they sold or they did not convey the minerals to. Now the new buyer doesn't have minerals because the seller kept them, and now the title company is not going to get involved in fighting out a dispute related to what the buyer agreed to. Sharon.
Mineral rights can be reserved prior to the current owner, and the current owner not necessarily be aware at the sale that that is there. And if the title company doesn't find it, they
No.
need this clause.
No.
No.
No. Whatever the seller owns, if anything, conveys to the buyer. It's not about finding it. It's whatever the seller owns conveys to the buyer unless the seller conveyed it back. So there is no mineral search. There's no getting a landman involved to try to figure out what the seller owns in terms of minerals. The entire mineral estate and then the accessories and the land convey unless the seller holds it back. And if the
So
seller,
what happens to the mineral rights if they were sold prior to that person gaining that property?
so listen to my words very carefully.
I'm trying.
Everything that the seller owns, if anything, conveys.
Okay. I get it now.
Yep. So whatever the seller owns conveys. If the seller doesn't own them, they don't convey. And so when the title company is looking, was there a full conveyance? Yes. Yes. This person held back some minerals. Okay, so this is where it stopped. And at this point forward, no one owns the minerals anymore, regardless of what the contract said, because it was held back. So this simply says that reservations here, if there is an argument about a seller who reserved it or not, the title company's not getting involved. So this isn't really about reservations anymore. This is about the title policy, but it's about title policy not covering a fight between the buyer and because the buyer is getting sued over reservations and the title buyer is calling the title company and saying, "Wait, I'm getting sued for all this money. I want you to protect me." And the title company says, "No, we don't get involved in that. That's an exclusion." Okay, number 6. The standard printed exceptions as to marital rights. What does this sound like? Mr. Smith gets a divorce with Mrs. Smith. Mr. Smith no longer owns the home because the home is conveyed through the divorce settlement to Mrs. Smith. And Mr. Smith feels like, you know what? I just got harmed. I'm calling the title company and I want them to pay me for my loss. Are they going to cover that? No, because it's excluded from the policy. That's what these are all about, is exclusions to the title policy. The standard printed exception as to waters, tidelands, beaches, streams, and related matters. Anything to do with state lands and park lands and all of that. And if any of that is on around the company, the property, if you know what happens if you live on the beach and the the beach starts moving backwards and the greenbelt line gets moved further and further to the house, what's happening to the seller's property?
It grows.
They're losing it.
Smaller.
The vegetation line is the line in which it stops. So they own up to the vegetation line, and that vegetation line is wherever it is. And so they could have egress of property boundaries going back and forth. And just like if you live next to a lake, as the water goes down and up, there's a vegetation line and you own to the vegetation line. So you could add property or you could lose property. As time is moving on, your property taxes can increase because your acreage increases, your acreage decrease based on the height of the water, and you may not have access to the water. So anyway, they're not going to get involved in any of this nonsense related to waters, tidelands, beaches, streams, and any of these related matters. If someone loses their land because the beach pushed their 1 acre lot down to 3/4 of an acre, that half-acre loss, they're not getting involved in that. Okay, so pretty much it's at this point where everyone's good. They're getting it. I see. So this is a title policy protecting the owner of losing their house. But they're not going to cover HOA, property taxes, liens against the mortgage, utility easements, reservations between the buyer and whoever they sold the house or whoever sold the house to them, the a disagreement between spouses, anywhere near waters, tidelands, and beaches. All this makes sense. If you lose part or all of your property related to any of these things, title policy is not getting involved. But number 8, now this is the one where people get confused. It says the standard printed exceptions as to the discrepancies, conflicts, shortages in area or boundary lines, encroachments or protrusions, or overlapping improvements. Now, number 8, if it's just left alone, then you're going to say, all right, number 8 is amendable. Number 8 is a paragraph. No, yes, number 8 is a paragraph that can be modified by selecting I or II. So by selecting I or II, what you're really doing is you're modifying this number 8. Does that make sense? Okay. So when you click I, it says number 8 will not be amended or deleted from the title policy. All right, so that means that number 8, you can see the little colon here. This 8, these II has everything to do with number 8 because of the colon. If they check I, then number 8 stands alone, no changes to it, and that's the rule. If they pick II, then it says number 8 is going to be amended. It means it's going to be changed. And it's going to be amended to read shortages in area. If this big long sentence is amended to read shortages in area, then what does number 8 become? What does the text of 8 become if it's amended to read shortages in area? What does 8 become?
Not there no more? Or
Enforceable?
It's covered by the,
Okay, what does amended to read mean? Birdie?
It changes it.
Uh-huh. It changes it. Emirates?
It's now included,
Included or replaced?
replaced.
Okay. So if 8 is replaced with the text shortages in area, then what is the complete sentence of number 8?
It's
The
8.
standard. Oh,
The standard printed exception as to the discrepancies
No.
all the way to whatever you
No.
select.
Will be amended to read shortages in area.
Shortages in area.
the standard printed
Thank you,
exception
Lior.
as to shortages in area.
So Lior, say it again. What does number 8 become?
Shortages in area.
That's right. If you amend a big old long sentence to read shortages in area, then the sentence becomes shortages in area, period. It doesn't say
Oh.
it doesn't say added, it doesn't say anything like that. It says amended to read, replaced with. This whole number 8 is replaced with shortages in area. Now, number 8 is an exclusion, right? So think this through. Number 8 is an exclusion. So when it's amended to read shortages in area, are they going to protect you for shortages in areas? Or are they going to say we're not going to protect you for shortages in areas? This whole list is exclusions. So if number 8 is replaced with the words shortages in area, are they going to protect you for shortages in areas or say we're not going to protect you for shortages in areas?
Not.
We're not going to. Okay, so now number 8 says that if you check off this box right here, nope, if you check, I'm trying, if you check off this box right here, then 8 is amended to read shortages in area, which means the only thing that the title company is not going to cover the buyer for is shortages in area, which means all that stuff that was deleted is stuff that they're now going to cover. It's called deleting an exclusion. So, do you remember the roommate scenario? If you exclude the roommate, well, how do you unexclude the roommate? It's called deleting the roommate. That's right. You delete them. So you're deleting the exclusion. So now the roommate moved out. So now they're the neighbor next door. And they delete them from the policy. Now the neighbor next door can drive your car because they're no longer excluded from the policy. So here, the standard printed exceptions as to discrepancies, conflicts, or shortages in area or boundary lines, encroachments or protrusions. So this means discrepancies is now covered, conflicts are now covered, shortages in area, well, shortages in area or boundary lines, this is all the same thing. Encroachments are now included, protrusions are now included, and overlapping improvements are now included. And so what's happening is by default, none of these things are included. But if the buyer pays or somebody pays an amount that is 5% of the title policy, which is $50 on $1,000 or 5%, $5 on $100. Uh, very small. So the title policy is $1,000, then the endorsement is $50 to have all of these things included. So if your title policy is $1,000 and you don't pick I, if you pick just I, your title policy is $1,000 and nothing in number eight is included. You pay $1,050 and check off this box, and now all the things in number eight are now included in the policy except for shortages in area.
You got money? That sounds awesome.
All right. Does anybody have any questions regarding that? Is anybody confused?
Where'd you come
Not anymore.
Okay, Amaret, I want to unconfuse you.
Thank you. So, what are the shortages in area if all those things have been included?
So the shortage in the area is you find out that the property has zero point 0.2 acres and not 0.5 acres like the seller promised. They're not going to come and pay you out the difference in shortages in area in any which way. If the obviously the beach land was a different scenario. If during the last foreclosure crisis, the neighbor behind you thought that they were going to be cool and they just take the middle fence between your yards and push it back 10 feet, making you that particular property a much smaller backyard, and you bought the property and you had no idea the fence was moved, the inspector didn't see that the fence was moved, and now it's been that way for 5 years. Now you have a smaller yard. You were told that you had 0.5 acres, and now it finds out that you're 0.3 acres because that line was moved. Title company's not going to get involved in that.
Nope.
Nor will they ever get involved in that. Or you're buying 150 acres and later you have it surveyed and find out it's 100.
I've always not used it.
And that 145 acres is.
But I've always done seller.
Hey,
oh, am I?
yeah, Sharon, I need you to mute, please. Okay, so Emma, do you have any additional questions? Because I need you guys to understand this better than me so that when you're talking to your clients, you understand it that well.
Okay, but I'm sorry, I have to ask this again because it says here that the standard printed exception discrepancies, shortages in area is going to be covered if you
No.
it I.
Okay, so this paragraph, by its very nature, if you leave it alone, these are things that are not covered. This entire list are things that you're not going to get covered. So if you select I, 8 stands alone, it does not get changed. If you pick I, then half of this stuff gets deleted, and the only thing that's not covered is shortages in area. So this entire sentence becomes these words, and that's it. Number 8 becomes shortages in area, period. The only thing that's not covered, the only thing that's excluded now in number 8 is shortages in area. Everything else now is included.
I understand. That was okay. Perfect. I get.
Okay, anybody else need a light bulb to come on? Because we're not going open until you guys get this, because there's no reason to be confused because it's not that confusing. Let's start with Jay and then Mohammed.
All right. So I understand completely the II. I just want to make sure. So typically if we don't want to make that change, then we just check sorry, if our buyer does not want to make the change selecting II, we would then select just I, correct?
That's right. I says 8's going to stand alone exactly as is, or I means we're going to change, modify it, or amend it, as it says. Exactly right. Mohammed?
It means no matter what, shortage of area is not going to be covered, even if you want to pay for it.
That's right. Under no circumstances, no matter what you try to negotiate, the title company is never going to cover shortages in area. They're excluded in both. Exactly right. Michelle.
Is there an advantage or disadvantage to have the buyers versus the seller to pay for it?
No, there's not an advantage of who's going to pay for it. I will tell you this, though. I have situations where we had a cash transaction and we wanted to close in 5 days, and the title company and everyone said we could. and we had selected this option II to amend, and the title company came back and said, we're not approving the survey because you selected this. We have to get a new survey, and the survey is going to cost $1,000, and it's going to take a month to close. And we didn't see that one coming. And so that is a thing. Now, it's a very rare scenario to have something like that happen, but this is it. Very simple. Mr. and Mrs. Buyer. If, how do you know that the seller doesn't have huge liens against the property that no one's found out about yet? That's terrifying, right? You buy a home, you find out there's liens, or you find out 2 generations ago someone owned the land and it was stolen from them, and they come back later and they take the house away from you. Is that possible? Yes, it is. That's what a title policy is for. Now, the title policy is going to insure you against loss, meaning someone taking title away from you and walking away with your house. It's a big deal. Now, the title company protects you, but there's certain things they're not going to protect you on. And then you go down the list. And these are things that the title company had nothing to do with, but they had to promulgate it. Um, if you get in a fight with your HOA, get in a fight with your lender, get in a fight with the spouse, get in a fight with the seller that you bought the home from, etc. down the line. Leor.
Jack, can you give an example of what a discrepancy or a conflict that does not involve shortage of area would be?
Yes, and we're going to talk about that in the next segment. We're not going to talk about that right now because it's too much to layer on.
Okay.
I don't want to lose everyone's light bulb. Sherry.
It seems like in the past I've had title company come back and say this needs to be changed because we just had a survey done.
No, even if you have a brand new survey, it's still recommended because now the title commitment has an endorsement that's protecting them through the title company. A brand new survey means that they're being protected on a surveyor who could be wrong. That surveyor may have air and emissions insurance, but in 5 years from now, that surveyor be dead along with his air and emissions insurance, and you have no recourse at all. And so having this covered by the title policy is now covered for the life of you own the property. And having a surveyor do a survey is only as good as the piece of paper that it's printed on. And when the surveyor is gone, and so is E&O insurance, the buyer has no protections whatsoever. That's what's nice about taking this and attaching it to the title policy is it is now for life. Sharon.
So you're saying II protects the client for the life that they own the home?
Yes. Yes. For unknown things that happened, yes. If they find out 4 years later or 5 years later that there was um, a uh, a house built on the property line, let's say this is 12 acres, and you found out later it was surveyed wrong, and the house next door is now on the property line, and no one knew that, and we didn't find out about that for 15 years from now. Then the title company is going to kick in and say, oh, there's an overlapping improvement. This house is on both properties, or this barn is on both properties. And when a lawsuit comes up about that, then the title company is going to kick in. You see? How many of you have pets? How many of you have pet insurance? There's a thing, pet insurance. Okay. People have pet insurance, but they don't have insurance on their land. So again, what was the cost of this II?
$50.
Okay.
5%.
Thank you, Leor. In the example I gave Sharon, it was 5% because we did the math. But the actual fee is 5% of the cost of what? The house?
Title policy.
The title policy. So it's super cheap, 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 cheap. So there's zero reason why you're not always selecting II here when you represent the buyer. This is something you definitely want to talk with your buyer about, and then you can pick on who's going to pay for it. So let me tell you the saga how this goes. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, or Mr. Listing Agent, my client is submitting an offer. We're asking for you to pay for the title policy and for our endorsement. And then we get a counter back. The seller is happy to pay for the title policy. If you want to add additional endorsements, your client can pay for that themselves. So I typically don't start the argument by going seller and seller. If my client wants it, I usually check off here and I have a conversation about them paying for the buyer side if they're going to increase it. But again, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what market that's in the future. So you just have to figure out what the buyer wants to do. But they're going to say, what's your recommendation? I recommend asking the seller to pay for your title policy and that you pay for any additional endorsements. That would be my recommendation. But we can ask them to pay for it. But we can get a counter back and see what they say. That's the conversation between you and your buyer and the buyer's decision. You may decide that you always want to ask the seller to pay for it and advise the buyer to, ask the seller for it. I'm trying to ask for the very best offer that I can get from my buyer, and I'm trying not to get a counter. I'm trying to get acceptance because I know if I get a counter, they're going to counter back for everything. So I'm trying to stay away from a counter. Anyway, that's just part of my master certified negotiation expert person inside me, trying not to push the envelope too far. But I just am going to let my client make the decision. All right. Based on 6A, are there any questions? Everyone is good. All right. I know Lior and a few of you had a couple questions regarding the rest of this, and we're gonna talk about what those really are in a moment. But I think the objection paragraph really does a good job helping us with conflicts, discrepancies, all of that. All right. Now the commitment. What is the commitment? And what paragraph is this under? It's under title policy and survey. So what is the commitment? Does anybody know what that is?
The policy.
Policy. It's before the policy. It is what the title company says here. This, I'm going to say yes, but it's before the policy. This is what we're committing to. Here is what we would provide you in a policy, and then when they pay for it, now they have a policy. And so the commitment is everything that the title company is committing to, and they have 20 days after the title company receives a copy of the contract. So the date they receive it, not the date they received it, but the date they received the contract, not the date that they received the earnest money and the option, but the date that they received the contract, which has its own receipt date. From that date, the title company has 20 days to provide the title commitment. So within 20 days after the title company receives a copy of the contract, seller shall furnish to buyer a commitment for title insurance, what they call a commitment, and at buyer's expense, legible copies of restrictive covenants, all the HOA documents, and documents evidencing exceptions in the commitment. We're going to talk about that in paragraph D. Exception documents, other than the standard printed exceptions above. So if the commitment comes up with more exceptions other than these, like there's a person who was divorced and we're going to exclude them or offer a special warranty deed versus a general warranty deed, which all of these things can happen, but they could have additional exceptions to the title policy where they're going to exclude certain things. So what we're saying here is 20 days after the title company receives a copy of the contract, seller, it's their responsibility. Seller shall furnish to the buyer. Now the title company is going to do this for them, but seller furnish to the buyer because the seller has to agree to allow the title company to do it. So they put it on the seller. So the seller authorizes the title company through the contract to put together a commitment for title insurance to the buyer, and at buyer's expense if they want to get their HOA documents, so it could be at buyer's expense, evidencing exceptions in the exception document. So if there's additional exceptions, it's going to be also be evidenced in the commitment. Then it says that seller authorizes the title company to deliver the commitment and exception documents to buyer at buyer's address shown in paragraph 21. And if there is no address in paragraph 21, they were going to mail a copy of this as well as via email. So the address in paragraph 21 becomes very, very important. And a lot of times that's left blank, and that creates a problem for the title company. If the commitment and exception documents are not delivered to the buyer within the specified time, the time for delivery will automatically be extended up to 15 days or 3 days before closing date, whichever is earlier. And so by the time they get up to 3 days closing date, it's not going to fly anymore. If the commitment and exception documents are not delivered within the time required, buyer can terminate the contract and the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. And usually they're going and looking at the survey and they're pulling the documents, they're going through the microfiche and they're trying to get clear title, because what they're really trying to get is an abstract. And an abstract is information from the sovereignty of the soil in Texas all the way through till present day. So when the original land grant occurred and every single person they sold it to and every person that bought it, sold it, bought it, sold it, and there's sufficient signatures to show a clear set of title. And if there's missing, then they're going to bring up a cloud on title and say whether or not they're going to cover that cloud on title. So this is what's happening is the title company is offering an insurance uh, policy of insurance to the buyer against loss, and the policy itself is this research of what they've decided that the title company is going to provide the buyer as their insurance. And then the buyer is supposed to review it and determine whether or not they are okay with this insurance policy, if they want to move forward with this purchase with all that they're learning from this title commitment. Now, the survey is part of this because the survey is where you learn really important things like any loss of rights to the property or things that are limiting the buyer's enjoyment of the property, like a setback line or a public utility easement or a road that has been added to the property that's now an easement or something like this. So the survey, this paragraph on its own is its own little conundrum. So we just got through 6A. You all feel really good about that. Everything on it is they're not going to include, except 8. You can remove some of the things they're not going to include to now include them, but the thing they'll never include is shortages in area. So we've got 6A down really well. 6B is simply the policy that the title company is promising that they're going to provide the buyer, and the buyer is going to get it within 20 days and review it to determine whether the HOA rules and everything that they've got in this commitment is good for them to go. Now, the survey. The survey is a document that the title company really needs in order to delete these things, because these discrepancies, conflicts, shortage in area, boundary line encroachment, protrusions, overlapping improvements, all of that really has a lot to do with the survey. So the title company, they can't really offer this additional insurance unless they have a survey, and the survey has to be acceptable to the title company in order for them to decide that they want to use it. So usually it's if they can read the seal, they'll usually accept it. But it's the title examiner who's going to determine whether or not they're going to accept the survey. Most surveys we've used get accepted. I'm going to tell you something that was surprising for me to hear. About 10 years ago, I was at the association, and the president of the Texas Association of Surveyors was speaking to the association members, and they said, you should not be handing out a copy of a survey to somebody else. You should not be reusing surveys. That is between the surveyor and the person who bought it. And it's interesting because if you think about a buyer and they bought a survey, how many of you still have the little piece of paper that the insurance company gives you that you put in the car? Sometimes we have those, right? Now a lot of them are on an app on your phone, but you know what I'm talking about. The little white piece of paper that shows that you have insurance. So is that worth anything? It's not really worth anything, is it? It's really just proving that there actually is a policy somewhere Well, your survey also is not really worth anything. It's got a lot of valuable pieces of information on it, that's true. But the value of the survey is actually the E&O insurance and the policy that comes behind it. And so there is no E&O insurance for someone who didn't buy the survey. So the seller of 123 Main Street, who had a survey that they bought from the builder, and the builder put the survey in the buyer's name, so the buyer now has coverage from E&O insurance, that seller sells it to the next buyer, and that seller gives the buyer the survey, that buyer has no protection at all. None. And if a lawsuit did happen and there was E&O insurance, that buyer would not be the one getting the check. It would be the person who owned that check. Just like if someone was driving your car and got into an accident, are you going to get a check in the mail for crashing their car? No. The person who owns that policy is the one who's going to get the money. So the survey company says, if you guys are smart, what you're going to do is contact the surveyor who originally done it and find out how much they would charge to resurvey it and put it in the buyer's name. So survey, $750. Surveyors out there are saying you shouldn't be reusing them, and some surveyors are doing something crazy now. They're actually putting registered trademarks on them. I mean, copyright symbols on them. So now you have a survey that looks like this with 800 million little tiny dots, and you're trying to find if there is a copyright symbol, because if you use it, they can sue you. Well, I'm going to not get into weeds on this too much, but the recommendation from the surveyors, if you call them, is to, if you get a survey from a seller, ask the buyer, say, this is a document that they own. It's an insurance policy that they had. It's really meaningless to you. You can use it to close in the transaction. That is true. But if something happens, you're not going to get any kind of payout from an E&O insurance. If this document is wrong, how do you know that it's right? If it's wrong, there is no recourse. So our recommendation is that you contact the person who surveyed this and find out if they'll resurvey it. And sometimes they'll resurvey it for half the fee because it's already in AutoCAD. They're just going to go back out, check the medallions for the property boundaries, and resurvey the property. Michelle.
What time during the contract would you recommend, like if the buyers is in agreement to have a new survey, when would you order it? Because that's going to be an expense. And if, during option, they decide to walk away, but it's already done, or order, no problem, but done, yes.
So at the point where the buyer has decided that they're going to move forward through the option period. Now, if you have a client that's also, if you're afraid about the appraisal and you're afraid it's going to fall apart, then there's a lot going on here because there is going to be an invoice sitting at title and the surveyor is going to have this survey. And so the answer that the survey gives, once you know that the buyer is moving forward out of the option period, you should contact the surveyor and let them know ahead of time so that while they're in option, they could have already scheduled the appointment for the date that the buyer leaves option, so that you don't call them and they tell you that it's a week out from the date they ended option. You called them at the beginning and told them when the option ended so they can come out there. And so that's that 10 days while they're in the option, they're also now, as soon as they're out, the next day they're coming out. If you call them ahead of time and schedule it, then they're going to show up the next day. You call them the day after option and ask them to show up that day, it's not going to happen. So that's what the surveyors recommend. Okay. Now, what does the survey actually say? There are, item one is you're dealing with a pre-existing survey that the seller is going to give the buyer the survey. Paragraph 2 is that the buyer is going to buy their own survey. And paragraph 3 is that the seller is going to purchase their own survey. So paragraph C1 comes in 3 parts. And it's the 3 parts that get people a little bit confused. Part 1 says within X amount of days after the effective date of the contract, seller shall furnish to the buyer and the title company seller's existing survey of the property and a T47 document. Now, this is making a promise that within X amount of days that the seller is going to provide a copy of the contract. and he's going to give it to the buyer and the title company, the seller's existing survey. So if it says within 5 days, the seller is going to give it to the title company and the buyer within those 5 days. Now, what does the word shall mean? I know it sounds ridiculous, but what does it really mean? Shall.
Should.
Does it?
Buyer will do something.
That's right. So it says buyer will obtain a new survey. Buyer shall obtain a new survey at seller's expense no later than 3 days prior to closing if the seller fails within the time prescribed both the existing survey and the affidavit. So what this is saying is, all right, the seller has 5 days to get the survey in. If they don't get the survey in within 5 days, the buyer is obligated to order a new survey at the seller's expense because the seller breached their promise. Now it goes on to say something completely different. If the title company or buyer's lender does not accept the existing survey or the affidavit or declaration, buyer shall obtain a new survey at someone else's expense. So first, the seller is making a promise to give the buyer and the title company their survey within a certain amount of days. If they fail, the buyer orders a survey at the seller's expense. If the seller does give the survey within the time prescribed and someone doesn't like it, like the buyer's lender or the title company, then a new survey is required and someone has to buy it. And that's why this is here, because now it's pre-negotiated in the contract of what happens if we're using an existing survey and the seller did provide it in time, but although they provided it in time, the lender or the title company says, we can't use this. This is unacceptable to us. Then a new survey will have to be ordered. And now whatever was negotiated here is who's going to have to pay for it. Any questions regarding paragraph C? So all make sense? Amrit?
Yes, Jack, it does.
Okay. Anybody? All right. Now, here comes the real Goliath paragraph that likely in your real estate career, if you get to the point where you've sold 500 to 1,000 transactions, you will have only had this ever happen to you once. And when you do, there's going to be an attorney helping you. There's going to be a sales manager helping you. There's going to be a broker helping you. There's going to be a title examiner helping you. There's going to be a surveyor helping you likely, and probably the title closer. So there's an army of people that are going to be helping you if this happens. But let's talk about what this really is for. The buyer may object in writing. I'm going to change my slides over because this is going to help you make sense of this more. Buyer may object in writing to defects, and I'm going to give you a definition of what each one of these words mean in a moment at the end of the slides. The buyer can object in writing to a defect, an exception, or an encumbrance to title. On the survey or on the title commitment. So the buyer can object to a defect, an exception, or an encumbrance to title that was disclosed on either the survey or the title commitment. That's what this says. So if the buyer if the title company uncovers a defect, an exception, or an encumbrance on either the survey or the title commitment, the buyer will have received those documents in the 20-day when they receive a copy of the title commitment. They go to schedules A, B, and C. All of this stuff is going to fall into paragraph. Schedule C is liens. Paragraph B is everything to do with the survey. And so these things are going to fall into paragraph B. They're going to read it and they're going to determine whether they have an objection or not. So the buyer can also add a line here where it says, or which prohibits the following use or activity. So the the buyer's going to learn, the title company is part of the process of getting all of this together. They're going to look to see what's on the deed restrictions, which is the HOA, or on the deed, and what's on the covenants. So they're going to review the HOA documents and the deed, and they're going to put those things together as the commitment. And the buyer can now read them, official copies of this stuff, which maybe they didn't read before. And they find out that maybe it's a condo they're purchasing and they're using the same paragraph, but on the condo form and it says you can't rent the property. And they want to buy it as a rental and they find out they can't. There's a long waiting list for a rental. Or they want to park their RV in the property. Or they work for a plumbing company and they have a branded plumbing truck that's a van that the company's logo's on, and they want to park it in the driveway and find out the HOA restricts having company branded trucks in the driveway. Or they find out that for whatever reason, they want to put in, an improvement in the backyard and it's not allowed. So whatever the buyer's goals are that they're concerned about, they can add here, or which prohibit the following use, and they can say, I want an RV. I want to be able to park my boat. I want to be able to put in a pool. I want to make sure that my 3 pet pigs are going to be allowed on property. Anything that they're afraid that some municipality is going to say no. I want to put a wraparound porch in the back. All of these things. The buyer wants to be able to, from the beginning, say, if I can't do this with this home, then I want out. Now, for many years, how many of you heard that residential use is supposed to be put in here? How many in the past heard that? Years ago. Okay. We all knew that that is what the law of the land was back then, but it was wrong because the contract says for residential use only. So if you can't live in the home, the contract was void in the first place, so that's not necessary here. The whole contract is void. So what we really are going to put in here, if the buyer has no objections, is the buyer has no objections noted, or no objections noted at this time, if the buyer doesn't have anything that they want to object to. Maybe the dog has 2 pit bulls and they're afraid that somehow that's not going to be allowed. So having my 2 pit bulls, and they put it on here and say, if my pit bulls can't be on this property, I don't want to buy it. I want to have an out. And these are the type of things we're talking about here. Okay. So all of the things that we spoke about, the defects, exceptions, and encumbrances that could be on the title commitment or the survey, or some additional things that the buyer said that they want to object to if they can't have this in their home, the boat, the pool, the RV, their 2 pit bulls. The seller wants to limit the amount of time that the buyer can object to these things, because at what point does the buyer learn that it's no and the buyer have the right to terminate and exercise that right to terminate? Is it going to be all the way to the closing date? And the answer is this other field right here. It says the buyer must object, because it says the buyer may object. So now this is the objection period. Buyer must object the earlier of the closing date or days after buyer receives the commitment exception documents and the survey. So when that commitment comes out and it goes to the buyer will have, that will become the date that the time starts clicking of how many days they can object. And what's usually put in here is 5 days or 8 days. Now the HOA documents are going to be 500 pages. The commitment itself is probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 to 800 pages. So the buyer then has 5 days to go through all of that. It could take them 4 hours really to go through and get a real good understanding of what these documents are to determine if they want to move forward. 99% of the people, they're not going to read it. They don't care. They don't have any specific uses. But that 1%, they are going to care. And so we have to be able to explain this to them. And so what is a defect? A defect is a recorded lien, a mortgage, or a judgment against the property. Those are defects on title. And that's going to be found on Schedule C of the title commitment. Exceptions. These are items the title insurance policy will not cover. Remember, A through 8, those 1 through 8 will not cover. Well, there could be other things that they are making an exception to, meaning that they're not going to cover. So there's an entire section of exceptions to the title policy. Encumbrances, anything that limits the buyer's right and use to the property. Easements, encroachments, HOA documents, deed restrictions. These are things that are encumbering the property, meaning taking the rights away. If you hear a judge say an unencumbered property, that's usually a property that doesn't have any deed restrictions, no HOA, nothing like that. Or prohibited uses, where they can handwrite in, or you type in for them because they say pit bulls or RV or pool, where they're going to put in that they want to be able to have a home office in their house, or they want to have a hobby farm that is open to the public. They want to have an RV on the property, whatever they come to you and say that this is something important that they want to do with the property. And if they can't do this, they don't want the property anymore. So on the survey or on the commitment. So if the buyer does not object to these things within the negotiated deadline, the buyer waives the right to object. So if the buyer is going to have an opportunity to go through the survey, the HOA documents, and the deed restrictions and read them to get a really good understanding of what's there. The title commitment has a lot of stuff in it. It's also going to read the survey and try to determine whether or not there is an issue with the survey, which we talked about before, which could be overlapping improvements or that kind of stuff. The buyer can object to those as well if they're disclosed and they find out on the survey that there's a barn on the property line or that kind of thing. And if that's true that there is, then the buyer can object and ask the seller to cure it. Whatever the objection is, the buyer can say, I want you to cure it. And if the objections are not cured within the 15-day cure period, then it can be extended if the seller needs more time. But what really happens is the buyer is going to do a request to the seller can try to cure it, and if the seller can't cure it, then the buyer can terminate the contract as long as they objected within the number of days up here. Now, if they find out a new piece of information later, like the title company comes back and says, oh, looks like we have amended HOA documents, here's the HOA documents, this date is going to be clicking from the date the buyer received the documents. So the title commitment is usually one packet. It has everything in it. So the moment they receive it, they're going to have a few days. Whatever the agents put in here is going to limit the buyer's ability. Now, what happens if it's left blank? Then what happens?
They can object up. Sorry, go ahead.
Lior?
No objections? They can't make any objection?
Nope. Nope. They can make an objection. It
Well,
says
yeah.
It's like an endless window.
It's an endless window.
That is correct.
That's right. They can object all the way to the closing date. So it's not capped. It's an open objection all the way to the closing date. And so if it's blank, if nothing is here, most of the time the listing agents are thinking, oh, let's go to paragraph 16. What's here? Oh, there's nothing here. Good for the seller. No, bad for the seller. Because if there's nothing here, then the buyer can object all the way to the closing date that they don't like that the HOA has a requirement of a purple hose. And they're like, no, I want my purple hose. And the HOA document says I can't have a purple hose. I'm out. Give me my earnest money. It could be that ridiculous. Leaving this open all the way to the closing date is catastrophic for a buyer looking for any reason to get out. So a listing agent should make best efforts to cap this at a reasonable time. For me, 8 days is a reasonable time. That's what I usually recommend. They can have as much time as they want, but it's 8 days is what is reasonable usually to most parties. But if it's left blank, the buyer has all the way to the closing table to object to a defect, an exception, or an encumbrance, or something that they wrote down, or something that they found on the survey or the commitment. Okay, Rio.
Yes, Jack, real quick. When does if the buyer sees this document, when does the clock start?
The date that they received the document. So the date of the email stamp of the date they received it. So the title company emailed it on the 14th. The 14th is day 0.
That's
and
it.
That's where it starts.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions regarding paragraph 6D, which is the paragraph that most of you struggle with the most? Sherry.
Yes, so as they receive, so they'll get title commitment, but if they get a survey 5 days later, that starts the clock for that objection to the survey. Is that correct?
It is true that if the seller has not provided the survey in time, that usually the commitment's not going to come out without the survey. So the entire survey itself is going to be backed up because they need the survey in order to Schedule B. So you'd be hard pressed to get a title commitment without a survey. So if the survey has not been given, the title commitment's also not going to be given, and the whole thing is going to be late, and it could be the seller's fault.
Okay. And what happened? I'll ask this at the end of class. It may not pertain to me.
Okay. So what have we covered in this last hour? Paragraph 6. We've talked about what this title policy is, what this insurance policy is, and what it won't cover. Paragraph B is what is the commitment, what the title company is promising to cover, and what that looks like, and how long the title company has to provide the buyer with evidence that they're going to get a title policy and what they're covering. Paragraph C here is talking about the survey, which is everything to do on the land, and the survey is going to have the building lines, the setback lines, the public utility easements, the driveway and outline of the home where the fence lines are to determine whether or not the fence lines are in corresponding to the property boundaries. All of this information is all wrapped around here in this survey, and whether or not the buyer has received it and how the buyer is going to get a copy of it. Does the seller have one? If so, is the seller going to give it to him? If so, how long is the seller going to give it to him? How long do they have to give it to him? 3 days, 5 days? And if the seller gave it to him in time, great. They have to give it to both the title company and the buyer within the time prescribed. And if they do, then good. But if they don't give it to them in the time prescribed, the buyer has to order a new one and the seller has to pay for it. But if the seller did give it to him in time and someone didn't like it, like the lender or the title company, then the buyer has to order a new one, and the contract will determine whatever the agent selected here and who is going to be paying for that survey because either the title company or the lender rejected the seller's survey. Paragraph 2 says there's not going to be an existing survey. It's only going to be a survey paid for by the buyer. Paragraph 3, only a survey paid for by the seller. And paragraph D is the buyer's right to object to all of this. No, I don't like it. I don't like these HOA documents. I don't like this lien that you see in the property. I'm going to object. So first, the commitment has to come back, and then the buyer gets a copy of it. They're going to thumb through it, and if there's things in it they don't like, they can object to it. And if they object to it within the time prescribed, which is by putting a date in here, now the buyer's timeline gets ticking for the seller to cure the buyer's objection. And if the seller can't do it, the buyer is now raised an ability for them to terminate the contract and get their earnest money back. The seller, it could be that the seller can't cure it and the buyer says, shoot, well, I'm moving forward anyway. That's possible. It's not a guarantee that the buyer is going to back out, but the seller objected asking the buyer objected asking the seller to fix whatever came up. And if they can't, I want you to go talk to the neighbor and I want that barn moved off the property line because I'm not going to buy this property knowing that the seller's barn is on the property line and taking up 10 feet of my property and then them come out their barn drunk and fall and hit their head on the ground and them sue me. I don't want anything to do with that. Get the barn off of the property. If you do that, I'll buy it. So then they object. Move the barn. And then the seller calls back and says, we have done everything we can to try to contact the seller, but they are in Europe and inaccessible. There's no way we can contact them. Now the buyer has 15 days to determine what they're going to do. Maybe they keep extending, or maybe the seller responds and says, if you want that barn, you can get rid of it yourself. So now the the owner grabs a backhoe and pushes it over into the neighbor's property and problem solved. I don't know, but that's the whole thing. Jennifer.
So I have a question about going back to the survey where you mentioned that in some instances they are doing a copyright on the survey. Are in your experience, are you seeing that the title companies and or the lenders are declining that and saying it's not acceptable because of it, or it's up to us to be cognizant and mention that?
Yeah, so this was about 10 years ago, and I've been waiting for all of this to come down, and so far nothing has happened. So there are, you all know what a copyright troll is. They buy up pictures and then they look for evidence of people using those photos and sue them. I know that the copyright trolls are also buying up dead surveyors' surveys and doing this whole thing. And that's why one of the surveys said, I am putting a copyright notice and I'm going to sell my entire library to a copyright troll for X amount of dollars when I'm done with this. That's an exit plan for some of them. They know that this is coming and it's going to turn into something big. Right now, it hasn't affected us, but we know this piece of information. The question is, what are we going to advise our clients? Should we be handing over a survey that we know that's really no insurance associated to it? There's no protections because those protections belong to someone else, so the seller is giving a piece of paper that really has no effect on the buyer. We should just tell the buyer, look, I recommend that you contact to see if you can get a hold of that surveyor and see allow you to have this survey and see what the surveyor says. That's the beginning and the ending of that. Okay, Jay.
I just want to make sure I understood you correctly a little while back when you were talking about the line after following the which prohibit the following use of activity. Did you say that your recommendation is we add buyer has no objections at this time?
Yes,
Okay,
that's right.
cool.
So then you have documentation at the time that you put the offer together that the buyer had no objections. That can change later, but we should not leave this blank because if we leave it blank, then the buyer has not stated their objections yet. And we certainly don't want to put none. And Mr. Potter was speaking to one of our general counsel attorneys, and the attorney said, you do not want to put none there. Absolutely, under no circumstances do you want to put none there because you are restricting the buyer from future rights. And so it's not NA, it's not none. You shouldn't leave it blank. So what do you put there? Because you're not going to put residential use. And so we have just sort of landed on that currently right now the buyer doesn't have any objections. That makes sense?
Would you counter it if somebody puts residential in, if as the listing agent and they put residential in there, or would you just leave it?
I I would not find that. I typically don't know. I leave it alone because I know that that's not harming my client in any way. There's no harm being done. So if I certainly wouldn't counter that as the only thing. And if I'm countering other things, what I don't want to do is poke at the other agent, telling them they're an idiot by countering them this and telling them they don't know what they're doing, because that's not going to get me anywhere, right? Because what do you mean my language is wrong? That's not what I'm trying to do because that's gonna create tension in the transaction between the parties that's unnecessary. Would you agree with that, Mary Beth?
I'm laughing because I want to ask, that I put in my MLS listings an offer guidelines sheet. So
Yeah.
I've never done this before, but it's making me laugh. What if I put on there, do not put for residential use only?
I mean, it's perfectly fine because at least you're stopping it from happening. And if they do it anyway, we're still not going to call them out on it.
Right,
But
right.
100%,
Yeah.
I agree. Okay, 8 more minutes and then we'll go on a break. All right, E, title notices. So we've gotten through A, B, C, and D. Now these are notices from the title company. The abstract, which is that document, is from the land grant all the way to today. Abstract or title policy. Broker advises buyer to have an abstract of the title covering the property examined by an attorney of buyer's selection. Or buyer should be furnished with or obtain a title policy. If a title policy is furnished, the commitment should be promptly reviewed by an attorney of buyer's choice due to the time limitations on buyer's right to object. This time right here is usually 5 days, 8 days. And so that's a very small amount of time. So this notices says we should be advising a buyer that have an attorney review the commitment just to make sure that the buyer is protected. So this notice here, we need to read them, and the buyer's gonna say, "Well, do I need an attorney?" And then your response is, "Our recommendation is that you read the commitment fully, and if there's any questions that you have about what you're reading in that commitment, that is past our pay grade. That is the practice of law, and you have to have an attorney advise you. You can first get with the title company. Oftentimes, the title company will be able to get their title examiner, who is an attorney, to answer your question. Although they do not represent you, they don't really represent anyone in this transaction, so they can answer your questions. But if they don't answer your questions to your liking, then yes, you're going to need to get an attorney who can answer the questions, because we can't. We can tell you what the contract says, but once there's an objection, and there's a real objection to the transaction, and you want to read the commitment and understand what that says, we can't read the commitment and tell them what that means and how to fix it. That an attorney has to be involved there. Okay. Membership in an HOA, the property is or is not subject to a mandatory membership in an HOA. If the property is subject to an HOA or a property owner association, seller notifies buyers under 5.012 Texas Property Code that as a purchaser of property in the residential community identified in paragraph 2A, in which the property is located, you are obligated to be a member of the property owners association. Restrictive covenants governing the use and occupancy of the property and all dedicatory instruments governing the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the residential community have been or will be recorded in the real property records of the county in which the property is located. Copies of the restrictive covenants and dedicatory instruments may be obtained from the county clerk, aka all the HOA documents. So you are obligated to pay the assessments to the Property Owners Association. Again, bold language. The amount of the assessment is subject to change. Your failure to pay the assessment could result in enforcement of the association's lien on and the foreclosure of the property. So paragraph E2 is all about if the property is located in an HOA. E3, statutory tax districts. If the property is situated in utility or other statutorily created district providing water, sewer, drainage, or flood control facilities and services, Chapter 49, Texas Water Code requires seller to deliver and buyer to sign the statutory notice related to the tax rate, bonded indebtedness, or standby fees of the district. Your MUD, your PUD, and your SUD forms, the MUD forms, they need to have the tax rate and the bonded indebtedness of the MUD, PUD, or SUD. That's going to come later, but this is saying that the buyer has to be provided notice while they're under contract. Technically, it's supposed to be told before they go under contract, so they're supposed to get a copy of the MUD notice, because Texas law says if there are any additional fees for the cost of ownership in buying a piece of property, the buyer has to be notified before they go under contract so they know. So if there's liens coming to an HOA, if there's HOA fees, or if there are MUD or PUD they're getting from a utility district and there's additional fees, before they go under contract, they're supposed to be disclosed these things, which is why Mary Beth and the rest of us, when we have it, we put that MUD notice up into our MLS listing. Now, although they're up there, it's not considered delivery. So when we receive an offer as a listing agent, we're going to counter that, or we're going to send, not counter, but we're going to email a copy of the survey and the seller disclosure and the MUD notice and all of the other documents to the buyer agent so that they receive it, so that they have a copy of all of those documents. Because if you have a seller disclosure and a survey in the MLS attachments and the buyer doesn't return them, the MLS is not delivery of the documents. We're required to give the documents, and so we should have a timestamp of where we've emailed it to them. Now, if they turn them in with the offer and all of those documents are there, then you're good. Obviously, you have them. They sent them to you and they're initialed. You're good. But if the offer comes in without those documents, you need to email those documents to the buyer's agent so you have a timestamp that it was given. The rest of the notices are legalese, tidewaters, annexation, property located in a certified service area of utility service provider, a public improvement district, transfer fees, propane gas system service area, notice of water level fluctuations, and a certified of mold remediation. The only one I'm going to go over on this list on this is a certificate of mold remediation. If the property has been remediated for mold, seller must provide to buyer each certificate of mold damage remediation issued under the property code, occupations code, during the 5 years preceding the sale of the property. Which means if they've only owned it for 2 years, but mold remediation happened in the 3 years preceding, that seller would have given those documents to the buyer, to that new buyer, and now that buyer that's selling the property needs to give it to the new buyer. All of these are just legal disclosures that are in the law that are put in here so that the disclosure is made. Sharon. Sharon, I see your hand up.
Yes, I'm trying. The propane gas system service area.
Yep.
I had a property that had that in the addenda 3 years ago. If this is in part of the contract now, do I still need to use that addenda?
Yeah, so that addenda really is a notice that we give all buyers as part of our buyer rep agreement. If the property is in a propane gas system area, then you need to give them the notice and you need to tell them what property it is. Versus this just saying, if the property is located in a propane gas system service area owned by a distribution system retailer, seller must give buyer written notice as required by Texas Utility Code.
Okay.
So this is saying that if there is one, the seller is going to give you a form. And so, yes, that's when the form is used. Okay, so paragraph 7. It's exactly 4 o'clock. And so the next hour is going to get us through paragraph 7 all the way to 23. And I know it doesn't feel like it's possible, but the rest of it all comes together really quickly. But we are going to spend probably 10 minutes on paragraph 7. All right, it's 4 o'clock. Let's go on break. Let's come back at 4:10.
Oh, I can feel it. Oh, good.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from break. It is 4:12. We have lots to do. We don't have any time for dilly-dally. All right, number 7, property condition. Access, and by the way, we have a new paragraph. 7I in paragraph 7 that just happened. So we got a whole new paragraph to deal with as well. All right. Property condition, access, inspections, and utilities. This states that the buyer has the right to have the home inspected by the inspector chosen by the buyer, as long as the buyer is licensed by a truck or otherwise permitted by law to make inspections, and that the seller is going to immediately cause the existing utilities to be turned on and shall keep the utilities on during the time the contract is enforced. So the seller has a requirement to have all the utilities turned on so the buyer can inspect the home properly. So seller shall permit buyer and buyer's agents access to the property at reasonable times. We have this argument all the time. What is reasonable? Thing is that when the property goes under contract, during that option period, the buyer should have pretty much unfettered access during business hours, but inspections are not limited to the option period. The buyer can have as many inspections as they want all the way through the transaction. The outcome of the inspection, there may be less remedy for a buyer outside of the option period, but the seller needs to allow the buyer access to the property during reasonable times for inspections. Buyer may have the property inspected by inspectors selected by the buyer and licensed by TREC or otherwise permitted by law to make inspections. Any hydrostatic testing must be separately authorized by the seller in writing. Seller at seller's expense shall immediately cause existing utilities to be turned on and shall keep the utilities on during the time this contract is in effect. These are the promises that are being made. Why do you think the seller has to separately agree to any hydrostatic testing? Leor.
Possibly can cause water damage.
What's that?
Can cause water damage. The testing or no?
I've never seen a situation where a hydrostatic test caused water damage. That's not really where I'm going with it. Um, there's a very important reason though, a very important one. Anybody else want to take a stab?
The pressure of the water of the
Not the
testing itself?
not the pressure, but there is something else related to the water.
It could break the pipes.
Yes, it's the weight of the water. How many of you have been to the store and bought a gallon of milk? Is it heavy or is it light? So we can all grab 1 gallon of milk, right? No problem. But can you grab 50 gallons of milk and lift them up? Thing is that water is really heavy, and these pipes were never designed to have that much water. What a static test does, and this is gray water pipes. This is toilet, shower, sink, drain water from the property all the way out to either the septic system or the city sewer. Typically, it's the city sewer. There's a washout in cap somewhere in the front yard, usually, where they can access. All the pipes are going to kind of end up in one water pipe that's usually headed towards the storm drain or the city sewer rather, and there's a cleanout trap. And that cleanup trap, they're going to usually open it and they're going to block it. They're going to put a balloon in there. They're going to put in a thing, they're going to fill it with air, and they're going to block it. And then they're going to the house and they're going to fill the water pipes with water. Thing is that even with all of the water turned on, it's not supposed to fill the pipe all the way to the top. It's at a slant, so it's going to be rushing down the pipe. So usually there's a 1 or 2 inches of water in that pipe. We're talking about PCV pipe, brittle, 20 years, 30 years old. It could be brittle, could be cast iron that's 50 years old, and cast iron has calcified tubes in the yard. So you could have working pipes that you block off, and now you fill it with 200-300 gallons, no, 200 or 300 pounds of water, and now the weight of that water cracks the pipe and does damage where damage wasn't there before. So it is a good idea to have the pipes inspected, but maybe there's a different way. Maybe you can have them put a scope down where they put a camera down with a light and a camera, record it so that you can see if there's penetration of roots, which you can't see in a water static test, and kind of the condition of the pipes. Do you see any cracks or brittle cracks, that sort of thing? So this is why hydrostatic test is a separate document that says who's going to pay for the damage done by a hydrostatic test. And that's the whole thing, is that if the buyer is going to do a hydrostatic test, the seller has to agree to it ahead of time in writing, and on that form is going to determine who's going to pay for the damages that was caused and created by hydrostatic test. And you have anybody questions regarding paragraph 7A, seller's promise to turn utilities on, the agreement that all parties will agree to a hydrostatic test before one is done, and that the buyer has the right to get the home inspected during reasonable times by inspectors the buyer chooses, as long as they are either licensed by TREC or otherwise has the right to inspect, permitted by law to make inspections. Any questions regarding any of that? Okay, easy peasy. Paragraph 7B. This is an important one that actually has found its way into the Realty Texas Policy Manual. If you represent a seller, then the policy manual has a lot to say about what your actions should be here. Paragraph 7B says that 5-008, which is the property code, we've got 5-008 in the property code. There is a copy of the seller's disclosure in the property code that looks exactly like the seller's disclosure that you have from TREC. And that seller's disclosure is required to be provided to the buyer. Does anybody know what the law says of when the seller's disclosure is required to be given to the buyer? Anybody want to take a stab at it of when? What does the law say?
When there's interest in the property?
I kind of like that actually. I kind of like that, but that's not really it.
This is a guess, but is it closing? Before closing?
No.
Before an offer is made?
Not before an offer is made.
After option expires?
Before the option, long before the option.
For going under contract?
Oh, there we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Before the buyer and seller go under contract. So offer is off not before the offer because the offer you get an offer and you can respond to the seller's disclosure and you're perfectly good, right? So it's before an offer turns into a contract. The seller's disclosure legally is provided to the seller prior to going under contract on a home. That's the law. So what happens when the property goes under contract and then the seller then gives the buyer the seller's disclosure? The seller is in violation of the law. So that means that because the seller broke their duties under the law to the buyer, there has to be a remedy. There has to be a way to cure the seller's mistake because we know it's going to happen. We know that buyer agent and listing agent is going to put a transaction together and not have a seller's disclosure, regardless of what the law says. So we have to have a cure to this. So the cure is free 7-day out. Yes, that's what it says. A free 7-day out from the date they actually do receive the seller disclosure. So if they go under contract on the 1st and finally on the 10th, the seller gives the seller disclosure to the buyer has 7 days from the 10th to get out. 17 days they had basically a right to get out of the contract for any reason. So that's a really big deal. Let's read what it says. Paragraph B1 says that the buyer has received the seller's disclosure. So just remember where we at here. The buyer is putting together an offer. Maybe they went into the MLS and clicked on the attachments. They saw the seller disclosure. They pulled it down. They attached it. They set it up for signature at the time they were putting the offer together. And so at the time they're submitting the offer to the listing agent, they have the seller disclosure signed and they mark that they already have it. But paragraph 2 kicks in when the buyer agent called the listing agent, maybe they didn't answer, went to the MLS, there's no attachments, they were at the property and there was no packet, there's no seller disclosure to be found. And so now the buyer says, well, fine. The buyer agent and buyer decide here that they're going to make an offer to the seller and that says, buyer has not received the seller disclosure notice. Within X amount of days after the effective date of the contract, seller shall deliver the seller disclosure notice to buyer. If buyer does not receive the seller disclosure notice, buyer may terminate this contract at any time prior to the closing and the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. So if the buyer never receives the earnest money, the buyer can get out of the contract all the way to the closing table without any issues. If seller delivers the seller's disclosure notice, buyer may terminate this contract for any reason within 7 days after buyer received the seller disclosure notice or prior to the closing. Maybe they've got a very short closing.
Lily, get out.
Hey, Sharon, can you hit the mute, please?
Sorry.
So I want you guys to be cognizant that this is here, that the time to deliver the seller's disclosure notice was before going under contract. And if you fail to deliver the seller's disclosure notice before going under contract, then now you're under contract. The seller failed in their duty. And now they're going to make a promise at the time of the offer. The buyer's going to say, I want this document within 1 day, within 3 days, within 5 days, whatever they put in here. And as long as the seller gives the seller's disclosure notice within the day that they agree that they will, within the 3 days or 5 days, whatever's put in this blank right here, then as long as they received it, from the date they received it, they get 7 free days to get out of the contract for any reason, which in some cases is longer than the original option period on a 3 or 5 day option, which I don't recommend. This could be longer than that. And from the listing agent's perspective, if we allow this to happen, that's a failure on us. So the question then for us is, when should we be asking the seller for the seller disclosure? Should it be after we went live in the MLS? No. It should be at the very beginning. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, thank you for signing my listing agreement. I'm going to be sending you a document from a company called Seller Shield. This is going to be your opportunity to provide the buyer a notice of everything that they need to know and everything that you know about the condition of your property. Seller Shield was created by attorneys, and they're going to walk you through step by step how to properly fill out that document. Now, Seller Shield is an insurance policy. They will upsell you or try to upsell you on an insurance policy that will protect you for non-disclosable events. Seller Shield is absolutely free. It costs nothing. If you choose to upgrade it, you can. In this scenario, it's up to you on whether you want to have coverage or not. There are situations where I have recommended. The buyer is not represented is a huge one for me, Mr. Seller. I think you should have this disclosure. And there's been situations like that, but it's up to the seller if they want to pay for the additional coverage. But we want them to use the Seller Shield. So then you go into Seller Shield and you invite them, and it sends them a link, and then there's a reminder button. But what I do is, if I don't have the seller disclosure document, I call the seller, hey, I need that before we're going live in the MLS. We had planned on going live at 2 o'clock on Friday. It's Thursday and I still don't have it. I really need it before tomorrow. All right, I'll do it tonight. Thank you. So I'm staying in touch with them during my coming soon to make sure I get that document, because quite frankly, there's things in that seller disclosure that's even going to help me. But once I get it back, I'll get a trigger from the seller disclosure from the Seller Shield system. I'll download the seller disclosure notice. I'll upload it to the MLS attachment so it's there for everyone to see. And then most of the time, because it's there, I'm going to get it along with the buyer offer, and the buyer is going to check off this one right here that says they've already received it. But sometimes I'm going to get an offer, and even though it's in the MLS attachments, it says that they don't have it. They don't have it. So and if they've checked it off here, usually it's going to be attached to the offer and it's been signed by the buyer. And so what I'm looking for is the version that's signed by the buyer, and that as a listing agent, that I would not accept this. I would recommend profusely with the seller that we counter the buyer. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, look, we got an offer with 7B2 checked. I recommend that we cross this off, select item 1, and then attach the seller's disclosure and send it over to them for signature. I recommend that we counter them and we make sure that 7B1 is checked, not 7B2. I am going to be looking for that in our compliance department when we're going through the transaction. If you're the listing agent and 7B2 is checked off, we have a compliance check that's going to ask you for the email or text message when you recommended to the seller to counter the offer. If it's not done, I'm going to the compliance department is going to ask Mr. Potter to give you a call, and then you're going to have a counseling session with Mr. Potter because you just gave the buyer 7 days out for free. Is that a big deal? It's a really big deal. So we want to make sure that never ever happens again. And so, because it's not our decision on whether or not the seller is going to allow this, and it could have been the seller that caused this whole delay in the first place, the agent says, I did my best, Jack. I did my best. They're just not listening to anything I say. And I did tell them, okay, fine, good. You were golden. Thank you for advocating for your client. Thank you for trying to do the right thing for them. We appreciate that. So that's what we're really looking for there. Or paragraph 3, the property is a new home, never been lived in. The dwelling is less than 5% of the cost of the land, or any of the other 11 reasons why a seller disclosure is not required. Being sold family member to family member, being sold by a short sale bank by a foreclosure bank or an REO. There's 11 reasons why a seller's disclosure is not required. One of the reasons when a seller's disclosure is not required is not that the seller has never been in the property. We get this a lot. So I just want to throw this out there and scratch this one out if you think that one of the 11 items is the seller's never been inside the property. There are out-of-state investors who buy properties, and they think because they have never been inside the property that they don't have to fill out a seller disclosure, because what do they know? Well, they should know a lot more than they think. because someone had to have told them about the broken window because they, in fact, were the owner and they had to pay for it. So even if it's being professionally managed, the seller has to say and provide a disclosure of everything that they do know. It's not a crystal ball, and you have to disclose everything that's wrong with the property. Is you have to disclose everything you know that's wrong with the property. That's it. What you know. And if you know nothing about the property, then fill out the notice saying you don't know anything. That's as simple as that. But the form is still required. This is paragraph 7. Any questions regarding paragraph 7A, B, or C? Mary Beth.
Okay, so I've shown 7 properties yesterday to my buyers, and of the 7, 5 are investor properties.
Yep.
And you want to guess how many of them filled out that they were not required to fill out that form? Is that one where you will poke back? The way I know we talked about the residential use only. I was like, yeah, you do have to.
Okay.
So what do you do when they
If
say no,
I'm
they're not required?
if I'm the listing agent, I have a whole, if I'm a listing broker for one of those properties, I have a whole lot to say. If I'm the buyer agent, I'm going to advise the buyer, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, the seller is required to provide this document to you. And if they don't, you have an out all the way to the closing table. And if you later find out something was wrong with the property and they didn't tell you, you can sue them and unwind the entire transaction. And if you want to share that with the buyer agent, the buyer is going to tell you, how hard do you want me to push for this document? Because they think because they're an outside owner that an investor that it's not required, but that's not what the law says. The law is very clear that it's due. What do you
Yeah,
want
I
me to
just
do, Mr.
struggle with
Buyer?
them spending the money
So,
to
so
do that, to move forward without all that.
so the question, that's the conversation you have with the buyer. Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, this is the scenario. How bad do you want me to push these guys to get the seller's disclosure? And then if they're like, let's just move on, then if I were a Mary Beth Ray, I would send the listing agent an email that says, my client chose another property because you didn't have a seller disclosure. And that is on
Yep.
you.
Yep. Okay, thanks.
Sharon and then Raul.
Did you cover whether or not they would be required in the event of an inheritance?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
On the seller not being required to furnish the seller's disclosure notice under the Texas Property Code.
The property is being inherited. Yes, I said family to family. Family to family would be an inheritance.
Oh, as if they were receiving it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I've always mistook that to be that they received it as an inheritance and they're selling it now, so they don't provide one.
No.
Gotcha.
If they're selling it because they inherited the property, they owe a seller's disclosure. But if the buyer is inheriting it from a family member, then they're not owed a seller disclosure from their family member. Raul.
Can you give an example of how you would respond if you're at an open house and they ask you for the seller's disclosure?
Yes, I would love to have your email address and phone number, and I'll get that information right to you after my open house.
Okay.
And then Raul's going to follow up. Thank you so much for coming to my open house. It was so great to have you. I just emailed you over the seller's disclosure and RPR report and my buyer rep agreement. All right. Yes. Now, nothing precludes a listing agent from having a copy of the seller disclosure and a survey and all kinds of documents that maybe you're getting a binder from a title company and you put that packet together and you have it at the property. A lot of listing agents do that. I have not been leaving my seller disclosure at the property. I just haven't. I stopped doing that about a year ago, and I give it to the buyer agent. What happens is I print out 50 copies and they all disappear and I don't get any offers from any of them. And so I just stopped doing it. But what you could do, which would be cool, would be to have a QR code where they can get a digital copy and walk out the door with it. Rio.
T47. What's your
Yeah.
take on that?
Well, you've got two options. You've got the T47 or you have the new affidavit, whatever that's called. I can't think of it at the moment. T40, whatever it is, I. Yes, it's required. The T47 and the survey are both required. Coming together with those two documents, we're talking about seller disclosure anymore. We're talking about the survey. The T47 and the survey go together. And if the title company or the lender don't like either one of those documents, the seller owes. If the seller provides the survey without the T47 or it's a little endorsement thing, if either one of those is missing, then the buyer gets to order a new survey at the expense of the seller.
Isn't it T47 declaration?
Yeah, there's a T47 and no, the other thing is not called a D47, it's called something else. I could scroll
Oh,
up, but I'm just not
I
going
think
to.
it is, Jack. It's T47.1, and then it's a declaration in lieu of affidavit.
Yeah, T47-1 declaration. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
T47 affidavit or the T47 declaration. An affidavit is anything that is notarized. The T47-1 is just a declaration without a notification, without the notary stamp, and they did that just to help us out. So one is not better than the other at this point. Obviously, one is simpler than the other. The declaration is
very
certainly
simpler.
simpler than getting the thing notarized. And the thing is that all of us were complaining about that because we were going to get notarized and the title company was ripping it up and re-notarizing a new one for every single transaction. So the question is, why are you making us jump through these hoops just to throw it away and notarize a new one at closing? And so they moved away from that. All right, good. Any other questions regarding uh, the seller disclosure, paragraph 7B? All right, paragraph 7D, acceptance of property condition. So this is where the property is sold as is, and then it defines what as is really means. It says that the present condition of the property with any and all defaults and without warranty, except for the warranties that they're getting in the title company and the other warranties that they're getting in the contract, like residential service contract, which is not a warranty. But really, what it's saying is the buyer's accepting the property condition as is with all faults, all defects. Buyer's agreement to accept the property as is under paragraph 7D 1 or 2 does not preclude the buyer from inspecting the property under paragraph 7A, from negotiating repairs or treatments in a subsequent amendment, or from terminating the contract during the option period. So the property is sold as is. The seller is not required to make any repairs, and the buyer is not required to move forward. The buyer can negotiate repairs, the seller can say no, the buyer can terminate. The buyer can ask for repairs, the seller can make the repairs, and they can close. It's up to the parties, but no one's being forced to do anything. Now, paragraph 7D has a choice for the buyer. So the buyer accepts the property as is, or provided that the seller at the seller expense will complete the following specific repairs and treatments, which means that the buyer knows that there's something that they want fixed at time of contract. And that's usually pretty rare because we haven't done an inspection yet. We only have a surface look at the property. So maybe the buyer walked the property and said, you know what, all of these purple bedrooms, I'm not in it for purple bedrooms. I want all of this to be restored back to a neutral paint. Seller at the seller expense will paint the property to a neutral paint. Paint would be a treatment. So there's many different ways to use this paragraph too. 99% of the time, at time of contract, if buyer is going to accept the property as is, now they're going to do an inspection. This is something that I need to get through all of our minds because I need to make sure that you're all on the same page here. If a buyer tours the property and they see dirty carpets and then they walk the property and they've seen the property, visual inspection, and then they negotiate a sales price, they negotiated those dirty carpets that they fully knew about under the current sales price. Do you all agree with that? You should not then be getting an amendment of $5,000 carpet replacement because of the dirty carpets. My uniform response to an amendment of things that they could visually see when they toured the property was that was already negotiated under the purchase price. And it's really effective. Like, probably one of the most effective responses I have in dealing with repairs is that there is an inspection company that is partnered with a third party company that will do a bid. They take the inspection report, it's called bidders, I think, and they take the inspection report and they load it into the system and it will bid out every item. And there was $18,000 worth of repairs that the buyer agent asked my seller to fix, and there was nothing wrong with the home, and my seller was livid. Like, he was livid. And we were able to negotiate with the seller actually making actual repairs. But the thing was, is it was a bid. It was not. There was not a single repair request in the entire document that we received. We received $18,000. Half of it was for closing costs, and the other half was price, and not a single thing other than see attached bidder. So we responded. The seller would like a list of actual defects and would like to make actual repairs. 3 days later, we had 3 items. 3 items. One of them was a digital pad on the stove, which turned out nothing to be wrong with, and the other 2 things I don't remember what they were, but they were. He fixed it, and all of it was less than $300. I mean, it was nonsense. So sometimes we see nonsense like this. In fact, we're seeing more and more nonsense as it comes. It comes. So we must negotiate this option period because we're going to get nonsense sometimes. Some really good uses for paragraph 72 is if there's a septic system that at the time of contract that the buyer asks the seller to empty the septic system and to pay to empty the septic system the day of the buyer's inspection, so that the buyer's not paying to empty the seller's septic tank, because the septic inspector is going to want to see the tank. Now, there's different type of systems. There are some systems that are aerobic systems where you don't necessarily want to empty the system. And so a lot of those are going to be plastic systems that are used in PVC. So I would call a septic inspector, let them know what kind and what they recommend before putting in the offer so that you can get this right. But most of the septic systems, it's going to be okay to empty, because what they really want to do, especially for the ones that are cement, and there's a lot of septic systems out there that are cement boxes, they want to see the bottom of it, and they want to see the walls, and they want to see if there's any faults in the actual septic tank itself. So they're going to empty it. And if there's even an inch or two of water at the bottom, you can't see the bottom, and they want to see. I did a septic inspection for a client, the DeVillas, in Elgin about 15 years ago, and there was no bottom to the septic tank. There was no bottom at all. I had never heard of such a thing, but it leached right into the ground, and because it was in the ETJ outside, the inspector said that he doesn't see a lot of these, but perfectly acceptable and normal. My mind was blown. So you don't know what you're gonna fall into, but if it is a septic system, they did come out to empty it and they got into mud and they were trying to figure out what was wrong with the tank, and there wasn't anything wrong with the tank. It just didn't have a bottom. But we wouldn't have found out about that had we not done the inspection. And in this scenario, the septic system was 5 feet from the house. The person built it themselves and they did all this themselves. So we negotiated $33,000 for a new septic system, and the seller put in a new septic system for this property in Elgin. So I highly recommend that you are in touch with and have a relationship with a septic company, a Rainbow Septic or whatever septic company that you have a relationship with that's going to come out and be able to advise you and your clients, so that you have here, because you have one time to get this right, and it's at the time of offer, to get the seller to agree to empty the tank if that's going to be necessary. Another thing that might be here is if the buyer decides that they want to have the seller professionally clean the house, which is sort of your house is dirty, here's an offer to purchase. It's like a stab with a knife at the time you're offering them to come down on price. Most sellers don't react kindly to this. In any event, sometimes I would rather, as a buyer agent, say, you know what, I'll do that for you. I'll have your home professionally cleaned, and $350 is what my person charges, and I would be happy to do that. Then put it in the contract. Now, in the market that we're in right now, it's a little different than 5 years ago. So I'm not exactly sure what I would do that in this particular scenario, but I can tell you this is a touchy subject, asking the seller to professionally clean their home. Now, if it's an investor or if it's an occupied property, then it kind of makes sense. But if it's a normal, everyday seller that's occupying their home, I don't know. That one sometimes goes across like a lead balloon. But if you were to ask, that's not something you put in special provisions in paragraph 11. That's a treatment, and that would go here. Any questions regarding 7D or 7D1 or 7D2? Comments, thoughts, questions? I see Mary Beth's brain spinning there.
Oh, just recently I did what you were just saying, is that she was wanting it cleaned. And I said, really? I thought you told me you were going to have some painting done and some flooring done. So would we really want the seller to do that if it's just going to get messed up by contractors? She went, oh, good point. So I just like smoothed out the ruffled feathers before they ever got ruffled.
Very good. Very tactful. Elisa.
It's very difficult because everyone has a different perception of what clean is. So maybe instead of asking for it to be professionally cleaned, asking for a certain amount of money, a very reasonable amount to put toward getting it cleaned yourself with your own people, if you really feel like that is something you have to do.
We're asking for $350 in closing costs because your house is dirty. Oh, that's funny. I like it. Yeah, so I mean, when you're dealing with the colossal purchase like this, how do you don't there's no way for the seller to funnel money to a buyer. They still have to put the same amount down. They can pay some of their closing costs, but I mean that doesn't really change much. They still have the same down payment. So the only thing that you could do anywhere in this contract is the seller pay to have it done, or reduce the closing costs that the seller has to buy. And $350 doesn't really make sense anymore when you're thinking about that number. But anyway, so that's part of the conversation. The buyer is, well, look, we're asking for 5,000, so why don't we ask for 5,350? That is an argument that I love, because that would then the buyer's mind figure it out until they get countered for 3,000, and then they've lost that money. So anyway, you just work it out. You negotiate it out and figure it out. But I would much rather hide it in the closing costs, like you mentioned. But it just depends on the transaction, what's going on. Jay.
This is just basically comes from when my first broker was trained to me. I've always just incorporated, whether I'm on the buying side or the listing side, that I offer to have it professionally cleaned, like the day before closing or something like that. Just, just to kind of show my worth that much more.
Okay, lender required repairs and treatments. There is a number in here, and the number is 5%. If the lender required repairs and treatments exceed 5% of the sales price, the buyer can terminate. So no one is obligated here. Neither the buyer, neither the seller is obligated to pay for lender required repairs, whatever they are, VA, FHA. And if neither one of them agree, and then the contract terminates and the buyer gets the money back. If the cost of lender required repairs and treatments exceed 5% of the sales price, the buyer can terminate the contract and get their earnest money and will be refunded to buyer. There's an automatic number there. So the lender required repairs, how would a lender find out about repairs? Or through what process does the lender find out about repairs? Does the lender go out and inspect the property?
Appraisal.
The appraisal?
The appraisal. So what are some things that an appraiser might balk at? Dirty carpets? No. Dirty walls? No. So what are some things that might get added to an appraisal?
A trim?
A trim?
No.
Yeah, like the roof trim sometimes. It made us.
Are you talking about
rot.
Are you talking about rotted soffit?
Wood rot.
No, like the wood. The fascia of the. We had an appraiser that saw
If
some
you're
of the
if you're
wood,
talking about wood rot, then I'll say yes.
and then even in the shed that they had out there, it had the wood rotten, and the appraiser said that the seller had to fix that too.
Sometimes a property is going to have conducive for termites or wood rot, and they come in and but if you're dealing with a conventional loan and that it doesn't appraiser, they're not going to care. So it depends on more owner occupied loans, FHA, VA, especially VA when it comes to wood rot. That's a big deal. So in a situation of VA, there are some properties that we're going to look at and we're going to say, this isn't a good contender for VA because it has all these conditions that it's going to force the seller into. So sometimes you don't even want to advertise certain loan types. All right. So other than wood rot, what else we got? Birdie.
Would foundation be on there?
Okay, if the inspector has concerns, they might write something down as a concern and they have to get inspected, yes. But it's more about the shingles on the roof, oak wilt disease trees that they can see, a handrail on a back patio that's more than 36 inches off the ground. For VA, if one of the burners or all of the burners are not functioning on the stove. FHA VA requires flooring to be installed in the home. So if that's just cement floors and it's not like a polished cement, then that's not going to fly either. There's a lot of lists, but suffice that the FHA and VA requires owner occupancy. So the home has to be finished and it has to be in good condition. And if there's major expenses, then the appraiser is going to write a note on the appraisal, and the lender is going to look for those to be cured before closing. Elisa.
I was thinking mold, evidence of mold
You
might be
know,
another one.
I think about this and I'm like, how could that possibly have gotten all the way to the appraiser? How did the buyer agent, the listing agent, the seller, the buyer, the inspector, all these people not get it and it show up on the appraisal? But I guess it's possible, yes. Sharon.
Permanently fix heating in the wet areas for a VA loan.
I don't understand, Sharon.
In a VA loan, generally you have to have a heater that keeps the wet areas like the kitchen, the bathroom up above 56 degrees, I think it is. And it has to be permanently affixed to the home. So it can't just be like a stand-up heater. It has to be screwed into the wall or one of those, what are they called? The trim heaters, the baseboard heaters, those kinds of things. They have to keep that area above a certain temperature.
Yeah, there has to be a fireplace or HVAC. The home has to have some type of heat. That is absolutely true. Sherry?
For VAs, chip and peel paint on the structure itself, no longer the shed, correct?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the homes built before 1978, tripping paint was a lead-based paint issue that they would write up. I don't know about that right now. I would have to get with the lender about that. That one I don't know.
I
Okay.
did just have that on a VA loan in December that they got called out. The appraiser called out chip and peel on a VA. Just an FYI.
Sometimes appraisers put things on the loan on the appraisal that's not really a VA thing. So I would have to look at the VA underwriting guidelines because I've seen them put things on there that they looked at as expenses that are going to come. If the thing is that the home is not supposed to have any major expenses coming. And so I think what you've got there is a VA appraiser saying this home needs to be painted and that's going to be a major expense that's coming up. And so I think that's where that probably fell under. But again, I would want to look into it. But yes, you guys got it. These are the types of lender required repairs that show up on an appraisal. Appraiser is being done, and now all of a sudden you find out that you've got some issues on the appraisal. The appraiser wrote notes onto the appraisal, and now they have to be cured. And now there's a completion of repairs and treatments that is separate from lender required repairs and treatments. Completion of repairs and treatments is all of them. And there's some stuff in here that's really great for us. It says, unless otherwise agreed in writing, seller shall complete all agreed repairs and treatments prior to the closing date and obtain any required permits. The repairs and treatments must be performed by persons who are licensed to provide such repairs or treatments, which is why when we're writing our repair addendums now, we don't need to have by someone who is licensed because that's already in here. So we can remove that from our request. Or if no license is required by law, are commercially engaged in the trade of providing such repairs and treatments. Seller shall, and I love this because this has made our life so much easier as real estate agents, provide buyer with copies of documentation from the repair person, show the scope of work and payment for the work completed and at seller's expense, arrange for the transfer of any transferable warranties with respect to the repairs and treatments to buyers at closing. If seller fails to complete any agreed repair or treatment prior to the closing date, buyer may exercise their remedies under paragraph 15 or extend the closing date up to 5 days if necessary for the seller to complete the repairs and treatments. So this is deeply in paragraph 7. If the buyer asks for repairs and the seller has until the close date in the contract. So for those of you who say, well, let's ask the seller to have them done 48 hours before, that you can't do because now you have your amendment is conflicting with the contract and we can't do that. That would be something that an attorney would need to do. So the seller has up to the closing date to get the repairs and treatments done, and they have to provide the warranties and the invoices and all the documentation. And so it's not buyer beware, it's not on the buyer anymore. The seller has to provide all of those documents, and then now the buyer can call those repair companies and determine if they all have been paid like they would and do their due diligence, and then also provide those documents to their inspector. And maybe the buyer wants the inspector to come back out and verify that all of the repairs were done the way they should have been done. Environmental matters, and then residential service contract. Residential service contract is not something. I always ask this question, and usually I get about 50% of the class who has this wrong. I'm going to ask again, and I'm really curious to see what's going to happen this time. If the buyer and seller negotiate $600 in paragraph 7H for a residential service contract, in 5 days after closing, the buyer find out that they never got a residential service contract. So seller promised $600, but they didn't get it. What are the remedies of the buyer?
No remedies.
None.
None.
I'm liking what I hear. Why?
Because they're
Because
getting
they did not
reimbursed.
order it. They just didn't order it.
It was
Okay.
But it says the buyer would, that the seller would reimburse the buyer. So if the buyer didn't buy
Yeah.
it, then there's nothing to reimburse.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
It's on the buyer to order the residential service contract. And if they buy a residential service contract while they're under contract, then the seller will reimburse them up to a sum of this amount. So if it was never purchased, then the seller has nothing to reimburse them for. So this would be a buyer agent failure. If the seller promised to reimburse the buyer and the buyer agent didn't help the buyer with obtaining a residential service contract, that would be, in my mind, on the buyer agent. Sometimes title companies help with this. And because they're helpful, then sometimes these things fall off our checklist. And we're not checking any of these items at all, completely off our checklist. And if they're off your checklist and the title company doesn't done it, then we have failed. So make sure that you are not making that fall off the checklist. Make sure that if you've negotiated a number in here, that the buyer received and ordered a residential service contract, and then when you're reviewing the closing disclosure, that amount showed up on the closing disclosure. Now we have a new paragraph, 7I, seller's disclosure about groundwater and surface water rights. If the property has access to surface water or groundwater on the property, they may be regulated or restricted. This document has 5 items on the bottom. Seller is not aware of water well, on the property. Seller is not aware of a pond, lake, or water tank on the property. The seller is not aware of any certificate of adjudication or a filing or a permit for surface rights from any commission or environmental quality, TCEQ. Seller is not aware that any groundwater rights to the property have been severed or held back or reserved by a prior seller. And the property receives water only from the following municipality or a city. If they're not aware of any of this and they get their water from the city, then this box is checked and the form is not used. If there is a tank, which is a pond, or if there is a stream, or it backs up to the ocean, or it's sitting next to a lake, or if there is a well on the property, or if they're getting the water from a well, whether the well is on their property or a neighboring property, then the seller disclosure about groundwater and surface rights is required to be provided. And if it is required to be provided, and just like the other seller disclosure, it's required to be provided before going into contract. And if they don't give it to you before you're going under contract and that form was truly required, then the same thing is going to be true with the seller disclosure. The seller and the buyer are going to negotiate a number of days of when it will be given, and from the date they receive it, just like the other one, they're going to have 7 days to get out of the contract for any reason from the date they receive the new disclosure. We had company-wide training about this, and I have a YouTube video that I have that's 3 hours long. It's going through all these contract changes. And if you have questions regarding seller disclosure about groundwater and surface water rights, I really recommend you go back and watch that 3-hour video. But most of you were part of that class. So the litmus test here really is falling into these questions. The seller's not aware of a water well or a pond or any of these things. And if the answer is yes, I'm not aware of A, B, C, D, and I get my water from the city or a municipality, then they're not required to deliver the notice, which is going to be 99% of the transactions that are out there. Paragraph 8 has a new name, broker and sales agent's disclosure. If you are a real estate agent and you are a buyer, or you're representing a family member that is a buyer, or you're representing a parent or a child, anything up and down the family tree, or you represent a trust where you own 10% or more, you have to let them know you're not acting like a normal real estate agent because you are not arm's length to this transaction. You're not only you're not arm's length, but you're commingled with it. You're either a party or you own some interest in the property that's being conveyed. And the Texas Real Estate Commission says that if you're not arm's length to a transaction, meaning you're representing a family or you have some ownership interest in the property, then you have to make the disclosure that you are a Texas real estate agent. Paragraph 9, closing. This is on or before. You don't see any bold language here stating that you are, the time is of the essence. It's very clear. And at closing, there are 5 promises. Seller shall execute, deliver a general warranty deed. Buyer shall pay the sales price in good funds. Seller and buyer shall execute and deliver any notices, statements, certificates, affidavits, releases, loan documents from the title company, that they'll sign those documents. There will be no liens, assessments, or security interests against the property which will not be satisfied out of the sales proceeds. And number 5, private transfer fees will be the obligation of the seller unless they've agreed otherwise. So 5 promises as for the closing date, but this is on or before. You can close before and you don't necessarily need to change the close date. You can close early. It's on or before, not on or after. If you are the day before closing or the day of closing and you're not going to close that day, you must get an extension. Because once the contract's dead, you can't bring it back to life. You're not supposed to be able to bring it back to life. And so the contract law says once it's dead, it's dead. So once someone breaches, then it's breached. Now you got default remedies. So try to make sure that you don't fall into a situation where the contract expired. Because if it expired, technically, you're supposed to enter into a new agreement. So if you find a situation like that happening, get with Mr. Potter because the buyers will be advised on what to do and they will eventually make a decision. Like I said earlier, Buyers can write an offer on a napkin and make it to the closing date, make it to the closing table. So if all parties want to do something, they have the right to do it. We can't force them not to, but there's a right way to do things and the way the buyers want to do things. And sometimes we're going to defer to them, but we are going to advise them to speak to an attorney, and they may just want to close. But if they didn't close already, why? Possession. How many of you know about a buyer moving in early? How many of you know about a seller that wanting to stay after closing and become a tenant? Okay. So these forms are 90 days or less. You have a 2-page document that's a residential lease for a seller or a temporary residential lease for a buyer or a lease back for a seller. It's it's more acceptable for a seller to stay in for a couple of days than it is for a buyer to move in early. The problem with the buyer moving in early, it's usually not moving in early. It's usually moving in after they're already closed and on extension because the buyer failed their ability to close on time because they're having financing issues and now they want to take possession of the property after they've already shown evidence of some issues with creditworthiness. So no, we don't want to allow the buyer to move in. If you're in a situation where a buyer wants to move in early, I really recommend you speak to Mr. Potter so he can help you walk through that or with one of your mentors. But the possession says that the seller shall deliver to the buyer possession of the property in its present or required condition, ordinary wear and tear accepted, either upon closing and funding or upon a temporary residential lease. And if there is a residential lease, you should have a conversation with an insurance company regarding renter's insurance or the seller having a tenant move in. It could be that the seller now is in breach of their own insurance and could have an issue there. So we want to make sure that we advise the seller, you need to talk to your primary insurance for the home, your liability insurance, and the buyer should have a conversation about them having renter's insurance because something could go wrong during that short stint of time. Smart devices, anything that the seller owns has to be given to the buyer for smart devices, which means we need to tell the seller if you're going to convey a television, you need to reset your television so that your credit card that's already logged into Netflix and everything else, the kids that move into the property aren't going to be ordering things with your credit card on the TV. And you want to make sure that you reset everything back to its factory settings. Paragraph 11 can be used in a couple of scenarios, but what it can't be used for is anything that conflicts with a provision that's already in the contract. If you have a buyer that wants that you've got too many buyers that doesn't fit in paragraph 1, we talked about using this paragraph for that. Or if it is a mobile home, you can put the plate number here and you could put a note like buyer requests that the seller respond to the offer as soon as possible. That's fine. That's allowed. It's not necessary because it's just a statement, but it's not unallowed. What would be something that's not allowed is if they go on to say the next sentence, or this contract terminates. And so you can't put in a legal clause in paragraph 11. That's not to say that legal clauses are not allowed in paragraph 11. It's just that you're not allowed to do it. If the seller requires it and they're drafting this language, then we have to follow their instructions and put the legal clause in the paragraph. If they're breaking Texas law, then we might tell them, hey, I need to get with my manager and I need you to speak to an attorney. Like if they add an escalation clause, because that could be problematic because maybe they're not legal in the state. And so maybe they're coming from a state where it is legal. So whenever a seller instructs you to do something that's legal, we have to follow their instructions. When they instruct you to do something that's not legal, that's where we have to stop and say, I can't. I can't do that. I need you to get you with my manager. So I want to make clear that the seller can advise you to put language in special provisions, and the seller can advise you to cross terms off, and we have to follow their instruction. If we tell them, hey, if you tell me to do this, then I can do it, and this is going to turn out well for you, if we prime them and telling them that, you didn't hear this from me, but if you tell me to do this, then this will happen, then you've broken the law. We can't recommend that they do any of this stuff. But if they come at us and it was their idea or they learned it somewhere else and instruct us to do it, We could advise them on maybe how we think that's going to affect the other side. By crossing out this paragraph, you're going to require that the listing agent and the seller hire an attorney to advise them because the listing agent can't advise them anymore. And we're likely not going to hear back because the seller's likely not going to get an attorney and it's going to turn out to be a mess. That's what you're doing when we're submitting this offer. If you want me to do it, I'll do it because I have to follow your instruction. I just have to let you know what's going to happen when you deliver it to the other side. The listing agent is going to tell the seller, I can't tell you what this means. You have to hire an attorney. And so far on the listing side, I've never had a seller actually hire an attorney. And so then they realize that. And the people who like to do that are the attorneys. They like to cross stuff out. And then I continue reminding them, look, they're going to have to hire an attorney. And it's up to the buyer to decide, but we can't not follow their instructions. We're going to get through paragraph 12 and then we're going to stop. Paragraph 12A is about buyer expenses. This is going to be the seller paying for buyer closing costs. Paragraph 12A and paragraph 12B have been separated, pulled apart. Paragraph 12A is all about the seller using some of their equity to pay for the buyer closing costs. And there's a long list of what those closing costs are in paragraph 12B. The appraisal, the loan application fee, origination charges, all the buyer fees. The seller can reimburse the buyer for closing costs. But in 12B, we're talking about compensation. That now the seller can reimburse the buyer broker for the buyer broker fee. But we also have the reverse now, where the buyer can reimburse the seller for the seller's broker fee. So you'll see 1 and 2 here. Seller will pay a dollar amount or a percentage of the sales price to be applied towards the brokerage commission, or buyer will pay a dollar amount or a percentage of the sales price to be applied towards the brokerage compensation owed by the seller. This is new in our 2026. We've never had in Texas the ability in our contract for the buyer to reimburse the seller for their seller expenses. If you're in a short sale scenario, there could be some really cool tricks using this. If you're in a multiple offer situation, there's also a really good way of not increasing the sales price, but also putting more money in the seller's pocket by offering to cover their broker fees. That way, you're not inflating the cost of the home, but you are increasing the seller's net by simply covering their 3% or whatever it is. And so there's some leverage here. And what I like about the language here is it says that each party shall pay, that means they must, each party shall pay their respective brokers pursuant to the terms of the parties' obligations to compensate their brokers contained in separate written agreements. So 12A is all about buyer closing costs. 12B is all about the buyer agent and the listing agent commission. It's not always about the buyer broker commission anymore because the buyer broker and the listing broker commission in here can be reimbursed in this paragraph 12. We're going to spend a little bit of time going through 13 through our 23. There's about 20 minutes that we'll take on Wednesday. We're going to go through the rest of that right before we jump into the third-party financing and go through bulletproof transactions.